6. Clouds and sun Friday, high 69, and mostly cloudy at night with a low of 48. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
43 at O'Hare, 48 along the lakefront, and 40 this morning in Aurora. Your next news update, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, and we are broadcasting live this morning from Gesture in Westmont. This is part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour, and Amy, I'm sorry to say this is the final stop on the tour.
No, it's not the final countdown, is it?
We have to go back to the mothership after this, but...
yeah, and Gesture is in Westmont, not Westchester, which I think Westchester is lovely this time of year.
And this time of morning.
Yeah, this time of morning. Yeah, I took a wrong turn. Ended up in Westchester, not Westmont. But I'm here, and this place is hip, another cool, hip place to work.
Yeah.
There's people who don't have chairs. They have the bouncy balls, the exercise balls to sit on. And
they actually suspend themselves over their desk to work. It's
and
really impressive.
They have a putting green here, Dan, so you and I later, and we're going to talk like this because we're near a putting green. Yeah. So we have to keep it quiet,
right.
Because we're by a putting green.
Yeah.
We don't want to mess up their shot.
That's an excellent Jim Nance impersonation.
Thank
you do. Gesture is a company that works with charities, nonprofit schools, churches, political organizations to organize events and maximize revenue in silent auctions, direct donations, and live auctions. So you've been to a fundraiser where they give you they get you like locked in on your phone, so you can just bid, have like live auction or silent auction bidding going on, not live auction, but silent auction bidding going on your phone. So this is a company that sets up that technology and helps nonprofits and all the other organizations I mentioned.
And do you know why they have
effectively raise money?
Do you know why they have a putting green?
I don't. You've already
because they also help organize golf outings, too, and school fundraisers and sports fundraisers, and it's in addition to the mobile app. Their team of fundraising and charity events experts provide solutions and management to streamline event registration.
Well, wait a second. They work with churches as well, so why don't I see a tabernacle? And this is this Signature Bank business tour that we've done is about connecting entrepreneurial capitalists in the Chicago area, those that are running successful business in spite of the policy regime and the business climate in Illinois, running successful businesses. And we want to connect our entrepreneurial capitalist friends to each other to kind of maximize and help them continue to grow their business. So that's what we're doing. Last night, the much anticipated interview of by Megyn Kelly of Donald Trump. We'll play a couple bites here, but your overall impression, Amy?
I actually dozed off a little bit. I have to say that's why I didn't log any bites for the morning show. Because you know what? This is the problem with taped interviews. So much happened between when that was taped and today. Because everything changes every minute by minute with Donald Trump.
Well, I'll tell you what.
The pertinent questions that I wanted asked were not asked because it's pre-taped.
We'll take your calls, 312-642-5600, your impressions of the exchanges between Kelly and Trump. I found it, like you suggest, anticlimactic. I thought both of them got out of it what they wanted to get out of it, but there wasn't a lot of groundbreaking exchanges or information conveyed. This is Donald Trump, starting the interview. Megyn Kelly prompts him about the attacks on her and that first question and that first debate that led to their relationship souring until they made up during this interview.
Let's talk about us.
Okay.
We were always friendly.
Right. Good relationship.
Right? And then came the August 6, 2015 debate, and I asked you a tough question about women using only the words that you had used. I thought it was a fair question. Why didn't you?
I thought it was unfair. I thought, first of all, I didn't think it was really a question. I thought it was more of a statement. That's the first question that I've ever been asked during a debate, and I've never debated before. I mean, my whole life is a debate, but I've never actually debated before. And I'm saying to myself, man, what a question. And then, of course, then you have Brett doing his thing, so I'm saying to myself, I got 2 hours of this. I don't really blame you because you're doing your thing, but from my standpoint, I don't have to like it.
Yeah, and then Trump went on to...
Yeah, but back to that question, though, that she did ask, I thought that was too soon. I thought she should have waited later in the first debate before she got a little catty or personal.
Well...
Because a lot of people are just starting to meet Donald Trump as a politician, really for the first time. And I wanted to hear about foreign policy, national security, the economy, and she started...
Yawn.
See, but...
We live in a celebrity-addled culture. People don't care about that. People don't care about what impacts their lives. They care about the back and forth between a couple of celebutants. And so, of course, she's going to ask him the incendiary question about comments he's made about Rosie O'Donnell and other women, because that's what people want. They want good entertainment. They don't want good government or good policy. When did you become such a policy wonk, such a bore? Oh, my goodness.
Who are you?
Even Trump said, thank you, Megyn Kelly, for asking the question. Listen to this.
I tell you what, in a certain way, what you did might have been a favor, because I felt so good about having gotten through. I said, if I can get through this debate with those questions, you can get through anything.
Yeah, it's so difficult to the things that have been said about you in the run-up to the debate and the questions that have been asked about some of the comments you've made. Boy, it's so hard to game plan and prepare for them. I mean, this is what I'm talking about with this sort of sophistry that frankly was presented by both in the interview. I thought this was a real put on for both of them, kind of at our expense.
And Fox News Channel, I watched them yesterday, and they teased the heck out of it.
Oh, yeah.
This was going to be the biggest thing in the world. Blockbuster interview tonight. Megyn Kelly presents.
There was no value.
There was no there.
Yeah, there's really no value-added information that you could extract. It was as much as, particularly Megyn Kelly said it explicitly, this isn't about me. She was donning the hat of a journalist. And both of them...
She's a good journalist, but that was not a good example of her work.
Both of them really, it was about them, and it was about them as a back and forth. This is like watching, two friends make up, and it just is not particularly compelling, I didn't think. But here's Trump thanking Megyn Kelly.
Oh, my gosh.
Thanking Megyn Kelly for having the courage to come to Trump Plaza. I mean, but this, you knew...
Oh, my gosh. Did he really?
You knew what Trump was going to do, and this is why I say he got out of what he wanted, which is he's not going to be antagonistic towards Megyn Kelly in this setting with all the time that's passed and where he finds himself. This is going to be conciliatory. This is going to be friendly. He's going to be affable, and he was all those things.
Even doing this particular interview, I have great respect for you that you were able to call me and say, let's get together and let's talk. To me, I would not have done that. I don't say that as as a positive. I think it's a negative for me. And you walk into Trump Tower, we didn't have like on a neutral site or over at Fox or something. That would be a whole different thing, and I wouldn't have done it.
I think the doormen are still recovering.
I think the whole building's recovering. There are people going like, this can't be possible, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh. You know what? Enough about me. What do you think of me?
She crossed the demilitarized zone from Fox News mothership to Trump Tower. Wow. She's a Joan of Arc.
Such courage. I mean,
this is what I'm
she's
saying.
She's get a Medal of Honor for that.
All this was so much put upon business between the two of them. But again, they're kind of playing each other for their own benefit. And to some extent, it was like your typical political meeting of former rivals. But now they have other business to tend to. That rivalry, that phase of their relationship is over. It's on to it's time to get onto the new money-making phase of the relationship. Here's something else Trump said that I want to get people's reaction to as well. I think this is true. Megyn Kelly asked him the my way question. Do you have any regrets? And did
he say I have a few?
And then he broke into song. But he said he wouldn't have been successful if he didn't say things that he said, and if he didn't say things the way that he said them. Do you agree with that? 312-642-5600, Turnkey.pro. Answer line 64636DA, Turnkey.pro text line.
Any regrets?
Absolutely, I have regrets. I don't think I want to discuss what the regrets are, but absolutely, I could have done certain things differently. I could have maybe used different language in a couple of instances. But overall, I have to be very happy with the outcome. And I think if I didn't conduct myself in the way I've done it, I don't think I would have been successful, actually. If I were soft, if I were, presidential, presidential. In a way, it's a bad word because there's nothing wrong with being presidential. But if I would not have fought back the way I fought back, I don't think I would have been successful.
If he was more like Jeb Bush, maybe he wouldn't have been so successful.
Well, if he was more like Jeb Bush, he definitely wouldn't have been more successful at all. It wouldn't even registered on the radar screen. But no, I think the issue is, kind of where is the line between decorum and dignity, but also being someone projecting strength and responding if people come after you. I don't have any problem with him responding to people that come after him or even preempting strikes that are politically advantageous, strikes that he wants to make as a candidate. No problem with that. But, the words that you choose matter. As a great man once said, words are the currency of politics. You know who said that?
Dan Proft.
That's right. And I think what
great guy.
I think what Mr. Proft meant.
Tell me about
when he said
Mr.
that.
Proft. Or is that John Miller?
I'm so glad you asked about him, Mr. Proft. That is. I think what he meant by that is that this is, how we communicate ideas and positions and vision, and that's the basis on which most people are going to make a decision for President of the United States or other elective offices. Except to the extent that they just pick the reality star of their choice. Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Chilly start to your day, 45 degrees, but we do have a few high clouds sticking around, and we'll get to a high today in the low 60s. And then tomorrow, some sunshine, a high in the low 60s. Let's get the travel times. Let's get the travel times and say good morning to our good buddy, Jim Telemonte.
Well, good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Good news on Chicago's near south side. The access from northbound Lakeshore Drive to the Stevenson Expressway is open again. There was some emergency pavement repair on the outbound Stevenson at King Drive, and that had the ramp blocked. Now you can get from Lakeshore Drive northbound to the Stevenson Expressway. Not seeing any delays right now on the Aidens, the Kennedy, the Eisenhower, or the Stevenson. The Ryan still looks good. Inbound Mission 4, just a little heavy approaching downtown. The Indiana Toll Road has construction delays, the usual stuff in Porter and the Port Counties. Starting today on the north side, westbound Belmont closes at Western for sewer work. That's scheduled till next Monday. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
If medications haven't helped you treat your depression, why haven't you tried TMS therapy offered by Theramind? Now there is a way to successfully treat your depression without the need for meds and their harmful side effects. TMS therapy is covered by most insurance, including Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and Medicare. Don't continue to suffer needlessly. Call Theramind. Don't wait. Call Theramind now. 847-562-5868. The single greatest advancement to date in treating depression is TMS. It's an FDA-cleared, non-drug, safe, and effective treatment. TMS has already changed the lives of over 50,000 patients. Why not you? Visit TMSmind.com. Depression can be beaten, and without drugs. Call Theramind today, 847-562-5868, or get more info at TMSmind.com. That's Theramind at 847-562-5868, or online at TMSmind.com.
Flex Execs is a talent recruiting firm who, for almost 3 decades, has helped their clients become more competitive by identifying the right talent for interim assignments or special projects at the mid to senior level. Flex Execs' roster of talent is superior and unmatched. Flex Execs will help you meet your deadlines and goals, control costs, and place the right people who will deliver desired results. Whether you need one person or a team of people in HR, accounting, finance, marketing, operations, or senior leadership, Flex Execs can help. Their clients trust them to find the right people fast who produce results immediately. Connect online with Flex Execs at flex2016.com or call 630-655-0563 and ask for Chris Swanson or Karen Murphy. That's 630-655-0563 or online at flex2016.com.
Flex Execs, proud to be a sponsor of Dan and Amy's Business Tour. Flex Execs online at flex2016.com. Flex2016.com. Flex Execs, moving business at the speed of trust.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
My name is Brian Cole. I'm a realtor locally here in Chicago with Catchline Properties. My buyers were actually sellers, and Townstone made it an incredibly smooth process from start to end. My buyer for the mortgage ended up getting an incredibly low interest rate. I make it a point to send all my buyers to get qualified through Townstone Financial. If there is a specific date we are looking to close on, Zach, Barry, and the rest of the Townstone Financial team will go out of their way to make it a point that things will get done and get done properly.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639. Equal housing lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
More, much more than this. I did it my
Mr. Chairman of the Board, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, coming to you live from Gesture in Westmar, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour, our last stop on the AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. And we'll be talking to the Gesture folks a little bit later.
And you can watch us. We're video streaming, Dan. Did you know?
That's all I'm doing is watching.
560theanswer.com. Stop looking at yourself on the video stream. I mean, who knew you were so narcissistic?
And who knew that you are responsible for Megyn Kelly?
I am. I created her. She is the woman who she is today because of me and Anna Devlantes. No, she was a lawyer in Chicago for about 7 years. And she was at a music class with my friend Meredith, and Meredith told her that she was a writer at Channel 5, and she said, I really, really want to be on television. Not to be on television, but to be a legal analyst on TV. So she spent a few weeks job shadowing me. She held my umbrella once for a live shot, which I thought was really cool. She was great, but I knew as soon as I met her, she was going places because she was very aggressive, not bossy, but very assertive. She knew what she wanted.
Don't you dare use that word, bossy.
Yeah, and then she got a tape together. So I would do a live shot, and then she would take my script and, just to see how she appeared on camera, and then put a tape together, and then she got a job in Baltimore. Mm-hmm. And then from Baltimore, she moved on to bigger things.
Yeah. It's got to be interesting. Watching that.
No, it's fun watching her, watching Ginger Z, watching Paula Ferris. It's all
these are all
my girls,
colleagues of yours, people you helped groom.
People that when I saw their resume tape, I would tell my news director, she's got it. She's got the it. She's got a little sex appeal. She's smart. And then when they would come into the station, I would welcome them. I was the welcome wagon lady.
Well, it's interesting now,
or the party planner, as people would say.
You see this in to analogize this to sports. The great coaches, their assistants go on to be great coaches, like Bobby Knight and Mike Krzyzewski. You think about. There's something missing from this analogy as it pertains to your story.
It's okay. When Megyn came on, she's like, "How are you doing?" I go, "Oh, I'm slumming on AM radio. How are you?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, I'm fine. I'm good.
Yeah, no,
okay, I love when my friends succeed and do well.
Well, first of all, right.
And that is so true. I'm the first one to be. I'm very proud of everybody.
I don't want to get into the whole who's more successful than whom because that reflects badly on you. That's why I don't want to do it. So Megyn Kelly, a woman who used to hold Amy's umbrella, she interviewed Donald Trump yesterday, and this was towards the end of the interview. I thought this was an interesting comment by Trump.
Did they make out?
No.
And again, I'm sorry I couldn't last through the whole thing. But yes, what happened?
Well, that's why. I mean,
this is why you're here.
That's why I do all the dirty work that Megyn Kelly used to do for you. She asked Trump about winning and losing and what happens if he loses. Listen to what Trump said. I actually disagree.
I can't wait to hear this.
I actually disagree with Trump in terms of if he doesn't win, this is what he thinks this will have all been for if there's no victory in November.
And I appreciate, and I don't want to really talk about it because in case it doesn't work out, I guess I'd rather have that narrative. But I will say this. If I don't go all the way and if I don't win, I will consider it to be a total and complete waste of time, energy, and money.
Donald, don't say that.
I disagree with that.
I completely disagree.
I'll take your calls on that 312-642-5600 turnkey.pro answer line. If Trump loses, do you think this is all a waste of time for him or for the country? I'm not a Donald Trump fan. I think I've made that clear over the many months here.
You aren't.
But he has provided the spark for a revolt within the center-right ranks across the country that was long overdue, a reckoning with the political ruling class and the cowardly establishment types in the party that have, despite some electoral successes in recent cycles, have allowed the Obama agenda to continue almost unchecked.
But also, too, he's expanded the Republican Party. I mean, there's more registered Republicans now because of Donald Trump. More people are going out to vote because of Donald Trump.
Yeah, him as the titular head of the Republican Party, the head of the Republican Party, Paul Ryan even conceded that he's the head of the Republican Party now as the nominee. I have grave concerns about the direction he will take the Republican Party and what it will do to the brand of and the definition of conservatism. But in terms of him running and sparking this revolt and getting people agitated enough to finally stop throwing up their hands and participate in a meaningful way, even if he loses, that will have been a productive outcome. I think some conservatives would argue the best possible scenario, some of the never-Trumpers would say, that he loses, but what he did is still valuable. Mm-hmm. But it's more valuable if he loses, because then we get the best of both worlds. What he prompted, but without a Trump presidency. I'm not there quite yet, but it's just interesting. Let's go to Garrett in Lombard. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan.
Morning.
I was really impressed with the conversation about Megyn Kelly, because I'm remembering two incidents that were fantastic and outstanding. I saw her interview Bill Ayers and she made him look like he didn't have on big boy pants and was a terrible liar.
It's not hard to do.
It was a great, pardon me?
And so that's not too difficult to do. You know, he's a terrorist and all.
Well, I know, Dan, and I know
Yes.
that you could do it easily, but
That's right.
but I know you could. I have confidence in you, and Amy could do it easily as well. But
Thanks for the call, Garrett. And if you
you.
think Megyn Kelly was good with Bill Ayers, you should see her hold Amy's umbrella. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Special announcement. Backed by popular demand, the big Home Remodeling Expo, a free home show that's open to the public, is coming to the DuPage County Fairgrounds this weekend only. If you're looking to remodel your kitchen, bathroom, basement, or maybe get a new roof, flooring, windows, or siding, then this is the event for you. At this two-day expo, you'll meet local and national contractors displaying their products and services, get new ideas, set up estimates, and talk directly with contractors, many of which are offering huge discounts. Maybe you need a new furnace, state-of-the-art generator, or just a handyman. You'll find everything you need under one roof. Not only will you get a free gift at the door, but come to the show between 10 a.m. and noon on Saturday, May 21st for a chance to win a key that could start a brand new Harley Davidson. Remember, the DuPage County Home Remodeling Expo this weekend only at the fairgrounds in Wheaton. Get more information at homeshowevent.com. That's homeshowevent.com.
AM560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
A split decision in the Democrat primaries yesterday with the cackler barely holding on in Kentucky, and Bernie will not disavow his agitators in Nevada. That's at 5:38.
And wait until you hear what dictator Donald Trump wants to talk to now. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. We have 43 degrees officially at 5:32, and Bernie Sanders has won the Oregon presidential primary in a tight race with Hillary Clinton in Kentucky. Meantime, Clinton has filed financial documents showing that in 2015, she earned more than $5 million in royalties from her book and about $1.5 million in speaking fees before launching her presidential campaign. The White House this morning wary of legislation passed by the Senate that would allow families of 9/11 victims to sue the Saudi Arabian government for damages.
The President of the United States continues to harbor serious concerns that this legislation would make the United States vulnerable in other court systems around the world.
White House spokesman Josh Earnest. The NTSB continues to gather evidence in this weekend's deadly bus crash in South Texas.
We conducted our examination today of the roadway itself. Evidence that was marked, was identified, recorded, measured, and photographed.
The crash north of Laredo left 8 dead. A civil trial in the 2012 Colorado theater shootings is nearing an end, with closing arguments expected later today. 28 survivors and families of the dead sued theater owner Cinemark. More than 4 million U.S. workers may become eligible for new overtime pay under rules to be issued later today by the Obama administration. Overtime protections actually go back to the 1930s, but have been eroded in some industries, including fast food. Official misconduct charges filed against a Chicago police officer accused of punching and pushing a man who hit him after being transported to a hospital in June of 2014. Clausel Gauss has been released on his own recognizance. A Lake County judge says he'll rule next month on a motion to dismiss criminal charges against the widow of a suburban police officer who authorities say staged his own suicide. Melody Glenowitz was charged after her husband, Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joseph Glenowitz, died September 1st. Authorities say he staged his suicide because he feared discovery of his embezzlement of money from a youth program. Melody Glenowitz was charged with felony money laundering and misuse of charitable funds as well. Chicago sports. Last night in the NHL playoffs, San Jose beat St. Louis 4-0. On the diamond, Milwaukee over the Cubs 4-2, and Houston beat the White Sox 6-5 in 11. The Bulls in the NBA draft lottery go right where they were scheduled to go, number 14 overall in the NBA draft. The news, a service of Blue Cash Preferred Card from American Express. The Blue Cash Preferred Card from American Express, 6% cash back at U.S. supermarkets on up to $6,000 in purchases. And that means 6% cash back on those cheeses you can't pronounce, but eat anyway. Start earning cash back at mxbluecash.com. Terms apply. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity can read between the lines.
There is a strategy that has emerged among all of these prominent Republicans that they want to bring in a white knight candidate, an outsider. They want another person. And you want to know why? Because if you're a Cruz supporter, they think you're stupid. If you're a Trump supporter, they think you're stupid.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
Fact. College Illinois 529 prepaid tuition locks in tuition at today's plan rates to help you secure your child's future. Purchase a plan now and lock in your college costs before the May 31st enrollment deadline. Enroll now at collegeillinois.org.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Place your orders for promotional items now for the year. Get ready for the big trade show. Provide shirts or jackets for all of your employees, students, or church members. Or giveaway items like coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about any anything, our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding.
Here's an offer to help your budgets for the new year. 10% off and free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. 10% off and free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers.
We have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time.
Call 630-766-2825. 630-766-2825. Get more at trustinamerican.com.
538 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center, the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. We're seeing delays on the inbound ride starting around 31st Street. There is a stall just past 31st on the Chinatown feeder in the right lane. 20 minutes is the travel time, 95th to downtown, outbound 5 at 15. I-57, 18 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop 420. Edens and the Kennedy are still fine. The Eisenhower 2. Down Stevenson, you've got about a 4-minute delay from Cicero to Kedzie. The Illinois tollways look good. The Indiana Toll Road has the usual construction delays in Porter and LaPorte counties. Traffic service, a Blue Cash Preferred Card from American Express. The Blue Cash Preferred Card from American Express with 6% cash back at U.S. supermarkets on up to $6,000 in purchases. That means 6% cash back on those cheeses you can't pronounce but eat anyway. Start earning cash back at AmexBlueCash.com. Terms apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
The National Weather Service puts out a frost advisory this morning for those counties at or just north of the Wisconsin border. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Sunny and cool. 63 for a high. Clear and chilly, low 42 overnight. 43 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. Gesture is a organization business that works with charities, nonprofits, schools, churches, political organizations to organize events, maximize revenue in silent auctions, direct donations, and live auctions. It basically help people be and organizations be better fundraisers for their chosen goal or their chosen service mission. So good stuff, and we'll talk to the principals here later in the show. But, Amy, I want to close the loop for now on that Megyn Kelly Trump interview. Mm-hmm. Text from 630, because for those of you who don't know, didn't catch it, Megyn Kelly was essentially reared professionally by Amy Jacobson.
She was. I taught her. I took her out on the field and taught her the ropes. Showed her the ropes to say, what a live shot is, what a package is, what a VO, what a VOSOT is, all that inside stuff that's so fascinating.
Yeah, and you wonder, well, why did Megyn Kelly ascend to Fox News Channel and her own show and all this fame and fortune? And Amy Jacobson's here stuck with me. And it's a good question. And 630 has an answer to that question. Megyn Kelly equals sex appeal.
Yeah.
Amy Jacobson equals crazy cat lady. And that turns out to make all the difference.
That's so cruel.
Yeah.
Too soon.
It turns out to make a big difference in terms of your professional path.
I'm happy where I am.
On that Megyn Kelly interview, and Donald Trump saying if he loses, all of this will have been for naught, which I disagree with. Joe in Grand Rapids, Michigan, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yes, hi, Dan and Amy. Amy. Dan, you're right. It will not have been for naught because it will have brought the right center in place as it did. But Trump will feel that way because, he will not have, won. And, winning is everything to him. Being president and doing what's right for the country really doesn't mean two cents to him. All he cares about is winning. That's why he came out, with the book, The Art of the Deal. But most importantly, what I think, as far as that Megyn Kelly with the Fox News is that first debate really set the stage for the whole campaign season. And I think, from that point on, it was just a fight match between all the candidates. And that's the reason why most likely we wound up with Trump, because anytime anybody came close to him, he just slammed them. But there was no substance. There was no issues that were talked about on a substantive manner on a period that added up to anything.
Thanks for the call, Joe. Appreciate it.
I do think Donald Trump, though, cares about Americans, but he cares about winning more. I don't think he would handle losing well, because that's,
winning isn't everything. It's the only thing.
There you go, Dan. Who said that?
Vince Lombardi. But actually, that is misinterpreted. That is perceived to be that all Vince Lombardi cared about was winning by any means necessary. That's what that's interpreted to be. And actually, Lombardi was not indicating that. So it's one of those quotes that has been misinterpreted.
But do you think Megyn Kelly, by her question and his quick off-the-cuff response, that plowed the way or gave him a path to campaign in that manner? From that point on, or do you think it would have come out anyway?
I mean, he is who he is.
Yeah.
He's been the same guy for the last 40 years. He's not going to change it on the presidential stage, and he was already doing well leading into that first debate. I think that just helped to slingshot him to the front of the pack and create some distance. I mean, I think Megyn Kelly has been a benefit to Trump, and I think Trump has been a benefit to Megyn Kelly.
You think she's been on the cover of 6 magazines, not that I'm counting. I wave every time, too. Hi, Megyn. How you doing? She doesn't wave back.
No, she's like, I used to have to carry that chick's umbrella. Are you kidding?
Cray.
Tony on the South Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Amy, and good morning, Dan. I would just like to interject that I want to put this Amy, not bashing, but, Amy's a darling. I love Amy. And I would hold Amy's umbrella any day of the week. Megyn Kelly ain't got nothing on the Amy. Love you guys.
Yeah.
Talk to you.
Thanks, Tony.
Thanks, Tony.
Tony,
is that my cousin, Tony?
He would just hold your umbrella because he wants a show on Fox News Channel, too. That's the only reason. So yesterday there was primary elections in Oregon and Kentucky, and
guess what? Donald Trump won in Oregon.
Yes,
I'm just letting you know.
He did. He is
by double digits and then some.
He is inching to that magic 1237 number. He'll cross that threshold soon enough.
He needs 78 more.
But on the Democrat side, Bernie won Oregon as anticipated. Hillary Clinton wins Kentucky, but by 0.5% of a vote.
I know. Just 2,000 votes.
So there is still, the cackler is able to hold off Bernie with all of the infrastructure and the kind of establishment inertia on the Democrat side behind her. But the idea that if anybody was under the impression that the revolt on the left is subsiding, it's really not. That's the 20th state Bernie's won, and a lot of other states that he's lost have been razor-thin margins, like Kentucky, like Illinois, frankly.
He's not going away anytime soon.
He's not going away, and I wonder if what happened in Nevada over the weekend is a bit of foreshadowing of what might happen at the Democrat National Committee when Hillary is elevated to the nominee, assuming that it all goes as planned, as expected. This is, so much focus on Trump, and again, the Republican Party crack up and the internal dissension, because that's what the Washington Press Corps wants to do, to serve their leftist friends. But the Democrats, it's really interesting, and it's getting more interesting because after Nevada, you've got a little bit of a Trump phenomenon with the Feel the Burners engaging in some raucous behavior that is not being received well. Roberta Lang, she is the head of the Democrat Party in Nevada, right?
She she needs security today.
Yeah, she went on CNN yesterday and she said how she has been received internationally since the convention, where she quickly adjourned it, and Bernie supporters were none too happy, inciting the Clark County Sheriff to be called to clear the room.
Yeah, I get threats every 1 to 2 seconds on my phone, on my email, on Twitter, on Facebook. It is endless. In fact, it has gotten worse as time goes on, and it's awful. They've attacked my work, where my job here as a state party chair is volunteer. They've attacked the place where I am employed. It's a restaurant and gaming bar. They posted on their Yelp bad things about the restaurant. They've attacked my husband. They've made a clone book of my name and said awful things about my husband that looks like it's coming from me. There's no end to the threats and the vile comments that have been made.
Oh, and her children are being threatened, too. I mean, it's pretty bad. They had to stay in an undisclosed location last night.
When the left cannibalizes the left, isn't it interesting? And this video surfaced, CNN reported this yesterday as well. Bernie's national delegate director, Joan Cato, talking to the Feel the Burners, her fellow apparatchiks, in advance of the Nevada convention and telling them, don't you leave.
You should not leave. I'm going to repeat that. Unless you are told by somebody from the campaign, i.e. probably me or David, that you can leave, you should not leave. I don't care if the chair is up there herself or whoever the chair is and whoever becomes the chair, you should not leave.
I won't leave. I'm going to stay.
That's the old sit-in routine. Well, and the kind of the modern iteration of it, the version 2.0 or 3.0, it's the sit-in plus throw chairs and scream and howl and all that. Bernie was caught on the campaign trail, and he was asked about this and if he wanted to disavow what happened over the weekend in Nevada, and he had this to say.
Senator, quickly, this past weekend was the Nevada conventions.
Okay, I think we're going to do with that.
Do you have any reaction to that?
Well, they were accusing him of inciting violence, and he said, we are not violent, not a violent group.
Did you hear his reaction, though?
All I heard was engine noise.
Right, that's because he ducked into his car and took off.
Well, he did, yeah, because do you think Bernie Sanders is responsible for his crew?
Well, acting
up? I mean, they were upset because they didn't have a seat at the table, and they thought that they were going to have that reserved seat.
Well, I guess I would apply the standard they've applied to Trump, wouldn't I? Mm-hmm. So is Bernie responsible for the poor behavior of some of his supporters at the Nevada convention? Well, haven't Bernie and Hillary accused Trump of inciting violence at his rallies and holding him responsible for a handful of people that have acted badly at Trump rallies? So it seems like it's full circle, and you got Bernie Sanders and the cackler living in a glass commune. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
45 degrees right now under partly cloudy skies. We're going to go up to a high today of just 59 degrees, and of course it'll be cooler near the lake. And then tomorrow, plenty of sunshine and not too much warmer, a high in the low 60s. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Inbound Bishop Ford Freeway, it's jamming up early from 130th to the Ryan. It's 30 minutes from 8094 to the Merge. Outbound fine at 15. I-57 a little better with the delay starting at 119th. 22 minutes I-80 to the Ryan. And the Ryan is 21 minutes 95th to downtown. The Edens and the Kennedy remain delay-free. Inbound Eisenhower, slow Manheim to first. 33 minutes Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 30. Stevenson is 40 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound it's fine. The Illinois tollways are looking good. The Indiana Toll Road has construction delays in Porter and LaPorte counties. I'm Jim Talamonte, Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
You know, I've always been afraid we don't get enough, and that's why I feel so secure in taking Balance of Nature. But as long as I can get those fruits and vegetables, that's what to me is very important.
Well, I heard all the advertisements on the radios where I first heard about this, and of course I thought, well, I need to order that because I don't get my fruits and vegetables like I should. I eat some, but not all. So I started taking the product, and I've taken it religiously now for, I guess, 3 months, going on 3 months now, and I told my wife I can definitely tell a difference. So it's a good product.
Make the change today. No more synthetics, no more extracts. Today is your chance to get it right. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day health challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Hey, size matters. Look to the Italians. They made it happen. The Colosseum, the Vatican, the Tower of Pisa, and Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli Sandwiches. Yeah! Their signature subs are as big as your forearm, hefty and fully loaded with the highest quality deli meats on artisan bread. Their homemade Italian beef sandwiches are sliced paper thin, using their own family recipe. And if you can't choose between the burgers, wraps, or hand-rolled meatball sandwiches, then get them all. Feed your inner rock star. Eat amongst authentic rock and roll memorabilia while you enjoy the soundtrack of your glory days. Or pick up and go. Either way, Augie's offers fast, fresh, and affordable food. Even gluten-free options. Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, Carroll Stream or West Chicago. Be sure to visit augustinos.com for full menus and directions. And if the party's on at your house, look to Augie's for catering. Don't make it happen with Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so Donald Trump was asked by Megyn Kelly in their interview if Trump had any regrets about the campaign. Well, Ted Cruz answered that question as well in a campaign video that was released entitled No Regrets. Here's a Cruz campaign staffer addressing the staff at the conclusion of the campaign as part of that video.
We're going to have this time that we're going to reflect on for the vastness of our life, and we're going to have this short window of time. Did I get through this without regrets? So in this campaign, to a person, I feel like this is nearly a regret-free campaign. We literally did every single thing we could do. Ted Cruz didn't lose. Our campaign for president lost.
Yeah, a campaign for president lost, and Ted Cruz is also featured in that video talking to the troops. Pretty good stuff.
And at the end of the day, you will look in the mirror and be proud of having been part of this team. What we accomplished is frankly insane. Nobody thought we had a prayer to do it. But what we did collectively here is we sparked a fire and started a movement. And that's powerful, and it doesn't go away with one election.
Are you trying to make me cry?
Sparked a movement. I'll tell you what, it's interesting. Ted Cruz, the rare a bit of emotion.
Did he got teary-eyed?
From Ted Cruz, listen.
It has been the greatest honor of my life to be in this foxhole 20, 30, 40 years from now. The people in this room, the people across this country will say I was part of this. Am I sad? Yes. But I also know that collectively we did everything we could. We left everything on the field.
I'll tell you what, it's a cool thing.
Nice.
The campaigns are unique experiences, life-changing experiences. You actually kind of live a life within the confines of a campaign. I think about all the campaigns I've been involved in, and even ones just in the recent years seem like lifetimes ago because they're such efforts
intense,
of concentrated activity, right? And it's so different than most things in life where you have a deadline, and that deadline is coming whether you're prepared for it or not. So you're working toward a day where you're going to get a thumbs up or a thumbs down. And it is kind of war by other means, and so it builds bonds that are unique, and this is across all campaigns, not just Cruz's. But it was a nice video they put together. It was a class act for Cruz on the way out. I don't know if he'll have a second act other than running for re-election as senator in American politics, but it's worth reflecting on his campaign and some others as well. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
You've made the switch. and it feels so good. You switch to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You know the name Barbara Walters. Now remember the company, Ameritrust Mortgage.
Ameritrust Mortgage was formed along with a talented professional staff that makes your mortgage process easy, swift, and cost-efficient for you, the home buyer, and for those who refinance. Ameritrust is all-inclusive, start to finish, the way lending should be. At Ameritrust, we believe it has been our privilege to have helped thousands of people over 30 years with purchasing or refinancing their home. We are here to help. Let us customize a loan program for your specific needs, FHA, VA, or conventional. At Ameritrust, the responsibility belongs to me. It's my name on the door. I am the president. I am Barbara Walters. Call Ameritrust now, 815-459-7303. Again, that number is 815-459-7303, or visit us at am560myhome.com.
Ameritrust Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee number 720, NMLS number 217229.
Hey, this is David Hall from Draft Tech. So you're an engineer or manager at one of the many chemical, petrochemical, or pharmaceutical plants in Chicagoland. You want to take advantage of all the built-in niceties that come along with the new Plant Suite software that's out there. The instrument lists, the reports, the inventories, the ISOs, everything that makes your job easier. You've got two problems. One, it's not 1990, and you can't just pull a kid out of junior college and expect them to make the program sing. And two, if you don't know what you're doing with these programs, you not only can screw things up, you can majorly screw things up. That's where Draft Tech comes in. We're working with these programs every day. We've got the experience and the know-how, and best of all, we're available. We're just a phone call away. We've seen it all, and we can help you navigate through all the potential problems and avoid all the pitfalls. Check us out at draftingresults.com. Cutting-edge technology, old school service. Check us out at draftingresults.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Bill Clinton in 1996 sounds awfully like a certain presidential nominee in 2016 on the issue of immigration. We'll have that at 6:06.
And frustrated flyers, listen up. Help is on the way. We'll explain. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. Misconduct charges filed against a Chicago police officer. A 13-year-old Chicago girl and her mother are charged in a student's death. Chicago debates rules for short-term home rentals like Airbnb, and remains desecrated at a Chicago area cemetery have been reinterred. Sunny and cool today with a high near 63. Weather after Fox News, WIND. Chicago News Time is 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He wins another state. Bernie Sanders takes Oregon to the delight of that crowd at a rally in California, though he came up short in Kentucky. Fox's Tanya J. Powers recaps the Democrat primaries live.
Well, Sanders won Oregon with 54% of the vote, says he's not going anywhere.
It will be a steep climb. I recognize that. But we have the possibility of going to Philadelphia with a majority of the pledged delegates.
Steep indeed. He would need to win 70% of the remaining delegates to do it. Now, Kentucky is still officially too close to call, with Clinton leading with less than 0.5%. She is now less than 100 delegates away from clinching the nomination, Dave.
Tanya, Donald Trump won the Republican primary in Oregon, moving him closer to the nomination. He admits he's made some mistakes running for president, but
to look back and say, gee whiz, I wish I didn't do this or that, I don't think that's good. I don't even think, in a certain way, I don't even think that's healthy.
Trump talking to Fox's Megyn Kelly, who he called a bimbo, attacking her after an August debate.
I have great respect for you that you were able to call me and say, let's get together and let's talk. To me, I would not have done that.
Millions of Americans could get a pay raise under new overtime rules that'll be issued today. Fox's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
Dave, more than 4 million American workers will be eligible for overtime pay under new rules from the Obama administration, which expand the annual salary threshold at which companies can deny overtime from around $23,000 to just over $47,000 a year. While some workers burning the candle at both ends welcome the news, business groups are not happy, saying the new rules will force some companies to convert salary workers into hourly ones, effectively demoting them. Dave.
Rachel, Houston police keep searching for a man who stabbed a boy to death unprovoked as the 11-year-old walked home from school yesterday, and then that man ran away from the bloody scene. This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Outside, we have sunshine this morning, 43 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Official misconduct charges have been filed against a Chicago police officer accused of punching and pushing a man who hit him after being transported to a hospital. Cook County State's attorneys say Officer Clausel Gauss was captured on hospital surveillance video footage in June of 2014, pushing and shoving the 24-year-old victim. Gauss has been released on his own recognizance. The first meeting in weeks among Governor Rauner and the 4 legislative leaders is doing just a little bit to resolve the state budget impasse, now in its 11th month. AM 560's David Stewart reports on movement from both sides.
Democrats and Republicans agreed to study Governor Rauner's controversial reform agenda. Senate Minority Leader Christine Radonio struggled to call that progress.
I'm hopeful that they're willing to talk about reform because I guarantee you the people of this state are not willing to pay more money for the same lousy government.
Senate President John Cullerton says studying reform doesn't mean there's agreement.
The main thing I wanted to accomplish was to make sure that the governor was committed to being in favor of some revenue increases, and he said he was.
House Speaker Michael Madigan held fast to his position that Rauner's reforms hurt middle-class people. David Stewart, Chicago.
Chicago police say a 13-year-old girl and her mother have been charged with fatally stabbing a 15-year-old during a fight outside an apartment complex in the city's Inglewood neighborhood. Police say the girl was charged Tuesday as a juvenile with first-degree murder in the death of Dakayla Dansbury. Sheila Dansbury spoke to reporters yesterday.
She didn't deserve to be murdered, you know. She's a good kid. She was a good kid, and her life was stolen from her.
Police say the mother of the 13-year-old, 35-year-old Tamika Gayden, provided a knife used in the killing and is now charged with contributing to the delinquency of a minor. Human remains and grave items recovered when a grave desecration was found in 2009 at a suburban cemetery have been reinterred. But 2,000 human remains and grave items received at Burr Oak Cemetery in Alsip were placed back in graves. The desecration took place between 2003 and 2009. Cook County Sheriff Tom Dart organized the ceremony, says the cemetery is under new management and improvements are being made. Baseball last night, Milwaukee over the Cubs 4-2. Houston beat the White Sox 6-5 in 11. The news service of Burger King's breakfast. Get an awesome deal on breakfast. 2 Croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $4. Piled high with thick-cut bacon or savory sausage, fluffy egg, melted cheese. 2 Burger King croissant, $4. Only a Burger King limited time. Price and participation may vary. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's so important businesses who share conservative values work together and support each other so our companies thrive. If you're a manufacturer, I encourage you to call Laz Kolchar from Automated Systems. As a software and systems integration company, they create custom solutions to make your production lines, facilities, and plants run more efficiently. Imagine less downtime, more speed, and fewer rejects. It doesn't matter if you're a Fortune 500 or a startup. Automated Systems delivers solutions for your toughest automation challenges. At Freedom Summit, Laz wowed the crowd with the story of escaping communism, coming to the U.S., and building a successful company. And I know that Laz and Automated Systems can wow your company by making it more profitable. If you even suspect that Automated Systems could benefit your manufacturing company, then call Laz at Automated Systems at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit automatedsys.com. The number again, 844-HIRE-ASI.
Discover Westmont, a community nestled in the heart of DuPage County. With top-notch schools, beautiful affordable housing, and excellent dining and shopping, Westmont makes a great place to live, work, and play. Choose Westmont. Discover how your business can flourish and grow with a wonderful central location providing rapid access to Chicago's key expressways, airports, and many family-friendly amenities. Add quick transportation on the Burlington train line, and that means simple and easy travel for everyone. Westmont is committed to working collaboratively with you to facilitate inquiries about your family or business relocation. We'll help your company navigate to Westmont for a great experience. Call Larry Forsberg at Westmont Economic Development at 630-824-9337. That's 630-824-9337 to find out about incentives that can help you plan your development, relocation, or expansion. Discover all Westmont has to offer. For more information, visit choosewestmont.com. That's choosewestmont.com.
If you want to work until you drop, reduce your standard of living in retirement, or lose more of your hard-earned money in the stock market, then just ignore me. But if you'd like to generate a steady, predictable income, I'm talking real wealth and financial security for as long as you live, then listen to this. A free report is now available that reveals the money-making secrets Wall Street and the banks don't want you to know. It reveals how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your money in the Wall Street casino. To get your free special report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com.
It's the Ready to Ride sales event and time to gear up for your ultimate off-road adventure. Experience the unmatched performance of a Can-Am Maverick XDS or the affordable Outlander L starting at $63.99. Hurry in by May 31st and save up to $2,000 on select 2015 models, plus get great financing. Get ready to ride because the fun starts now.
Visit our equipment in Sycamore.
Subject to credit approval. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
6:07. Let's get an update on the roads in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the eastbound Adams Tollway, traffic starts hitting the brakes around the Tri-State. The delays continue to around Cumberland. On the inbound Kennedy, it's 24 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. Edens is still fine. Inbound Eisenhower, stop and go Wolf to Harlem. 42 minutes Thorndale to the post office, outbound 34. Stevenson now 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound it's fine. Ryan 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57 Bishop Ford 31 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Traffic service timeshareexitteam.com. If you could get out of your timeshare safely and legitimately, would you? Timeshareexitteam.com has a 100% guarantee they'll get you out or give you a full refund. Call 844-321-EXIT. 844-321-EXIT. TimeshareExitTeam.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly sunny with a high of 63. Tonight, clear with a low 42. Then a mostly sunny day tomorrow with a high of 66. And a partly cloudy night with a low 46. Clouds and sun for Friday, high of 69. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
43 at O'Hare, 45 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals. Get more money for your home by listing with a real marketing expert.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Let's talk about us.
Okay. I tell you what, in a certain way, what you did might have been a favor because I felt so good about having gotten through. I said, if I can get through this debate with those questions, you can get through anything.
We had a significant challenge in Chicago yesterday.
And one checkpoint for the entire airport, for the entire domestic flights. It's like crazy.
It will be a steep climb. I recognize that. But we have the possibility of going to Philadelphia with a majority of the pledged delegates.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're broadcasting live this morning from Gesture in Westmont. This is part of our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour, and I'm sorry to tell you, Amy, but this is our swan song for the AM 560 Signature Bank business tour. This is our last stop.
Are you sure?
I'm sure.
Okay.
Well, you took that a lot better than I thought you would. That's great.
Well, I thought we were going to try to go to Great America next week.
Well, I'm to the Signature Bank business tour.
Right, exactly.
Yes. This is the tour where we connect entrepreneurial capitalists to other entrepreneurial capitalists by profiling them. Great America is where you go on rides.
Okay. But Gesture's a great place. I mean, Gesture, in case you don't know, they work with charities, nonprofits, schools, churches, and political organizations to organize events and maximize revenue. For, silent auctions, they have mobile bidding. They set that up for corporations. When you want to raise money, you want to use Gesture.
Yeah, gesture.com or their Facebook page, facebook.com/Team Gesture. Just don't post anything of a conservative nature there because it'll be removed. But yeah, you go to these events, a great philanthropist like I am.
Yes.
You go to these events and you see how different organizations do this, and so they employ companies like Gesture to set up the technology and make sure that they maximize the marginal philanthropic dollar I have to give.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But there's a list of companies that, of clients of Gesture, and they appreciate their work. You can go on their website and see the nice reviews that they've given to Gesture because they've helped raise them tens of thousands of dollars.
Turning to politics here, nice little mashup that was done. Bill Clinton in 1996 talking about immigration, and Donald Trump in 2016 talking about immigration. Now, remember, Donald Trump is a xenophobe and a bigot and is spewing hate and all of these things with respect to some of the things he said about immigration and what his immigration policies would be. Vicente Fox doesn't appreciate them, clearly.
No.
Yeah, he's given him the one-finger salute in response, as of Hollywood liberals and the typical folks that supported the Clintons back in the 90s. So listen to Clinton 96 versus Trump 16 and see if you can distinguish the two.
One of these areas is the problem of illegal immigration.
We have to stop the inflow of illegals coming into our country.
This administration has taken a strong stand to stiffen the protection of our borders.
We will build a wall. It will do what it's supposed to do. Keep illegal immigrants out.
We are increasing border controls by 50%.
We're going to have a border. It's going to be a real border. We have a country. We have to have borders.
We are increasing inspections to prevent the hiring of illegal immigrants. And tonight I announce I will sign an executive order to deny federal contracts to businesses that hire illegal immigrants.
What are we going to do about illegal hiring? You can be very, very strong. It could be a huge financial penalty. It could be beyond a
What are these guys in your...
Because that's the magnet. With E-Verify and with the various
are you for
methods. It? I'm for it.
We should honor every legal immigrant here working hard to be a good citizen, but we are also a nation of laws.
We have a country. We have to have laws. We either have a country or we don't.
Kind of fascinating, isn't it?
It's like they're reading from the same script.
Well, it's one of the reasons maybe Trump has more appeal and more credibility on this issue than others in either party is because we've been hearing a version of the rap that Donald Trump has been offering in terms of border security from both parties for a long time. And maybe the Gang of Eight bipartisan concession to amnesty was the final straw, and so only an outsider is going to have any credibility, but particularly somebody from the business world, because you've heard about this for 30 years plus, and the federal government has not moved with any particular speed to do something approximating what leaders in both parties have said. And thus the appeal of Trump 20 years after Bill Clinton was saying things that are very similar, of course, treated very differently by the media.
But did Bill Clinton, and correct me if I'm wrong, say that we need to build a wall? I mean, what I heard him say is we need to have, 50% more Border Patrol agents employed.
And also going after employers who hire persons that are here illegally. That's certainly more aggressive than his wife is talking about today. In fact, both Bernie and Hillary are talking about open borders effectively. And in terms of building a wall, no, I don't think he used that phraseology specifically, but there's a lot of fencing up along the 1,800-mile southern border, isn't there? And Donald Trump hasn't been president for a day yet. So who put that up?
What do you mean recently? Well, there's always been something in place.
Right. So who put that up? So we're not arguing about kind, we're arguing about degree. You agree there should be a barrier on the border.
There is one when there's a
Republican Party, Democrat Party, because there was one that exists.
Yeah, it's been there since I can remember. I mean,
okay.
It's the beginning of
beginning of time. No,
not the beginning of time, but any big city like Ciudad Juarez and El Paso, they've had a wall up in between forever.
Right, and of course the irony of the White House increasing the height of the fencing around the White House to keep people out, keep people from jumping the fence and getting by Secret Service agents who are asleep or drunk
or sexting. Don't leave that one out, Dan. Come on.
Could be a lot of things going on. But I mean, but what you've essentially conceded the premise, right? That there should be a barrier. Now Trump's saying a wall. And the other two parties have said, we're fine with a porous fence. Mm-hmm. I think that is, this is another example where you have middling rhetoric with little action from Democrats and Republicans. And I don't know what you're going to get from Trump, because who knows.
But there is the projection of strength and no nonsense about some of these issues. And that, frankly, just has larger appeal than the middling rhetoric from politicians who've dithered on the issue for generations.
So when Hillary Clinton becomes president, what role is Bill Clinton going to play? Because he was asked yesterday to be a cabinet. A reporter asked Hillary, "Do you want him to be a cabinet member?" And she was like this. She didn't say no, but she looked and she shook her head no.
Yeah.
She's got different plans for him.
I reject the premise.
What do you mean?
You said when Hillary Clinton
Well, that's
is
what
president.
Bill Clinton, former president. You know him, you love him, yeah. Was in Puerto Rico yesterday, saying what his responsibilities will be when she is president.
The leaders of the Young Democrats. I have the Young Democrats already.
I think people are smart enough to figure this out without my help.
And that's not the soundbite.
Yeah.
That
Well,
didn't go well. But he
well,
said basically that
yeah.
he brought the economy back when he was president. He revitalized the economy, and that's what his role is going to be moving forward.
Yeah, right. I know. And then Donald Trump rightly asked if he was going to bring the Energizer with him. The Energizer, which was codenamed for one of Bill Clinton's alleged paramours.
Really?
Yes. So Donald Trump is not going to resist the temptation to go after the Clintons straight away, nor should he. By the way, just on this immigration matter, to close the loop and to underscore why there is such, even though this isn't necessarily at the top of people's issues of concern, economy and national security and frankly even domestic security in the streets in places like Chicago, healthcare and the like. But it says something about a ruling class that is indifferent to the wishes and concerns of their constituents, and frankly doesn't represent their constituents at their expense. An example of this, a story out yesterday, President Obama's summer program, the Obama regime spending millions of dollars of your money to find summer jobs for refugees, refugee students in places like New York, $2 million of the $21 million the regime plans to spend on a variety of programs in 11 communities nationwide to help young people find summer work. $2 million of that $21 million set aside to help 400 refugee students in Utica, New York, get work through some nonprofit or advocacy organization, New Americans Career Pathways Project. But the point is to say again, so I've played by the rules all my life. My kid doesn't get any help. But people who are here illegally, people who haven't played by the rules, not just people who are illegally, but people who haven't played by the rules generally, get the special program, get the inside deal. Their kids get taken care of at my expense while my family's interests are not represented by this government. You know what? I'm sick of it. I want a blunt instrument to make it clear to the Washington the political ruling class that I'm sick of it, and Donald Trump is that instrument. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Plenty of sunshine today, 45 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 60 degrees. And tomorrow looks spectacular. Tomorrow, not a cloud in the sky, just a beautiful day. And a high near 66 degrees. Let's get the travel times. How's the inbound Bishop Ford? Here's Jim Telemonte.
It's heavy, Amy and Dan. Good morning. Bishop Ford and I-57 now, both really slow going with the delays on the Bishop Ford starting around 130th. It's 31 minutes, 80-94 to the right. And outbound, there's a stall at the Steel Bridge on the right shoulder. I-57 delays start at Sibley. It's 35 minutes now from I-80 to the Ryan. Ryan is 28 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eden's inbound, 20 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Kennedy, 25 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 24. The Eisenhower's a 45-minute drive from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 36. Stevenson jamming up, especially from the Des Plaines River Bridge to Kedzie. 1 hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, 45 minutes from the Tri-State. Still okay outbound. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow from the Tri-State to the Kennedy, and the Reagan Tollway slow from the Tri-State to the Eisenhower. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Parents, if you're like me, I know that you're sick of your kids spending all of their time with their electronic devices. So toss those iPhones, iPads, turn off the Xbox, and check out Donley's Wild West Town, a Western theme park just a short drive from Chicago. It's in Union, Illinois. They're open this weekend, everybody, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. both days. One admission fee includes everything. It's fun that everyone in the family can experience together, and there really is nothing else like it. Rides, attractions, panning for gold, my favorite, shooting slingshots, a Wild West show, a museum, a petting zoo, great food. They have an excellent restaurant there, and so much more. Parents, grandparents, kids, everyone will enjoy a day together at Donley's Wild West Town. It's interactive family fun, so check out all the details at wildwesttown.com. That's wildwesttown.com. And you can also set up a group outing or for your church group or summer camp or daycare camp. Donley's Wild West Town open this weekend from 10 to 6 p.m. Donley's Wild West Town. Good old-fashioned family fun.
When elderly family require care, you insist on local medical professionals with specialized training in home services and nursing. Alliance Home Service is a leading family alternative to nursing home and institutional care. It's critical to ask the right questions when matching a caregiver to your loved one to maintain the most positive lifestyle for your entire family. Alliance Home Service is among a select group of Chicagoland companies providing in-home non-medical care such as hygiene, medication reminders, activities, and companionship and medical care. All caregivers have the highest level of training and expertise. You'll experience the cost efficiency of in-home care as well as the level of caring you expect from family. Call founder and registered nurse Linda Weiler at 866-227-3459 or visit alliancecaregiver.com for a no-obligation family care consultation. Alliance Home Service. Our family caring for your family. That's 866-227-3459 or alliancecaregiver.com.
Now that spring has arrived, it's likely you're looking forward to the warmer weather. But if you're a business owner, facilities manager, or maintenance engineer, you risk the same potential problem every year. A complete system failure. In fact, up to half of all commercial air conditioning units fail upon startup each season due to the lack of regular maintenance and repair. Let the professionals at Air Comfort make a comprehensive assessment of your mechanical system before there's a problem. A poorly operating air conditioning system results in uneven temperatures and humidity problems, leading to unhealthy mold and mildew growth. Don't compromise your business's overall air quality. Schedule today with Air Comfort. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Even if you're under contract with another provider, let Air Comfort provide your second opinion. After all, there's a reason why hundreds of businesses have trusted Air Comfort with their mechanical maintenance for more than 80 years. That's Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935.
We're so excited about our sold-out golf outing at the Bolingbrook Golf Club coming up on Thursday, June 16th to benefit Operation Support Our Troops America.
If you weren't able to get in this year, don't worry. You can still reserve a tee time at the Bolingbrook Golf Club anytime this spring or summer by visiting BolingbrookGolfClub.com.
And thanks to the sponsors who are making our golf outing possible.
Remax Professionals, Charity Golf International, Dr. Amy and Associates, MJ Miller and Company Jewelers in Barrington, Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, and Pearl Mortgage.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So I've got J.K. Rowling, Jeb, and Jeff Daniels, or Dumb, Dumber, and Dumbest. Which order do you want to go in?
Well, why are you ripping on my Jeb?
Yeah.
He's at home making guacamole with his son.
You want to start with Dumber rather than starting with Dumb or Dumbest? You want to start with Dumber? All right, so Dumber.
Okay, so Jeb Bush finally got his act together. He responded to Donald Trump tweeting a picture out of on Cinco de Mayo. Remember, Donald Trump had a taco bowl and said, "I love Hispanics," while he's eating a taco bowl.
Right. There was a tweet that went viral in response to that. Even Donald Trump's food has walls.
That's awesome. Well, Jeb Bush was in the Netherlands and spoke with their, I guess, the NBC equivalent of their, of here. He spoke with a reporter in the Netherlands, all right? And he said to them that is the equivalent of eating.
Is Jeb relocating?
I don't know. Maybe.
All right. What did he say now?
He said what Donald Trump did was the equivalent of eating a watermelon during saying that, quote, I can't speak today.
Right, boy. I hope Jeb delivered the line more effectively than you did.
During Black History Month, eating a watermelon and tweeting out, "I love African Americans," which is true because it was offensive to him, and Jeb Bush's wife is Hispanic, and they were offended by that tweet.
How many months did it take Jeb Bush to come up with that line?
About 3 months.
And probably he's got a team of writers, I assume,
No.
that are still employed. All right, so there's Dumber. Here's Dumb, J.K. Rowling, the Harry Potter author. She actually said, she tweeted in December that Trump is worse than Voldemort, which apparently is the villain in the Harry Potter series, right?
Mm-hmm.
But she also said, I support Donald Trump. I support Donald Trump. This was...
is this another hate endorsement?
During Literary Awards Gala in New York on Monday night, she said, I find almost everything that Mr. Trump says objectionable. I consider him offensive and bigoted, but he has my full support to come to my country and be offensive and bigoted there. His freedom to speak protects my freedom to call him a bigot. His freedom guarantees mine. So, I mean, and she makes a good point. I don't agree with the underlying statement that she made, but she makes a good point because there's been talk about, essentially banning, Michael Savaging Trump, banning him from England, and she kind of rallied to his defense, sort of a backhanded one, but a defense nonetheless. And then there's Jeff Daniels, who was not so charitable. Jeff Daniels sat down with the Bloomberg guys, Heilman and Halpern, and Jeff Daniels had this to say about Trump before he invade about Bernie.
Yeah, and look at anything that Trump's done. It plays into hatred. It plays into what's the worst possible thing we can create and then fan that flame. And that's why you've got racism and bigotry and make America, the hat should say, make America white again. That's what it should say. That's what it should say. And he knows that.
Make America white again. I think Diamond and Silk would disagree with Jeff Daniels about that, as well as a lot of other Trump supporters. But this is the line of argumentation from a lobotomized Hollywood leftist like Jeff Daniels, who needs Aaron Sorkin to write his material for him.
And I think I've been lobotomized because a friend of mine just texted me saying Cinco de Mayo was a few weeks ago, not a few months ago.
Well, that's
We're still
true.
in the month of May, so
That's-
I'm just letting you know. It's just a few weeks ago.
I find that offensive. Now, just to give you a sense of Jeff Daniels' capacity for deep thought, listen to what he said about Bernie Sanders, who, of course, he's supporting.
I love Bernie. I love the ideas that he's got. To me, it's like somebody who went to Woodstock who now is running for president. And it's all those ideals and that let's just make the world a great place and legalize this and free health care and free college and going for all of that. Great ideas. But that thing called Congress, is a problem.
Congress is the
blame
problem.
the Republicans.
Congress is the problem.
Yeah.
Free college is a great idea. I mean, this is just comical. It is somebody, almost like somebody from Woodstock running for president, except Bernie Sanders wouldn't even be qualified to be the bathroom attendant at Woodstock. Matt and Wheaton, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, I was just saying that it's not offensive for Obama to have corned beef and cabbage and say, I love Irish people on St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah, good point. Exactly. I think.
But he
Thanks
probably
for the
wouldn't
call, Matt.
tweet it out.
Well, so what's the difference? The point is, you're just, it's symbolic, and the idea, getting offended over that, him having Mexican food on Cinco de Mayo, saying I love Mexican people, just like Obama having corned beef and cabbage on St. Patrick's Day. Can we just all get over ourselves a little bit? Dan and Amy coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont, AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm hosting a credit enhancement and home buying seminar May 18th at Zany's Comedy Club in St. Charles. You should attend if you're credit challenged, filed bankruptcy, experienced a foreclosure or short sale, and would like to either refinance or purchase a home. You should attend if you'd like to learn how to secure the lowest interest rate when purchasing or refinancing a home. You should attend if you're tired of not being able to get your groove on because you're living in your parents' basement. More importantly, your kids should attend if you're tired of not being able to get your groove on because your kids are living in your basement. Go to PearlDavid.com, that's PERL David.com, to register for the May 18th Credit Enhancement and Home Buying Seminar at Zany's Comedy Club in St. Charles. The seminar is free and seating is limited, so go to PERLDavid.com now to register. Pearl Mortgage, an equal housing lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee, 4358, RMLA, NMLS 19186.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
A Salon.com defends pedophilia. Of course It does. That's what the left must do in advance of its moral agnosticism. We'll have that at 6:36.
And if you fly out of O'Hare, help is on the way, says one of our senators. We'll explain later. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, we have clouds and sun, 44 degrees. Limited damage reported after a powerful 6.7 magnitude earthquake struck Ecuador's Pacific coast this morning, the same place. A devastating quake that killed 660 more than a month ago. The Red Cross in Sri Lanka says 200 families are feared buried by rain-triggered mudslides in 3 major villages in the central part of that country. California water officials this morning plan to vote on whether to lift restrictions brought on by the state's past drought. California has been in drought for 5 years, but El Nino storms delivered above average amounts of rain, and winter snow has filled key reservoirs. Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders both declaring victory in Tuesday's presidential primaries. Clinton picking up an unofficial win in a very close race in Kentucky, down to 2,000 votes, while Sanders has been named outright victor in Oregon.
Well, let me be as clear as I can be. I agree with you. We are in to the last ballot is cast.
Sanders at a rally in Southern California. 4 million U.S. workers may become eligible for overtime pay under new rules issued later today by the Obama administration's Labor Department. Official misconduct charges filed against a Chicago police officer accused of punching and pushing a man who hit him in June of 2014 after being transported to a hospital. Legislative leaders in Springfield giving mixed reviews to the latest discussions with Governor Bruce Rauner to negotiate an end to the epic budget standoff here in the state of Illinois. And a black University of Iowa freshman from Naperville apparently lied when he said he was beaten in an Iowa City alley earlier this month by white men who yelled racial slurs. Iowa City police say Marcus Owens had been involved in multiple confrontations in a bar. Staff then removed him from the premises. An FBI investigation found that while witnesses do report hearing one person use a slur, the May 1st incident does not qualify as a hate crime. Baseball last night, Milwaukee over the Cubs 4-2. Houston beat the White Sox in 11, 6-5. The news service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. If you could get out of your timeshare safely and legitimately, would you? TimeshareExitTeam.com has a 100% guarantee they'll get you out or give you a full refund. 844-321-EXIT. TimeshareExitTeam.com. 844-321-EXIT. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Republican Party faces an existential crisis.
What is it that we need to do to unify the Republican Party and all strains of conservative wings in the party?
As the shadow of Trump looms large over the party.
I don't think I'm a divisive person. I'm a unifier.
Meanwhile, you're just wondering who the heck to vote for this fall. And we're here to help.
Everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie to benefit themselves and their people.
The latest news, opinion, and insight only on your election station, AM 560. The Answer.
Can you grow your business? Goose your bottom line? GoDaddy can help with website design, online marketing tools, and 24/7 expert advice. Go you. GoDaddy.
What is it about buying a mattress that leaves you feeling violated? Pushy salespeople, fake sales, the walk of shame out of the mattress store? Those days are over. Hi, I'm Christian von Rickenbach, co-founder of Helix Sleep, where you can buy a mattress online, customized for you, for hundreds of dollars instead of thousands. Go to helixsleep.com, answer a few simple questions, and we build you the most comfortable mattress you'll ever sleep on. Shipping is free, and you have 100 nights to try it out. Go to helixsleep.com/USA. That's helixsleep.com/USA.
Psoriasis and vitiligo are serious diseases. You've tried everything and have been disappointed. Now there's X-Track, a breakthrough treatment that provides long-lasting, safe relief. X-Track is FDA cleared for the treatment of psoriasis and vitiligo and is endorsed by thousands of dermatologists and hospitals because it works. Clinical studies show immediate results with up to 95% clearance. The in-office visits are fast, painless, with virtually no side effects. With thousands of providers treating patients all over the country, X-Track is covered by all major insurance companies and Medicare. We'll help you find a doctor close by, and there is no cost to you until you see results. Get your life back. Live free. Live X-Track clear.
For your no-cost treatment, call now 800-972-3143. That's 800-972-3143. 800-972-3143 or visit xtracradio.com. qualified patients. Certain restrictions apply. Results may vary.
6:36. Let's get an update on the roads in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Arlington Heights, there's a collision on Palatine Road at Arlington Heights Road involving a car and a motorcycle. Eastbound 8094 at the Indiana Toll Road. Crash in the left lane. Edens is 22 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. Kennedy now 30 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. The Eisenhower is a 50-minute drive from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 38. Stevenson jammed from the Des Plaines River Bridge to Kedzie, 1 hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, 45 minutes from the Tri-State, outbound 36 minutes to 3:55. The Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57, 37 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 31. Traffic service at Burger King's breakfast. Right now at Burger King, get an awesome deal on breakfast. 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $4. Piled high with thick-cut bacon or savory sausage, fluffy eggs, and melted cheese. That's 2 croissant for $4. Only at Burger King. Limited time only. Price and participation vary. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Sunny and cool. High 63 today. Clear and chilly again overnight. Low 42. 43 at O'Hare. Next news at 7, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont. Where's the clapping?
Hello.
Yeah, thank you.
With Eric Thomas helping us out.
Thank you very much. Keep it down. This is a place of business.
There's a putting green over there.
I know. Can't wait to.
Quiet. Oh, you're going to tackle that, aren't you?
Practice my stroke.
Yeah,
and my putting.
I heard you had a horrible round on Sunday, and I heard that actually from one Dan Proft.
I did.
Actually, John Miller called me, your publicist.
Yeah, I've retained
to let
him.
me know that
he's very good.
Let me know that your game was it's not as good as it should be.
It was one of the worst rounds of my life on Sunday, and I don't want to talk about it. And I appreciate you opening wounds I'm trying to salve. Now back to Gesture.
Yes.
Yes, if I could. This is
please.
The last stop on our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. We've had a great time with C.H. Hansen and Impact Marketing and Flex Execs, Garvey Office Products, Signature Bank itself.
That was our first one, yes.
Now Gesture, I know I'm forgetting
we
one
shouldn't
or two, but anyway, we'll include them as we go.
ProBuilt.
ProBuilt, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's another good one. So anyway, connecting entrepreneurial capitalists to other entrepreneurial capitalists and promoting those that are doing wonderful things in the business world in Illinois in spite of a fairly hostile policy climate to do business in this state. And we'll talk to the principals in the next hour, principals from Gesture, which is a company that helps organizations effectively raise money.
Yeah, if you work with a charity, nonprofit, schools, churches, they use Gesture to organize events so that they can maximize their revenue, such as with silent auctions and direct donations and live auctions and mobile bidding, which has been really big. If you go to any of these events, where they're trying to raise money, you can bid on an object or on the silent auction item from your phone.
All right, turning to some policy discussion here, the Obama administration's bathroom policy, federal bathroom policy. It's one of those things where these are one of those moments where we need to understand how things work. And I'm not talking about our body parts. I'm talking about in politics and culture. So history does not repeat itself. It travels in concentric circles. And I think of things on a continuum. So in the 1970s, we've talked about in the show, now Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg dismissed the idea as ridiculous demagoguery that the ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment, which she was defending at the time, would require co-ed bathrooms. She said, but essentially saying that it was preposterous to make such an allegation. And this is also nicely recounted in a piece Heather McDonald has in National Review Online. In 1991, the Michigan Women's Festival
That sounds like a good time.
Yeah. Expelled a transsexual woman on the ground that she was in fact in biological fact a male. She was expelled from the festival.
Really? And what year was that?
91. The first international conference on cross-dressing, sex, and gender, and I know you were there, Amy,
Yes,
Cal State
I was.
Northridge, ahead of your time. That was in 1995. At that conference, there were separate bathroom facilities for males and females. Now we have this, and we have not just the federal policy, the thoughtful letter that was penned by the Department of Justice telling institutions from pre-K through post-secondary, politely comply.
And all public universities.
We're coming for you.
It was a warning letter, a warning shot across the bow.
And now we have mainstreaming pedophilia. I'm not kidding. Salon.com has a piece out yesterday about a 13-year-old named Todd Nickerson who began to suspect he was attracted to young girls. At 18, he regularly babysat for a 5-year-old girl and eventually fell in love with her. Because Todd was molested at age 7, he knew the damage abuse caused and did not want to hurt the little girl. He packed up and left town so that he did not offend. Now 43, he says he's never abused a child, never will. He's involved in a website called Virtuous Pedophiles.
Okay, please explain what that is.
Virtuous Pedophiles. You would
So they
think that's an oxymoron, don't you? But
Yeah, no.
Not today. Virtuous Pedophiles provides an online discussion forum for people that are attracted to children but do not want to act on it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And this is legal behavior?
Well, I mean, to the extent that they have not acted, to the extent that they're being honest, which I think is something you may want to call into question.
Is this morally acceptable? I mean, is this what it's come to? I admire the person for not molesting the 5-year-old girl because he was in a position of power. He could have done it. And most abusers were abused.
True.
Well, most abusers were abused when they were kids. So there is a pattern here.
Right.
But I don't know. What do you think about that? Virtuous pedophiles?
Yeah, virtuous pedophiles. This is the beginning of normalizing pedophilia because remember what has to be done here. All lines need to be erased. 'Cause that's what moral agnosticism demands. That is the position of the left and, frankly, increasingly some on the right until it is visited in my living room. I'm not going to pay attention to it. It's irrelevant to me. Okay. Well, this is where we're going. And just as in 91 and 95 and in the 70s, the 70s, 91, 95, those examples I gave, we're never going to go to where we are today. It's never going to happen. Just like all we want is civil unions. We're not interested in undermining the institution of marriage or redefining it or changing the nature of family. No, of course. And except it's a continuum that drives to these depths because it's what moral agnosticism demands. And actually, Bill McGurn had a good piece this week in the Wall Street Journal talking about the whole timing of this national directive on bathroom policy from the Obama regime. It's a turnout play. Remember, this is all ultimately about political power. And so the culture war needs to continue. And it is not evangelical Christians that are driving the culture war. Of course, it's the left. It's the left driving the culture war via the state, and they need to drive the culture war because you have to have a grievance, you have to have a boogeyman to drive your base turnout. This is why in 2012, what was the entire presidential election about? The economy? No. Birth control.
Yes.
Sandra
Birth control.
Fluck
Yes.
and Jennifer Granholm
And the attack
screeching
on women,
from the
yes.
dais. Because you had to make Mitt Romney box office poison, you needed to have an ancillary kind of red cape issue that you waved in front of your base to turn them out
like
because
the binders full of women.
Because there was such objection to the first 4 years of the Obama administration and what had been wrought. And so this is where it's going.
Well, I want to play for you.
Mainstreaming pedophilia.
President Obama yesterday spoke about gender-neutral bathrooms for the first time and said, we're really just dealing with a few people, but we're going to change the way we do business because of just a few people.
Anybody who's been in school, been in high school, who's been a parent, I think should realize that kids who are sometimes in the minority, kids who have a different sexual orientation or are transgender are subject to a lot of bullying potentially. They are vulnerable.
Yeah, it's more sophistry. A piece in the Daily Signal by Walt Heyer. Walt Heyer is an author and a public speaker who raises awareness about those who get gender change and the consequences. He knows about it because he is someone who underwent surgery to go from a male to a female, lived as a female for 8 years before returning to living as a man. He writes, I know firsthand what it's like to be a transgender person and how misguided it is to think one can change gender through hormones and surgery. He speaks specifically about the North Carolina legislation that was the impetus for all of this, or the opportunity, really, for all of this, saying that it is not anti-LGBT. The bill is not anti-lesbian because lesbians have no desire to enter a stinky men's room.
Exactly.
G is for gay. Gay men have no interest in using the women's bathrooms. B, for bisexual, LGBT has never been confused about their gender, only their sexual preference. And for as far as transgender, identifies a person who has undergone hormone therapy and gender reassignment surgery and legally changes the gender marker on his or her birth certificate, essentially distinguishing that from the I feel like a girl, I feel like a boy today, and tomorrow I'll feel like something else. He writes, Walt Heyer, gender nonconformists who constitute a minuscule fraction of society want to be allowed to designate gender on a fluid basis based on their feelings at the moment. He calls the group gender defiant because they protest against the definition of fixed gender identities of male and female. Someone who knows of what he speaks, at least his perspective, having gone through this very difficult process and dealing with the all of the issues leading up to it as well as the aftermath from it.
Yeah.
Let's go to Dennis in Crystal Lake. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan. Hey, Dan.
Dennis. Hey, Dennis.
How's it going? Hey, Dan. Hey, I'm surprised that you didn't catch that Amy Fopa with her admiration of a pedophile for not actually going through with the act. Hey, Amy, words are pretty profound in journalism, right? Is your journalism degree out of a gumball machine? And do you admire me for stopping myself from spanking a monkey in front of Target today?
Thank you for the call, Dennis, and for that vivid inquiry as to what is admirable about you. I don't know if I admire you for not doing that. I would thank you for not doing it.
I don't want to see it if you do it, and I hope I'm not in the vicinity
and I don't
when that happens.
I also don't want to think about it anymore.
No. I'm just, the comment that I made about that gentleman is most abusers were abused, and he realized that, and he claims he never touched her.
Yeah. Virtuous pedophiles.
Virtuous pedophiles.
That's an oxymoron and forever will be. And as I said, this is just the less insinuation into erasing the lines under the guise of the same sentimental barbarism that has us at this place. Dan and Amy come to you live from Gesture, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Forecast for today is plenty of sunshine. We're going to have a high near 60 degrees, and tomorrow it's going to be just spectacular. Not a cloud in the sky for your Thursday, and a high of 66 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy and Dan. Eden's inbound delay started Oakton. 26 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 21, the Kennedy. Now 35 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown, the Eisenhower. An hour and 5 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. 45 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 43 to Thorndale to Stevenson. An hour and 10 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and 55 minutes from 294 outbound. Now 44 minutes, Lakeshore Drive to 355. Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow 95th to 87. Archer to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow, Elmhurst Road to the Kennedy. Reagan Tollway slow from York to the Tri-State. Eastbound 8094 has delays. Central Avenue to the Indiana Toll Road due to an earlier crash. Jim Talamonte from the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The Obama administration's greenhouse gas strategy heading to federal court. Criminal counts lodged in a 2015 oil spill off Santa Barbara. Those stories coming up.
Attention, all timeshare owners. Were you a victim of a high-pressure or dishonest timeshare sales agent? Were you confused with what you were buying or didn't provide what you were promised? Do you feel that you overpaid for your timeshare, can't afford it, or do you simply not use it anymore and just want out? If you answered yes to any of these questions, we can help. We're Timeshare Compliance, and every day we help hundreds of timeshare victims protect their rights. Our team can legally terminate your timeshare agreement, ending the payments forever, saving you thousands. In some cases, we can even get you a refund of the fees you previously paid. But you must act now. Call 800-811-7670 or visit timesharecompliance.com for a free consultation. We can help you save thousands, but only if you call 800-811-7670 or visit timesharecompliance.com for an absolutely free consultation. That's 800-811-7670 or timesharecompliance.com.
The Mortgage Bankers Association releasing its update on mortgage applications over the country on the heels of yesterday's increase in new home building activity. Meanwhile, Americans are plowing more money into homes they already own. Home Depot topping Wall Street expectations for the first quarter as the home improvement sector continues to grow. A Texas pipeline company faces 46 counts of state law violations that arose from a May 2015 spill. Plains All-American Pipeline charged with spilling 140,000 gallons of crude oil on the California coastline because of corroded pipes. The full Court of Appeals in Washington set to hear arguments next month over President Obama's plans to curtail greenhouse gas emissions. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Place your orders for promotional items now for the year. Get ready for the big trade show. Provide shirts or jackets for all of your employees, students, or church members. Or giveaway items like coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about anything. Our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding.
Here's an offer to help your budgets for the new year. 10% off and free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. 10% off and free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers.
We have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time.
Call 630-766-2825. 630-766-2825. Get more at trustinamerican.com.
I have struggled with irritable bowel syndrome for 40 years. Really struggled with it. And I want you to know that since I have been taking Balance of Nature, I don't have it anymore. After 40 years, I'm 75 years old, and after 40 years of struggling with this, and, early on taking all kinds of medication and this, that, and the other thing, back in October, I was able to cancel my appointment with the gastroenterologist. Your products have made my life. They have improved the quality of my life so tremendously. I can't be grateful enough. So please thank you all, and please, if you ever have a chance to, please thank Dr. Howard.
Good health is just a phone call away. What are you waiting for? Call now and take the health challenge to get a free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
On AM 560, The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
There are two kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers in the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Are you or someone you know facing foreclosure, losing the family home? You'd be not alone. See, people, we are in the aftermath of what is being revealed to have been the greatest financial crime spree in history, perpetrated by the Wall Street investment banks smuggling and packaging mortgages, and continuing this day by the mortgage servicers that service the mortgages. I'm Lou Bridges. I have a law firm I put together. We defend foreclosure actions. We help people do strategic defaults, short sales, and modifications that include restructuring. Call us for a free consultation. We'll tell you what to look for in hiring a foreclosure defense attorney. We'll tell you some of your options. We'll give you a free consultation. But whatever you do, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you'll never be alone.
Call 224-513-1231 or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's 224-513-1231 or FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. Get real answers from a real foreclosure defense law firm.
Are you hiring? Do you know where to post your job to find the best candidates? Posting your job in one place isn't enough to find quality candidates. If you want to find the perfect hire, you need to post your job on all the top job sites. And now you can. With ZipRecruiter.com, you can post your job to 100 plus job sites, including social media networks like Facebook and Twitter, all with a single click. Find candidates in any city or industry nationwide. Just post once and watch your qualified candidates roll in to ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. No juggling emails or calls to your office. Quickly screen candidates, rate them, and hire the right person fast. Find out today why ZipRecruiter has been used by over 400,000 businesses. And right now, listeners can try ZipRecruiter for free by going to ZipRecruiter.com/radiotalk. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radiotalk. One more time. To try it for free, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radiotalk.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
He's asked the best question of the election cycle to date. We'll ask National Journal's Ron Fournier what other questions we should be asking at 7:07.
And what dictator does Donald Trump want to hold hands with now? We'll tell you. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching. Mixed reviews on the latest talks on the Illinois budget standoff. A clear day ahead. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Oregon makes 21 for Bernie Sanders, putting another state in his win column, getting 54% of the votes.
We are in to the last ballot is cast.
He says it's an uphill climb, but Sanders still believes he can win a majority of pledged delegates going into the Democratic convention, despite coming up just short in Kentucky.
Half a percentage point separates her from Senator Sanders right now, 46.8 to 46.3. But Clinton took to Twitter to declare that she had broken Sanders' winning streak, writing, "We just won Kentucky. Thanks to everyone who turned out."
Fox's Mike Tobin in Louisville. Hillary Clinton now less than 100 delegates shy of clinching the nomination. Donald Trump won Oregon's Republican primary, and he's also making nice with Megyn Kelly. Fox's Tanya J. Powers has more live.
Well, they sat down for an interview in which Trump admitted he has some regrets about his behavior on the campaign trail, but didn't go into detail about what those are. As for whether he should have acted more presidential, he says he did what he had to do during the primaries.
If I would not have fought back the way I fought back, I don't think I would have been successful.
As far as the elephant in the room, his treatment of Kelly's questions during the debate last August.
I don't really blame you because you're doing your thing, but from my standpoint, I don't have to like it.
After the interview aired, Trump tweeted, quote, "Well done, Megyn," and they all lived happily ever after. Dave?
I'm telling you, ISIS may be adapting and adjusting. So says the top U.S. commander for the Middle East. Army General Joseph Votel believes a recent wave of suicide bombings and other attacks in Iraq may indicate Islamic militants are reverting to their terrorist roots. South Carolina is a signature away from becoming the 17th state to ban abortions after 19 weeks of pregnancy.
A doctor who performs an illegal abortion would face up to 3 years in prison and a $10,000 fine. Republican Governor Nikki Haley has said she would almost certainly sign the bill.
That's Fox's Jane Metzler, a Florida man accused of a slew of charges, getting into an Uber driver's car, forcing him to drive, threatening to inject him with a syringe of HIV. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Clouds and sunshine. We have 45 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Police are searching for a suspect in a deadly armed robbery at a cell phone store. It happened in South Holland, where authorities say a man was shot to death after two people armed with guns walked into a Boost Mobile shop yesterday on 162nd Street. Official misconduct charges have been filed against a Chicago police officer accused of punching and pushing a man who hit him after being transported to an area hospital. Cook County's assistant state's attorneys say Officer Clausel Gauss was captured on hospital surveillance footage punching and shoving the 24-year-old victim on the night of June 3rd of 2014. The first budget meeting in weeks among Governor Rauner and the four legislative leaders in Springfield did move the needle a bit to resolve the state budget impasse. How far? We get that update from AM 560's David Stewart.
Democrats and Republicans agreed to study Governor Rauner's controversial reform agenda. Senate Minority Leader Christine Radogno struggled to call that progress.
I'm hopeful that they're willing to talk about reform because I guarantee you the people of this state are not willing to pay more money for the same lousy government.
Senate President John Cullerton says studying reform doesn't mean there's agreement.
The main thing I wanted to accomplish was to make sure that the governor was committed to being in favor of some revenue increases, and he said he was.
House Speaker Michael Madigan held fast to his position that Rauner's reforms hurt middle-class people. David Stewart, Chicago.
Illinois State Police say an Ohio man was caught driving through the western suburbs with around $4 million worth of meth. Francisco Montez was charged with possession after being pulled over Monday for speeding on I-55 near Woodridge. Illinois drivers will soon be deprived of the thrill of seeing their new driver's license photo when they walk out of the Secretary of State's office. Changes coming to the process so it complies with the federal Real ID law mean renewing your driver's license and walking out with the card will no longer take place. You will get temporary paperwork that will be valid for 45 days as a form of ID. Permanent licenses or ID cards will follow in the mail within 15 days from a centralized, secure facility. Milwaukee beat the Cubs. Houston over the White Sox in 11. The news, a service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. If you could get out of your timeshare safely and legitimately, would you? TimeshareExitTeam.com. 100% guarantee they'll get you out or get you a full refund. 844-321-EXIT. TimeshareExitTeam.com. 844-321-EXIT. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Personal finance is 80% behavior, 20% head knowledge.
Dave Ramsey.
The reason you're in debt is behavior, not math. The way you get out of debt is behavior, change, not math. You can't borrow your way out of debt. How many times have you heard someone say, I had a whole bunch of credit card debt and I paid it off by getting a second mortgage? You didn't pay it off. You moved it.
The Dave Ramsey Show. Weeknights starting at 7, right before Michael Medved at 10. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
If you want to work until you drop, reduce your standard of living in retirement, or lose more of your hard-earned money in the stock market, then just ignore me. But if you'd like to generate a steady, predictable income, I'm talking real wealth and financial security for as long as you live, then listen to this. A free report is now available that reveals the money-making secrets Wall Street and the banks don't want you to know. It reveals how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your money in the Wall Street casino. To get your free special report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com.
It's the Ready to Ride sales event and time to gear up for your ultimate adventure. Ride the waves or take on trails with control and peace of mind. Sea-Doo watercrafts and Can-Am ATVs are engineered to perform and excite. Get your Sea-Doo starting at $51.99 and save up to $1,000 on select 2015 Can-Am ATVs. Get ready to ride because the fun starts now. Visit RJ's Recreational Vehicles in West Chicago. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
7:06 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens has delays from Pratt to the junction. 30 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. Kennedy, 45 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. The Eisenhower. An hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. An hour from Mannheim. Outbound 43 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 44 minutes. Bryan is 32 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 35 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Northbound Tri-State delays. Southwest Highway to the Mylong Bridge. From the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow. Roselle to 53 and Lee to the Kennedy. Veterans Memorial, little heavy approaching the Reagan Tollway. Eastbound 8094 slow central to the Indiana Toll Road after a crash. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
A mostly sunny day, high 63, then a clear night, low 42. Tomorrow, a mostly sunny day with a high 66 and a partly cloudy night with a low 46. Clouds and sun Friday, high 69, then mostly cloudy at night with a low of 48. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
44 at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30, and Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Alliance Home Service, providing the finest in in-home medical and non-medical care. Visit alliancecaregiver.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Let's talk about us. Okay. I tell you what, in a certain way, what you did might have been a favor, because I felt so good about having gotten through. I said, if I can get through this debate with those questions, you can get through anything.
We had a significant challenge in Chicago yesterday.
And one checkpoint for the entire airport, for the entire domestic flights. It's like crazy.
It will be a steep climb. I recognize that. But we have the possibility of going to Philadelphia with a majority of the pledged delegates.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're coming to you live this morning from Gesture in Westmont. Gesture. This is part of our AM 560 business tour, sponsored by Signature Bank, where we're profiling successful businesses in the Chicago metropolitan area and trying to connect entrepreneurial capitalists to entrepreneurial capitalists. Gesture here works with charities, nonprofits, schools, churches, political organizations to organize events that maximize revenue in silent auctions, direct donations, and live auctions, helping organizations be better at fundraising for their stated mission.
And it's good because they help mobile bidding as well, and that's where the organizations get the biggest bang for their buck. Because if you go to events, and I know, Dan, you go to many events.
Well, I'm a bit of a man about town.
Yeah,
a raconteur.
And there's, silent auction items always up for bid, and you can do it through your mobile phone. Yeah. Or, there's other items that you can put down, and I'm sure you stand by. If there's an item you like, I'm sure you stand by it, make sure nobody else bids on it.
Sure.
Right? You growl, bite, bark.
You can't get enough White Sox memorabilia, I always say. We're going to talk to the principals from Gesture at the bottom of the hour, but now turning to some politics. Our next guest has asked the best question, and it's gone unanswered, but the best question of the election cycle to date, in my opinion. That question, what would the Hillary Clinton, who was the young lawyer on the Watergate, in the Watergate investigation, the Judiciary Committee, what would that young lawyer Hillary Clinton say about the Hillary Clinton today? I think it's a great question. I hope Ron Fournier gets to be a moderator at one of the presidential debates come the fall so he can ask Hillary that question. Ron Fournier, of course, senior political columnist at the National Journal. You see him regularly on the Sunday Talkies. He also has a new book out. It's called Love That Boy: What Two Presidents, 8 Road Trips, and My Son Taught Me About a Parent's Expectations. It's a personal story that delves into the causes and costs of outsized parental expectations, and we're pleased to have Ron Fournier join us now. Ron, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, guys. How you doing?
Good. And so, have you gotten any indication as to the answer to that question you kind of rhetorically posed many, many months ago about Hillary Clinton?
No. I mean, whenever she's asked something along those lines, she'll talk about her long commitment to children's issues and education, and will draw a direct and flattering line from those days to now, and not all of that is untrue. But I think if I went back in history and asked her, let's just take one issue, for example, what would you think about a Secretary of State who takes all of his or her government email and puts it on a homebrewed server so that the Freedom of Information Act, something that a Watergate attorney, and Hillary Clinton in particular, has always supported, at least early in her career, if it did that in a way that subverted the Freedom of Information Act and, more importantly, totally undermined Congress's ability to have oversight of the executive branch. What do you think a young attorney on the Watergate Commission would have thought? They would have been appalled, and she would have been appalled.
And so, in terms of the Hillary Clinton of today, I mean, essentially what you're underscoring is one of the reasons why she's struggling to dispatch Bernie Sanders, and she struggled again last night. I mean, Sanders wins Oregon as expected, but she narrowly ekes out a victory in Kentucky. It doesn't really change the trajectory of the race, but it still says that the revolt occurring on the center-left side of the spectrum is still in full force.
Yeah, there's a revolt going on across the political spectrum. People are revolted by politics as usual. They're revolted by the way campaigns and politicians can be bought, and they're revolted by the fecklessness of both parties that are more interested in the next election than they are solving the next big problem and making the next generation as great as it can possibly be. The American people are in on the joke, and they know how they're being misled, and they're starting to just realize how much power we have today, each of us individually, because of the Internet, our ability to be able to find other people who are just as angry as we are and create movements. And that's what's happening with Donald Trump, a man who I would argue is totally unqualified for the presidency, and Bernie Sanders, a man who I also would argue is not nearly as qualified for the office as even Hillary Clinton is. But the public is, they're madder than hell, and they want change in the worst possible way. And, you could joke that they're kind of getting it right now.
Yeah.
So we're going to be...
It's part of a bigger issue. People do have to stop settling for incompetence and corruption inside their own parties.
Well, the way things are going, we're going to be forced come November to choose between two distrusted presidential candidates and select the least awful of the two. I mean, here you have two New Yorkers, a celebrity millionaire, and the wife of a former president. So what could we do?
Well, it starts with what I was just hinting at a minute ago. If you're a Republican, stop settling for candidates who do things and behavior by your candidates that you would not condone in a Democrat. And if you're a Democrat, stop condoning behavior and actions of your politicians who you would not accept from a Republican. Democrats are letting their politicians get away with murder, and Republicans are letting their politicians get away with murder. We've got to stop settling and start demanding more out of our politics, and look for the same kind of revolution and disruption and huge, massive change in politics that we've seen in every other institution in our society. Why can't politics be transformed the way the retail industry was, for example, or the way the news media has been totally cannibalized and transformed the last 10 years? Why is the status quo still acceptable in politics?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point about policing your own party, and certainly in Illinois, we've had a moribund and a Republican Party that's been relegated to the super minority for a long time, despite Democratic hegemony over state that isn't performing very well. I would argue for precisely the reason you say, is they blur the lines of distinction by not engaging in the self-policing you speak of. But is Trump perhaps a interregnum or an intermediate step to that transformation that you're talking about? Now, what may come out the other side is an open question, but certainly it's difficult to argue Trump is a representation of the status quo of what the Republican Party has been for the last two generations.
No, he and Bernie Sanders, that's the cup is half full interpretation, which I do agree with what you say. this isn't really about Donald Trump and Bernie Sanders. It's about the people who are starting to realize that they can affect change. So no matter what happens this election, whether Trump gets elected or not, and whether he serves 1 or 2 terms, or when he leaves the scene, whether it's in November or 4 years from now, unless things have been dramatically changed, people are going to be dramatically angrier. And it's just, we're going to see the same thing on the left and across the spectrum. That what the public wants is big change. And by the way, they want solutions. Most Americans understand that you have to work together to get things done. So it's not a matter of both parties just self-policing and then digging in their heels and pretending like the way politics works is I get everything I want and the other side is evil. No, the way we make progress in this country is we all give a little. And neither party, and a lot of the voters who support these two parties, don't want to give a little, and that's got to stop.
I wanted to get your reaction because this morning we're learning that Donald Trump told Reuters last night that he wants to and will meet, if he becomes president, directly with Kim Jong-un, the North Korean dictator. And what are your thoughts?
Well, it's kind of it's rather inconsistent with a lot of the other things that he has said and done. He says he wants to take a tough stand on China. I don't know. It's just, has he really thought this through? Does he really think that he's going to be able to sit down with a crazy man in North Korea and be able to get concessions out of him that nobody else has? And does he really think it's a good idea to be stirring the pot in a way that the nuclear proliferation of the entire Asian sphere get unleashed? My problem with Donald Trump personally isn't that he's a dumb guy or his politics per se, because I don't think he's a dumb guy, and his politics aren't status quo. He does take contrary positions. It's that he clearly hasn't done his homework, that he hasn't thought these issues through. And if you listen to that tape on North Korea, you can tell it just kind of came off the cuff. It's not something he's thought of, and he hasn't thought through what happens if he has those discussions.
Yeah, maybe he'll end up bringing electricity to North Korea, or playing around the Gulf with Kim Jong-un to see if they can beat Kim Jong-il's record of 18. Or no, wait, it was 11. Wait, didn't he have a score? Allegedly, have a score of 11 for a round of 18 holes, something like that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
here's Donald Trump. His
competing boasts.
Ally seems to be Putin, and he has insulted our greatest ally, arguably, Britain, for no end. He's personally insulted that the British leadership hasn't kowtowed to him. So, it's not a strategic fit that he's having. It's a personal one, and I just find that dangerous in the presidency.
The rhetoric in the campaign, a lot has been made of the rhetoric of Donald Trump, and to some extent the rhetoric of Hillary Clinton. Now a little bit of the behavior of Bernie Sanders supporters over the weekend in Nevada. But what about the press corps? And this is across the spectrum. For example, from some on the left and Hollywood set, continuing to invoke Hitler when in comparison to Donald Trump, and frankly Eric Erickson and some on the right doing the same thing. I mean, is that advancing a productive discourse in the country?
No, we all have to be more careful about the analogies we draw and the venom that we spew. This country is going to circle the drain if we all divide up into tribes, red and blue tribes, or whatever you might call them, and just fight each other. You can't solve problems. You can't persuade other people with that kind of language. And so as a journalist, even as a columnist, my job should try to be to persuade people to my point of view. And if you start by saying you're a bigot, you're a Yahoo, or you're a racist, or you're Hitler, you're not going to really draw people to the other side. Part of the problem in the media is there's so many of us now whose job it is to be partisan, that we might as well be working for one of the parties, because you get up every morning and you're writing or reciting Democratic talking points, or get up every morning writing and reciting Republican talking points. And so the media has become much more polarized and therefore much more part of the problem.
We're talking to Ron Fournier, senior political columnist at National Journal. I want to get your handle on the race. You're one of those inside the Beltway that is not, based on what you've just said, not saying, well, this is going to be a Hillary walkaway. If Donald Trump is president, you use that phrase. And I wonder if this is the path. There's a piece in the New York Post today looking at some polling in some of the swing Rust Belt states. And on the issue of who do you think is more capable of growing the economy, Donald Trump is winning that question in places like Pennsylvania. And I wonder if you think that is perhaps the line of argumentation he should take, and maybe that's Donald Trump's pathway to victory over Hillary.
Yeah, I got to say, if you look at the traditional map and the traditional makeup of the electorate, which, by the way, he hasn't really changed. Most of the overwhelming number of the voters who voted for him in the primaries would have voted anyhow. So if you look at the traditional electorate, it's really hard to see how he wins. The math just doesn't work if he continues to have such low approval among the rising minority electorate in this country. Now, if you look at, and the electoral map cuts against Republicans. Now, you're exactly right that if he's able to make inroads in the industrial Midwest, the way you do it is with the economic argument. I'm from Detroit. I spent a lot of time in Michigan, up and down the east side of Michigan, with basically just flooded with Reagan Democrats who feel like they were abandoned by the Democratic Party and now abandoned by the Republican Party. And man, they just love Donald Trump. And they know that he's not the perfect candidate. They know that he says a lot of things they don't agree with. They know that he may not be ready for president, but you know what? He can't be worse than what we have now. So he can really appeal to that kind of voter, and I think he could really turn things upside down in places like Pennsylvania and Michigan. The problem, again, though, is unless he really changes the electorate and gets a lot of people out who haven't voted before, without really jacking up the turnout among the Democratic base, he's not going to be able to win this. And that's where I find it hard to see how does he bring out a lot of new voters without so angering and galvanizing minorities that they come out in bigger numbers. Look, there's when you only have two people who are going to be on the ballot, it's impossible to say that you can't rule out either one of them. And I think Trump has probably got, at worst, a 25-30% chance to beat Hillary, and probably even more than that. But he's really going to have to do things in a much different way than he has so far, and people are going to have to buy any changes that he makes and see them as authentic and not just another politician pandering.
He is Ron Fournier, senior political columnist at National Journal. The book, Love That Boy, What Two Presidents, 8 Road Trips, and My Son Taught Me About Our Parents' Expectations. This is a personal story from Ron that addresses what we want for our children and what they truly need. It's worth checking out. Ron Fournier, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, guys. You take care.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today. So a few high clouds, but no big deal. A high in the low 60s, and tomorrow's going to be just picture perfect. No clouds at all, just pure sunshine and a high in the upper 60s. Anything good on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte with the answer.
It's heavy on the outbound Edens with a crash at Niles Center in the left lane. 40 minutes Montrose to Lake Cook, inbound 26. The Kennedy now 55 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 45. The Eisenhower is an hour and 15 minutes from Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 48 minutes. Stevenson an hour and 6 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44 minutes. Ryan 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go Southwest Highway to the Vialong Bridge. From Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, Reagan to North Avenue, Adams to Light Jam, Barrington Road to 53. I'm Jim Talamonte, Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
11 holes in one in a round of 18. That's what Kim Jong-il.
Oh, yeah, he's good.
Yeah, 11 holes in one round of golf.
Should go on tour.
Many of you own or manage growing companies, and you know that your entire business depends on your phones. If your phone service provider struggles to deliver your calls, it can mean lost revenue. That's often the case with an outdated phone system. The solution? Well, it's a company that we use here at AM 560, Innovative Networks. They excel at providing innovative solutions to reinforce your company's phone infrastructure and enhance call flow. We truly appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing solutions that scale as our business expands. Innovative Networks can even replace your outdated phone system at no cost and provide hands-on training to maximize your capabilities. You'll save money and be more focused on growing your business. Here at AM 560, we're thrilled with Innovative Networks, so follow our lead and call Innovative Networks at 312-453-7777. They're rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-453-7777 or visit go4inet.com. That's go, the number 4, INET.com.
Hi, I'm Lex Howard, CEO of Balance of Nature. Statistics show that most people will listen to this commercial 7 times before they finally purchase Balance of Nature. Don't be a statistic. Take action to determine your future.
Well, I'm pretty stupid. I should have ordered it 15 years ago. Best thing I ever got in my... It's the most effective product that I've ever bought in my life. Yeah, I tell everyone to get it, but everyone gives you a wise answer. Oh, just eat good food. Well, how are you going to eat 15 fruits and whatever? Unless you lived on a farm.
I'm doing well. I definitely have more energy, and there's a big improvement.
Begin giving your body the fruits and vegetables it needs every day. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day health challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
How would you like to make up to $20,000 a month flipping houses with no risk? Hi, my name is Nick Vertucci, and over the last 2 years, my elite team of house flippers have flipped over 800 properties by using my 3-step flipping system that guarantees quick profits. And this year, we plan to double it. I'm growing my team in your area, and I'm looking for help. I have more cash available than deals right now, so I need you. All interested candidates, call now and take an inside peek of my flipping system. I'll rush you out a free copy of my Fortunes and Flipping CD kit that will show you how easy it is to get in, get out, and get paid immediately flipping houses if you come join my team.
Call 1-800-795-5531 now to get your free flipping kit. Call 800-795-5531, and you'll also get free tickets to a training workshop that includes a free meal, a smartphone watch, and USB flash drive loaded with Nick's powerful information as free gifts just for attending. Call 800-795-5531. That's 800-795-5531. Call now.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont. We'll be talking to the principals of Gesture's company, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Tour shortly, but we'll get some reactions to our interview with Ron Fournier from the National Journal. Let's take Tony in Downers Grove. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, Dan, you keep putting these inside pundits on, and they spew the same stuff every single time about Trump. Yes, we know. He doesn't have likability. He can't win the minority vote, which he needs. The political map doesn't bode well for the Republicans. I mean, you could put Sean on from Elwood Park, and I could get better information. I mean, keep it local. That'd be better. Thanks.
I dispute that about Sean from Elwood Park. That's for sure.
Should we?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what? Let's welcome back to the program Scott from the West Side. Hi, Scott. How are you?
Hi, Amy. Hi, Dan. Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I agree with the last caller. That guy is just ignoring what's happening, ignoring the facts of what's happening. The minority vote, especially on your radio station, I hear what I assume to be black people in favor of Trump all the time, and we all know that Silk and whatever her name is are very pro-Trump. And he's also ignoring the other crossover vote, which happens. A lot of Democrats are going to vote for Trump. And as far as China and the UK, who cares about the UK? They've already the UK is already fallen victim to the Muslims, and I don't care what the UK thinks. They're liberals.
Thanks for the
call,
call,
a war
Scott.
to get away from them.
Yeah, I remember that.
Remember that?
Well, yeah, I've heard about it, read about it. The question in terms of minorities: are there enough Verlins and from the South Side and Ron from the South Side to vote against the orthodoxy for the Democrats? That's the open question that Donald Trump has to answer. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Your favorite restaurant, a smashing Broadway play, the most talented doctor. There are many things in life that'll make you go the extra distance. So why not take extra time when it comes to your dental health? That's why Artistic Dentistry in Homer Glen should be your first and only call at 708-301-6060. Artistic Dentistry is Destination Dentistry. Dr. Akrush and his team see patients from as far as the northern suburbs to northwest Indiana. And they're so confident you'll receive the smile you want, they'll pay for your gas. That's right. All new patients receive a $25 gas card and a free Zoom take-home whitening kit during their first visit. With a 5-star rating from more than 300 online reviewers, you'll see why Artistic Dentistry can be Destination Dentistry for you and your family. Schedule now at 708-301-6060 or online at artisticdentistry-pc.com. Must mention this ad for gas card while supplies last.
Looking for a midweek night out this coming Wednesday, a week from today, May 25th. Kick off your Memorial Day weekend a couple of days early by heading over to the Arcada Theater in beautiful downtown St. Charles for the one night only, absolutely live Night Sphere Grand Finale. Now, the Chicagoland music scene is alive and well, and the Night Sphere Grand Finale showcases the brightest and best Chicagoland discoveries like Mr. Blotto, who you've probably seen or heard of. I'm sure you have. And you'll get to hear the host band, Thaddeus Project, who just won a huge national award, plus many others. So head over to the Arcada Theater Wednesday night, May 25th, and groove to the live Night Sphere Grand Finale. For tickets and information, visit oshows.com. That's the letter O, shows.com. VIP upgrades are available. It's presented by Northern Resource and North Point Financial Group, Insure, Preserve, and Protect, and T-minus 10 partners and Thaddeus Project Production. That's oshows.com, oshows.com. Don't miss it. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Ozzie Guillen got the job as manager of the White Sox when he was blind drunk. He tells us the story.
But first, let's go into the newsroom to a very sober man. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Clouds and sun, 46 degrees. Limited damage reported after a powerful 6.7 magnitude earthquake struck Ecuador's Pacific Coast area this morning, same place where a devastating and deadly quake hit a month ago. Hillary Clinton claims Kentucky in a tweet, but the Democratic presidential primary in that state is still way too close to call. Bernie Sanders did win Oregon's presidential primary outright, but didn't make up significant ground in terms of pledged delegates.
Predict the future, but I think we have a real shot to win primaries in a number of the states that will be coming up.
Clinton needs more than 100 delegates to clinch the nomination. U.S. authorities say an historic 15th century letter in which Christopher Columbus describes his voyage to the Americas is back in Italy's possession. The document was stolen, later donated to the U.S. Library of Congress in 2004. Law enforcement says back in 2012 they were informed the letter had been stolen from Florence, Italy, and was replaced with a forgery. Police are searching for a suspect following a deadly armed robbery at a cell phone store in suburban South Holland. Official misconduct charges have been filed against a Chicago police officer accused of punching and pushing a man who hit him after being transported to an area hospital in June of 2014. And debate over regulating short-term home rentals through companies like Airbnb has come to Chicago. The city council hearing testimony Tuesday on a proposal to limit the number of units rented per building and require registration and surcharges. Milwaukee beat the Cubs 4-2. Houston over the White Sox 6-5 in 11. And the news, a service of Burger King's breakfast. Right now at Burger King, get an awesome deal on breakfast. 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $4, piled high with thick-cut bacon or savory sausage, fluffy eggs, melted cheese. That's 2 croissant, $4. Only at Burger King, limited time only. Price and participation vary. 7:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says people need to eat their crow and move on.
Don't underestimate the hurt feelings. People have painted themselves into a corner. They've got egg on their face, and pride is a powerful emotion. There's a lot of prideful people now who have to say, okay, I was wrong, didn't think he could get the nomination, didn't think people would get behind him. He's got the nomination. People are behind him.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Peer Maps, the app that turns your phone into a car navigation system with offline maps and turn-by-turn guidance. Get it now at here.com/guide.
No matter what type of business you're in, having a strong business banking partnership can help your bottom line. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We strongly believe that trust, service, and relationship are the cornerstone of a successful business banking partnership. Customers like Dr. Steichen of Northwest Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery agree.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Steichen of Northwest Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery in Arlington Heights, Elgin, and Lake Zurich. As an oral surgeon and business owner, I recognize the importance of relationships. I need a bank that responds quickly and creatively and understands the unique needs of healthcare practices. Cornerstone has been a valuable business partner. Has helped me grow my practice and seize opportunities as they come up. Whether it's a line of credit, financing equipment, or real estate, Cornerstone is there for me.
Thank you, Doctor. Please visit cornerstonenb.com, or I invite you to give me a call at 847-654-3000 to explore a business banking partnership.
Equal Opportunity Lender. Member FDIC.
7:37 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Schaumburg and Elk Grove Village, eastbound Higgins is closed from 53 to Arlington Heights Road. There's a car into a tree at Bussey Woods. Edens, 26 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 40 with a crash at Niles Center. Kennedy, 55 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 40. The Eisenhowers, an hour and 15 minutes from Thorndale to downtown. Outbound, it's 48 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44 minutes. Ryan, 32 minutes. 95th to downtown. Traffic service, timeshareexitteam.com. Feel like you're trapped in your timeshare contract? Get out now safely and legitimately at timeshareexitteam.com. They'll get you out or give you a full refund. Call 844-321-EXIT, 844-321-EXIT. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny and cool today. High near 63, clear and chilly again overnight, low 42. 45 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
If you're talking about it, I'll be talking about it. Dennis Prager here. Join me this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. What is up? I'll tell you what's up. We're at Gesture in Westmont, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour, our last stop on the AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour. Amy, tell us a little bit about Gesture before we get to our guest.
Well, they work with charities, nonprofits, schools, churches, golf outings, political organizations nationwide. They help clients nationwide to organize events that maximize revenue in, say, silent auctions or direct donations and live auctions.
And revenue as well as revenue.
Oh, yeah.
They do both. Jim Alvarez, he's the founder and president of Gesture. Diane Kleber, the director of sales. And Rich Aquino, the chief technology officer. Thank you all for joining us. We appreciate it. Jim, why don't we start with you? You're the founder of the company. This started just 5 years ago, grown rapidly. How'd you do it?
Just like most technology startups, I started in my basement and had this good idea to help charities raise more money, and I knew there was a problem with the way they conducted their silent auctions, and there had to be a better way.
So what was your solution? What did you create?
So my background has been in building teams, and I knew that we could help charities implement a technology that would help them maximize their revenue. And so I knew that charities, this was a brand new technology. I knew it was going to be hard for them to implement it. And so that's what we do is we set up teams that implement this technology to help manage the registration process, the bidding process, and then most importantly, the checkout process.
And what was the inspiration? What was the kind of impetus for you to say, well, charities are doing this wrong, or there's a solution where they could maximize the amount of money they raise?
Yeah, I mean, just over the past 20 years, I've been to a lot of charity events, and when you go there, the frustrating part is you want to make a donation, you want to support the cause, and then waiting in line at the end of the night to make your donation.
Yeah.
As just always said, there has to be a better way.
Every business solves a problem. It's a kind of a simple one, but and I've seen, and I'm sure, Amy, the same way, more and more events you go to, you have this solution. I don't know if it's always yours, but you have solutions like it that provide for exactly what you've described, as the ability to do those silent auctions in real time and live and kind of other component parts of the fundraising experience.
Exactly.
So you needed some help. You needed a chief technology officer, Rich Aquino. Thank you very much. Don't you love my pronunciations
Very
today?
much.
And how did you help take Gesture to the next level?
Yeah, so Jim invited me over to Gesture about 4 years ago, and we wanted to build the technology, and we used to license it, but we didn't really like how it worked, so he brought me in, and I built it in about 6 months and gradually grow my team so we can do as much as we can to help these charities.
And you showed me you guys used to work in a very small, confined space where you're pretty much living on top of each other, and now you have this beautiful spread out here.
Yeah, right now it feels like old times. We're all crammed around this table.
Yeah, right. But now you got a putting green.
That's right.
Even,
yeah, big
and
time.
You got a pool and a pond. The pond's good for you, Amy, and back. And Diane, as the director of sales, you're going out and pitching this product to the wide range of organizations locally and nationally. And what's been the response?
The response has been fantastic. We started here in Chicago, so that's where majority of our charity partners are. I think last year we did over 1,300 events and 300. What's the number, Jim? I don't remember. 360.
Yep, close
of
to
the
400.
events were here in Chicago. So it's great. It started here in Chicago, but it's spread across the country. We're now in over 24 markets across the country, and the response is fantastic. We get charities of all different sizes. We have small organizations, large sports. We work with the Cubs. We work with the Blackhawks. So doing all different types of events, and it's like wildfire.
Yeah, the Cubs is kind of a charity.
Their foundation is.
So thinking about what's happening at the state of Illinois and the city of Chicago level, where you've got kind of government in cardiac arrest, a lot of nonprofits in particular have to think about other ways to raise money, other revenue streams other than relying on the state or city government. And so I would think that this would be an opportunity for you with some of those nonprofits in a wide area of missions, I should say.
Yeah, it sure is. You know what? As a matter of fact, we have seen in the last year with everything going on in the state, a lot of charities are coming to us saying, we have got to raise more money this year. This is our only source of revenue. The only source of revenue would be the event we're helping them run. So a little bit of pressure for us, a little bit of pressure with the technology on Richie's side and the staffing. So it had a great impact.
Can either you or Jim give me an example of a charity that you helped? An organization, which one of the? Because I was reading, there's several companies or you have several customers, and they wrote beautiful things about your company. But just give me an example.
I think one that's close to my heart is Helping Hands Center. It's a charity in Countryside here that not many people has heard of, but what they do is they help people that are mentally unstable, and they take them from a little child all the way through their adult life.
Really?
And when you go there and you see that, and they help them get jobs and stuff like that, it's unbelievable. So when you realize, last week, and I think we helped raise over $6 million for charities throughout the nation,
Wow.
and you realize that for some of the charities, like Diane mentioned, this is their event that's going to help them throughout the year, and so you get to see that firsthand. It's pretty powerful. I also have 2 little boys, and so charities like Ronald McDonald, we help many of them throughout the nation, and we get to spend some time in their house and see what they do, and it's definitely powerful what they do.
And Ronald McDonald House. The question is always, why does that clown need such a big house?
Oh yeah.
Hi-oh. And so, Jim, though, what was I know we were talking before the show. You're kind of like a wild entrepreneur. You've been involved in a lot of different projects, so it's not necessarily linear that you got to this place 5 years ago. Some of the other entrepreneurial projects that you've been involved in.
Yeah, like I mentioned, my background is in building teams, and so I still own a haunted attraction, and it's called the Amherst Asylum. We got voted the #1 haunted house in the Midwest. And again, it's just I don't know anything about scaring people. I don't know anything about, I didn't know anything about this, but I knew
You're not
that
gonna
I
be able
could
to run for office with that attitude.
I knew I could build a team, and that's what we did over there. And then prior to that, I'm still a partner in the largest tanning salon, privately held tanning salon chain in the nation. And again, it's just about building teams.
That's what's interesting, right? It's building teams, so it's kind of it's fungible across different businesses. It's really kind of just the blocking and tackling the fundamentals.
Yep.
So
exactly.
I'm fascinated with this haunted house. It took place in an abandoned hospital.
Yeah.
Well, tell me about it.
Well,
it was like there was like an insane asylum, or was it a hospital?
Exactly. It was in the olden days. There was this doctor that wanted to save his wife, and so he started performing experiments on mentally unstable people, and to try and save his wife. And now we've recreated that, and there's over 38 different rooms, and on a given night we'll have 100 actors and stuff like that.
Sinead O'Connor's looking for work.
Too soon, Dan. Really? Too soon.
help.
So do you have a busy spring? What's your busiest time of year?
Yeah, for us it's the spring and the fall. That's when all the events happen. And so it's cool that the last 3 weekends for us were our busiest 3 weekends in company history. So as we have grown over the last 5 years, it's pretty impressive that the last 3 weekends just happen to be our busiest.
Does an employee from Jester go to the events to make sure things are running smoothly?
Yeah, so on a given weekend, on a busy weekend, we'll have over 500 people in the field helping the nonprofits run their events.
That's very cool. It's a very interesting market niche, frankly, in terms of not only a digital solution, but also serving those who serve others. Jim Alvarez, founder and president of Gesture, Rich Aquino, who's the chief technology officer, and Diane Kleber, director of sales. Thank you so much for joining us and hosting us here today as the last stop on our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour here at Gesture in Westmont.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Today, plenty of sunshine, a high near 60 degrees, and tomorrow it's just going to be a picture-perfect day, don't you know? We're going to have not a cloud in the sky and a high of 66 degrees. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thank you, Amy and Dan. In Schaumburg and Elk Grove Village, Higgins eastbound is closed from 53 to Arlington Heights Road. There's a car into a tree in Bussey Woods. There's a Flight for Life helicopter responding. Eden's inbound 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 30. Eden Spur is heavy past Waukegan Road on the eastbound side. The Kennedy now an hour from O'Hare to downtown, 35 minutes from Montrose and 30 in the Express. Outbound 45 minutes downtown to the airport. The Eisenhower an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to downtown an hour from Manheim. Outbound 58 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson an hour and 8 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 50 minutes. Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Northbound Tri-State delays. Southwest Highway to the Mile Long Bridge. From the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis. The Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial slow I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. Butterfield to St. Charles and North Avenue to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte, the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
We're so excited about our sold-out golf outing at the Bolingbrook Golf Club coming up on Thursday, June 16th to benefit Operation Support Our Troops America.
If you weren't able to get in this year, don't worry. You can still reserve a tee time at the Bolingbrook Golf Club anytime this spring or summer by visiting BolingbrookGolfClub.com.
And thanks to the sponsors who are making our golf outing possible.
Remax Professionals, Charity Golf International, Dr. Amy and Associates, MJ Miller and Company Jewelers in Barrington, Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, and Pearl Mortgage.
Mike Rowe here with a quick IAQ test from my buddy Bill. Wait, I didn't study. IAQ stands for Indoor Air Quality, something 1 hour excels at.
Well, I aced my SATs, so...
Yes or no? Do you breathe inside your home?
Yeah.
And what do you breathe?
Air.
And what's in that air? Air? Sorry, we were looking for dust mites, household pollutants, even formaldehyde.
Wait, I need to move.
Or you could call 1 hour and improve your IAQ.
That sounds smarter.
Let's see how you do with the disclaimer.
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Not bad.
Sometimes what you want most from your car is nothing. No headaches, no surprises, no anxiety when it's late at night and you're on some distant freeway in a thunderstorm. Owning a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz can be that anxiety-free experience on every level. You know you're in one of the safest and most thoughtfully engineered vehicles on the road. And with an unlimited mileage warranty, you can drive as far as you want for up to 3 years, with roadside assistance included. Your sense of confidence and adventure are as unlimited as the warranty itself. Now you can drive the car of your dreams and realize that nothing is everything. And during the Certified Pre-Owned Sales event going on now through May 31st, you can receive 2 years of complimentary prepaid maintenance and special financing available through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services. Only at your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer. You've waited long enough.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on certified pre-owned warranties.
I'm Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea brought to you by the Illinois Policy Institute. 27. Illinois state employees, on average, receive total compensation 27% higher than their private sector counterparts. State employees made nearly $4,000 more in wages and $13,000 in benefits than private sector employees. More than half of state workers will retire before the age of 60 with a guaranteed state pension. The state is in a financial death spiral with ground impact imminent. So keep this in mind as Governor Bruce Rauner breaks off contract talks with AFSCME, the state's largest public sector union. AFSCME has been unwilling to give on its demands for annual step increases of 3.8%, in addition to annual general wage increases. The lowball estimate of the cost of what AFSCME demands is $1.6 billion. That's $1.6 billion more from Illinois families who already pay the highest property taxes in the nation. This is Governor Rauner's moment of truth. He ran for office saying he is not a politician. He said he is a businessman who will make the difficult decisions to turn around the state he loves. We're about to find out if that's true. For more Upstream ideas, visit upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
Let not your heart be troubled. Listen to me, Sean Hannity. I'll have the latest news and what it all means for you. It's coming up at 2 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, a little story about the first place White Sox, also the 2005 world champion Chicago White Sox.
I was there.
You remember?
Oh, yeah.
Ozzie Guillen was their manager in 2005.
We had fun that night.
Ozzie always has fun. He actually had a lot of fun the night before he was going to interview for the job to be White Sox manager, and he recounts that now, partying, oversleeping, winding up in Naperville, and getting the job as White Sox manager, ultimately leading them to a world championship in 2005. Here's Ozzie Guillen in his own words, courtesy of ESPN. See if you can make out what the heck he's saying.
Okay. I remember when I was the interview for the White Sox, the night before I was in the party because we just won the World Series. We have a big party in Ivan Rodriguez, our porch. That house was amazing. Miami Beach style, better house than what we have. Big boat next to him, got a beautiful swimming pool. You could call it a dream house, but I'm not a big in dreams. You know, I dream about Jennifer Lopez every night, but I never be with her.
So whose house was he at where they had the big boat?
Well, they were celebrating the Marlins because he was on the
Right.
coaching staff of the Marlins, so they're celebrating their World Series before he went to go interview for the White Sox job. That's what he's talking about. And if you're wondering, does that music follow Ozzie Guillen around? It does.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does follow him
So how
around.
did he end up in Naperville?
Well, I'm glad you asked.
Yeah.
So he was partying the night before the big interview.
I was drink a little bit. I was slept for my interview. When you have a very nice night, your next day you're going to be miserable. The alarm ring and my wife wake me up. I said, nah, I don't want to go. And I jump in the limo, get on the flight. I even remember when we take off. I even remember when we land. And I was lucky because most of the time they don't let people intoxicated go to the flights. I don't know how they make me go to the flight because I was very miserable and very bad shape.
So it was nice that they let it intoxicated Ozzie Guillen on the plane. And
Wow.
So he got on the plane.
Yeah, because he remembered it.
It doesn't remember getting on or getting off, but this is what he does remember.
When I land, I jump on the town car. The guy wake me up. Say, we already here. I don't know what I was. You know, I was in Naperville. That's what Kenny Williams won the interview. You know, it's a little private restaurant. I don't even remember what kind of restaurant it was. It can be Mexican, Italian. I don't know. I don't know what kind of question he asked me right now, and I don't think what kind of answer I give him.
Doesn't remember what was asked, the answers he gave. Remembers nothing from the whole experience
Sounds
except...
like somebody I know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Got into the Don Julio.
I am a dominant volleyball player. I am a dominant basketball player. And
I
I'm
do
a dominant.
remember that. That's the difference between Ozzie and me. I can handle my liquor.
Oh,
Here's
sure
the
you
upshot
can.
from Ozzie.
They picked me up. My wife asked me about what they say, what they talk about it. And my wife was very disappointed because I don't remember nothing. When they named me the manager, everybody was excited. You know, all the media back in Venezuela, all my friends, my family back home, they was very excited, very proud. Thank God I had the job because it's not going to be explaining my family when they ask me, well, why you don't think you had the job? I don't get the job because alcohol was involved. That's not a good answer for you or your family or a good example for your kids. I guess I've been lucky or I don't know what I was talking about. That's how I came to be the White Sox manager.
There it is. It's a great success story, beating the odds. So for all you kids out there, now you know Ozzie Guillen's secret of success. Dan and Amy
Hola!
in Westmont.
The hits come in bunch. And now, a moment of objectivism with Yaron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
One argument people make for green energy is that sources like wind and solar are free and forever. But the reality is utilizing sunlight and wind isn't free or automatic. It's not like you can put your iPhone out in the sun and expect it to charge. Using any natural resource requires expensive technology, machinery, and infrastructure. Like any other piece of technology, a windmill or solar panel requires ongoing cleaning, maintenance, and servicing. Sunlight and wind are, in fact, far more expensive to exploit than fossil fuels, which is why they've never achieved significant market penetration. Expensive and temporary doesn't quite have the marketing ring of free and forever, but it's a much more accurate description of green energy. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Mark your calendar, Chicago, for Tuesday, June 7th at the Langham Hotel for the 5th Annual Atlas Shrugged Revolution Dinner. This event has everything: a worthy cause, engaging speakers including AM 560's Joe Walsh, a beautiful venue, and fantastic food. Plus, it's your chance to target your support of the Ayn Rand Institute for students in the Chicagoland area. Complete details are online at aynrand.org/Chicago. That's aynrand.org/Chicago.
What's your caliber? Black Rhino Concealment knows many AM 560 listeners carry or plan to and want the best holsters. For concealed carry, range practice, or competitive shooting, Black Rhinos are comfortable and safe. Every holster is handcrafted by veterans of 100% virgin Kydex with American-made fasteners. From precision fit and finish to secure retention and quick draw, a Black Rhino is the finest holster at a modest price. Backed by a lifetime material warranty and workmanship guarantee, Black Rhino has tactical carrier and concealed carry systems for every caliber. You and your firearm deserve a Black Rhino. The Second Amendment protects our right to bear arms, and Black Rhino protects those arms. Black Rhino Concealment, we hold your caliber against you. Visit blackrhinoconcealment.com or call 847-783-6499 for showroom info. Use the promo code AM560 for a 10% discount on your first order. That number again, 847-783-6499.
Life should be an adventure, and so should your health. It's another can't-miss Health Quest radio show this Saturday morning. Dr. David Kolbaba.
I'm the host of Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science show. As a primary natural healthcare practitioner, I've been helping people just like you reach a higher place of health and longevity, utilizing more natural strategies as I believe our Creator meant it to be.
Create your adventure in health. Tune into Health Quest Radio every Saturday morning at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
Trump and Megyn Kelly get what they both need out of their interview at 8:08.
And if you're a frustrated flyer, listen up. Help is on the way. Or is it? We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're following right now. Former Congressman Mel Reynolds now says he's not guilty and has had a change of heart. Mixed reviews in for the latest talks on the Illinois budget standoff. A 13-year-old Chicago girl and mother charged in a student's death. Lawyer seeks dismissal of charges against a former police officer's widow. Cubs and Sox stumble in play yesterday. Sunny and cool in your forecast with a high of 63. Weather comes up after Fox News, and WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News. I'm Dave Anthony. If Donald Trump is not elected president,
I will consider it to be a total and complete waste of time, energy, and money.
He also has regrets for how things have gone in the campaign so far.
Absolutely. I could have done certain things differently. I could have maybe used different language in a couple of instances.
Trump also tells Fox's Megyn Kelly he respects her now after his repeated attacks, calling her names following Kelly's tough debate questions. Trump easily won Oregon's Republican primary, continuing his march to the nomination. For Democrats, it was a split decision. Hillary Clinton's claiming victory in Kentucky with a less than 2,000 vote lead. Bernie Sanders won Oregon, getting 54% of the votes.
It won't do a great deal to change the overall delegate math, but on the other hand, it does give him considerable momentum as he heads towards the crucial June 7th primaries, which include, of course, California.
Fox's Jonathan Hunt in Portland. Sanders vows to fight on, still hoping to win a majority of pledged delegates, but Clinton is less than 100 away from clinching the nomination. Small businesses don't like it, but millions of salaried workers will. New overtime rules will be issued today. Fox's John Decker live at the White House.
In a move that has been criticized by business groups, the Obama administration is making millions of more employees eligible for overtime pay. Under the new Labor Department regulations, most salaried workers earning up to $47,476 a year must receive time and a half overtime pay when they work more than 40 hours during a week. The previous cutoff for overtime pay was a little over $23,000. The rule goes into effect on December 1st, but many workers may end up working fewer hours if employers move to limit their time at work. Dave?
John, one of the hundreds of Nigerian schoolgirls kidnapped by terrorists more than 2 years ago has been found wandering in a forest pregnant. Her uncle says she's fine and will be reunited with her mother. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Clouds and sunshine, 46 degrees, 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Former Illinois Congressman Mel Reynolds having a change of heart. The Chicago Democrat filed a handwritten motion saying he's now not guilty of tax charges. Reynolds is accused of not filing returns between 2009 and 2012. Earlier this month, the one-time lawmaker claimed he would plead guilty because he couldn't prepare for his case while in jail. Police are searching for a suspect following a deadly armed robbery at a cell phone store in suburban South Holland. Authorities say a man was shot to death after two armed with guns walked into a Boost Mobile on 162nd Street. Legislative leaders coming in with mixed reviews to the latest discussions with Illinois Governor Bruce Rauner to negotiate an end to the budget standoff. Optimism tempered by skepticism about a possible compromise. Republican House Leader Jim Durkin said after the meeting yesterday he was heartened by the Democrats' new willingness to discuss Rauner's pro-business reforms. A Lake County judge says he'll rule next month on a motion to dismiss criminal charges against the widow of a former suburban police officer who authorities say staged his suicide. Melody Glinowitz was charged after her husband, Fox Lake Police Lieutenant Joseph Glinowitz, died September 1st. Authorities say he staged his suicide because he feared discovery of his embezzlement of a youth program's funds. Melody Glinowitz is charged with felony money laundering and misuse of charitable funds. Milwaukee beat the Cubs 4-2. Houston over the White Sox 6-5 and 11. The news, a service of Blue Cash Preferred Card from American Express. The Blue Cash Preferred Card from American Express, 6% cash back at U.S. supermarkets on up to $6,000 in purchases. That means 6% cash back on those cheeses you can't pronounce but eat anyway. Start earning cash back at AmexBlueCash.com. Terms apply. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, low interest rates apparently are not getting you to apply for a mortgage or refinance. The Mortgage Bankers Association says the number of mortgage applications declined last week, though there are more than a year ago. Applications to purchase a home declined 6% last week. Lowe's joins Home Depot with higher sales in the recent quarter. Lowe's is also predicting a better year. Staples earnings are down, but Staples had to pay $66 million to break up with Office Depot when the merger fell apart. Mitsubishi's president, Tetsuro Aikawa, is stepping down. The automaker admitted it tampered with fuel economy tests for cars in Japan for 25 years. Nissan recently agreed to buy more than a third of Mitsubishi, a controlling stake. And Tesla is a stock to watch today. Goldman Sachs is rating Tesla stock at buy. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
8:05 in Chicago, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Republican Party faces an existential crisis.
What is it that we need to do to unify the Republican Party and all strains of conservative wings in the party?
As the shadow of Trump looms large over the party.
I don't think I'm a divisive person. I'm a unifier.
Meanwhile, you're just wondering who the heck to vote for this fall. And we're here to help.
Everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie to benefit themselves and their people.
The latest news, opinion, and insight only on your election station, AM 560. The Answer.
If you're serious about selling your home, now's the time. Supply is low, and it's a great seller's market in many Chicagoland neighborhoods. Now, I've done the research, and along with my Salem radio colleagues, Dennis Prager and Michael Medved, we all recommend that you call Saul. Saul Z and the Z team are so good that if they don't sell your home in 59 days, they'll sell it for free, guaranteed. Saul is ranked 106th out of 1.2 million agents by the Wall Street Journal. His proven marketing system is so effective that he sells on average a home every single day, attracting multiple full-price offers. Now, that demand helps sell your home fast at the highest price. It's a no-brainer. If I was selling a home in Chicagoland, I'd definitely call Saul. 888-346-0666 or call Saul, SAUL.net. Call Saul.net or 888-346-0666. You'd better call Saul.
If you want to work until you drop, reduce your standard of living in retirement, or lose more of your hard-earned money in the stock market, then just ignore me. But if you'd like to generate a steady, predictable income, I'm talking real wealth and financial security for as long as you live, then listen to this. A free report is now available that reveals the money-making secrets Wall Street and the banks don't want you to know. It reveals how you can get guaranteed growth, safety, and wealth-building power without risking your money in the Wall Street casino. To get your free special report, visit bankonyourself.com. That's bankonyourself.com.
It's the Ready to Ride sales event and time to gear up for your ultimate adventure. Enjoy summertime fun on a Can-Am ATV, side-by-side, Can-Am Spyder, or Sea-Doo watercraft. Hurry in by May 31st and save up to $2,500 on select 2015 models. Plus, get great financing. Get ready to ride because the fun starts now.
Visit Dockside Marine in Wilmington.
Subject to credit approval. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
8:07 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. In Schaumburg and Elk Grove Village, Higgins eastbound and westbound now is closed both ways. Between 53 and Arlington Heights Road, there's a car into a tree in the Bussey Woods. There's a Flight for Life helicopter at the scene. Eden's inbound, 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Kennedy, 1 hour from O'Hare to downtown, 35 minutes from Montrose, and 30 in the Express, outbound 45 to O'Hare. The Eisenhower's an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, 55 minutes from Manheim, outbound an hour to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 8 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 50 minutes. The Ryan, 32 minutes, 95 to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow Southwest Highway to the Mine Long Bridge. From the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, Adams Tollway, Jan, Bartlett Road to Arlington Heights Road, Reagan Tollway from Orchard to 59, the Veterans Memorial from I-55, much of the way to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here is meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly sunny with a high of 63. Tonight, clear with a low 42. Then a mostly sunny day tomorrow with a high of 66. And a partly cloudy night with a low 46. Clouds and sun for Friday, high of 69. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
45 at O'Hare. Next news, 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by College Illinois. Secure your child's future by enrolling them today at collegeillinois.org.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Let's talk about us. Okay. I tell you what, in a certain way, what you did might have been a favor because I felt so good about having gotten through. I said, if I can get through this debate with those questions, you can get through anything.
We had a significant challenge in Chicago yesterday.
And one checkpoint for the entire airport, for the entire domestic flights. It's like crazy.
It will be a steep climb. I recognize
realize that, but we have the possibility of going to Philadelphia with a majority of the pledged delegates.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy, coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont, the last stop on our AM 560 Signature Bank business tour, and it's old home week for Amy. She ran into one of her
college friends.
Yeah, Iowa comrades. Yeah.
His name is Woody, and he's worked here at Gesture for 5 years now. And you know what? They have raised $100 million for various charities.
Yeah, it's great.
That's huge.
It's a digital solution for fundraising. You go to these fundraisers, and now for silent auctions, rather than having to scroll your name on a piece of paper over and over again, they've got you, you've gone to them, you sign up, you give a credit card, you're all signed up, ready to go. It can happen in real time, and it just makes these events more efficient, and it raises more money for organizations you want to support, so it's all good.
And you don't have to wait in those long lines. After a long night at these auctions or at these events, then it's gone. With Gesture, they make it so simple to donate money.
Yeah.
Because really, that's what you're trying to do, give them money.
Right. At the end of the night, when there's a long line trying to jockey for position to get that Chet Lemon signed jersey, you don't need to do it anymore because you got Gestures in their solution. And also, too, as kind of the world revolves around Amy,
stop it.
Amy's intern interviewed Donald Trump last night, or it was broadcast last night. Megyn Kelly, who Amy launched to the heights that you now see her.
I did. I made the woman that she is today.
Yeah.
Because she worked at Channel 5 she didn't work, but she wanted a job shadow because she was sick of being an attorney, and she wanted to be an on-air legal analyst. So she had to begin somewhere, and she had to make a tape to elevate her to the next level. So she hung out with me for a few weeks, and Anna DeBlantis, she hung out with her too. And she carried my umbrella once and held it over me during a live shot once.
Well, she's not carrying your umbrella anymore, is she?
No, Dan.
AM radio girl in Chicago.
Slumming on AM 560.
She gets to hang out with Donald Trump and make millions, and you get to hang out with me and make minimum wage. So it's a tale of two career paths. Not that one is.
No,
your success is not monetary or notoriety. It's.
I'm very happy to be working here.
It's psychic.
Yes.
Right. You're living a healthy, positive life that you can't put a price on.
Exactly.
And I suggest you not try. Anyway, getting back to Megyn Kelly and Donald Trump last night.
The little love fest, huh? Did they make out at the end? Did he ask her to prom?
It was one of those kind of anticlimactic interviews, despite all the pub and all of the run-up, where I think both of them got what they wanted from it, which is improvement in their standing. One politically, Trump, the other professionally, Megyn Kelly. And frankly, they have been serving each other's interests since the first debate. And of course, the first question at the first debate was the first topic that Megyn Kelly covered with Donald Trump, where she put it to him about the words that he had used in reference to women. And that was when the feud started. And now reflecting back on that feud in happier times was Donald Trump.
Let's talk about us.
Okay.
We were always friendly.
Right. Good relationship.
Right? And then came the August 6, 2015 debate, and I asked you a tough question about women using only the words that you had used. I thought it was a fair question. Why didn't you?
I thought it was unfair. First of all, I didn't think it was really a question. I thought it was more of a statement. That's the first question that I've ever been asked during a debate, and I've never debated before. My whole life is a debate, but I've never actually debated before. And I'm saying to myself, man, what a question. And then, of course, you have Brett doing his thing, so I'm saying to myself, I got 2 hours of this. I don't really blame you because you're doing your thing, but from my standpoint, I don't have to like it.
But ends up, Trump went on to say, but you know what, at the end of the day, in the final analysis, you did me a favor.
I tell you what, in a certain way, what you did might have been a favor because I felt so good about having gotten through. I said, if I can get through this debate with those questions, you can get through anything.
That's all right. The problem with the interview that she did with Donald Trump is that it was not live. and it was conducted almost a week ago. And the news cycle has changed so very much that questions that I would want her to ask of Donald Trump weren't asked. About his respect for women and the New York Times piece. Was it a snow job? I don't know. I was expecting a little bit more. They weren't hard-hitting questions. This is more of a love fest.
Well, she did ask him whether or not he was going to change his tone, which kind of speaks to some of those issues. And here's what Trump had to say.
It's true, but they're listening to you, and they're taking their cue from you. So that's the question: is whether now so close to the Oval Office, whether you will take that responsibility seriously and change your tone to try to be more unifying and less divisive.
I do take it very seriously, and I understand what's going on. And when I see the fervor, when I see 25,000 people that have seats, and not one person during an hour speech will sit down. I say, sit down, everybody, sit down, and they don't sit down. They refuse to sit down. I mean, that's a great compliment. But I do understand the power of the message. There's no question about it.
She is a top-notch journalist.
Well,
she learned from the best.
Yes, there's no question about that. Yes, that's where she got her chops.
Yes, she did.
Megyn Kelly also asked a little bit about their exchange. She went back to the kind of their interplay, which is really a lot of what the interview was. It was about the two of them. And some of Donald Trump's retweets, and now that they're in this new period of peace, of détente, can we stop with the retweeting? Listen to this exchange.
And I have fans, you probably learned, and I didn't do this for this reason, but when you and I were having our little difficulty, you probably had some pretty nasty tweets sent your way. I don't want to say, but I've heard that. I don't want that to happen, but I have fans, they really love... We have an unbelievable bond. We have an
but
unbelievable
you retweet some of those. It's not just the fans.
Yeah, but not the more nasty ones. You would be amazed at the ones I don't retweet.
Bimbo?
Well, there was a retweet. Yeah, did I say that?
Many times.
Ooh, okay. Excuse me.
Say you're sorry.
What do you think
Not the most horrible thing, again, politically, not the most. Over your life, Megyn, you've been called a lot worse. Is that right? Wouldn't you say? You've had a life that's not been that easy. And
it's not about me. It's not about me. It's about the messaging to young girls and to
but again,
other women.
It's a certain amount of fighting back. It's a modern day form of fighting back. I mean, it really is. But
you going to stop that as president?
Well, I'm going to stop it about you now because I think I like our relationship right now, so I'm certainly not going to do it with you.
Yeah.
He cannot say he's sorry. Notice that? He cannot say he's wrong. He cannot apologize. And just stop using the word bimbo. It's such a juvenile term. God, she should have smacked him. Hey, I'm not a bimbo. Yay. He's a bimbo. You're a mimbo, male bimbo.
Right. That's where... Where did Megyn Kelly get that sass, I wonder? Who mentored Megyn Kelly to... This was an interesting exchange towards the end of the interview. Megyn Kelly essentially asks, what if it doesn't work out? What if you lose?
Yeah, this was the best part of the interview.
And Trump gives an answer that I actually disagree with. And let's hear it. This is what happens if you lose.
And I appreciate, and I don't want to really talk about it because in case it doesn't work out, I guess I'd rather have that narrative. But I will say this. If I don't go all the way and if I don't win, I will consider it to be a total and complete waste of time, energy, and money.
Do you think if Trump doesn't win, his candidacy has been a waste of time, energy, and money? Because I don't. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. And the reason I don't is because he has essentially been a vehicle for a revolt that has been a long time in the making. He's a bit of a Rorschach inkblot, I think, for people of the center-right perspective that are disaffected from the party superstructure and its leadership and dissatisfied with their performance. And Trump has been a vehicle through which to express their grievances. I think the wrong vehicle, the wrong vessel, but nonetheless, this is an important process. This is an important kind of internal discussion, debate to have for the center-right movement in this country. And so even if Trump were unsuccessful, I think his candidacy has served a useful purpose along those lines.
Yeah, and he's gotten people to come out and vote that haven't voted in decades.
that's
I mean,
right.
and that's a huge accomplishment, if anything, to get people more involved in the process and your civil duties as an American citizen to get out and vote. So, and on a personal level, Donald Trump, his name's golden now. I mean, he can demand, if he went for a speaking engagement, he can demand $1 million, six figures, or even at the very least 6 figures. But also too,
I think it's a
with
little
his
bit
celebrity TV shows. I mean, he's
well, for sure, all that
that.
celebrity stuff. But I mean, I also think it's a bit of a double-edged sword. I think the brand has taken on some water too, because of all of the pushback. I mean, remember, he is not exactly a popular figure in America right now, and neither is Hillary, for that matter. Of course, he'll always be able to make money, but in terms of his brand, his legacy of this campaign, I think that's still a bit of an open question. In addition to that, and I agree with you about bringing retired Republicans out of retirement to participate, also a positive development. But in terms of what his candidacy will do in impacting the Republican Party's brand, impacting the brand of the conservative movement, I think those are also unresolved questions that could cut a couple of different ways. Let's go to Ralph and Rantoul. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Total waste if he doesn't win. Again, not a fan of the Trumpster, but I'd vote for a dead possum over Hillary. And maybe that's what we're getting. But if he doesn't win, all of this rhetoric about anti-establishment and so on and so forth, if we get Hillary, we get establishment, we get corruption. The establishment stooges in Washington on the Republican side win. They all win. They do their dance. They keep their jobs, most of them, even though the country and everybody else is going to suffer mightily. And it will be a total waste.
Thanks for the call, Ralph. I want to continue to explore this question on the other side, because I don't think so. And the corollary to the question of if Trump loses, will it have been a total waste, is if Trump loses, does the revolt continue? I think the answer is yes, but we'll take your calls and get your answers. Dan and
This
Amy
is the
coming to you
morning show
live.
more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
sunshine to start your day. Some high clouds, but no big deal. It's going to be pretty chilly for this time of year, though. Still high around 60 degrees. Tomorrow, picture perfect day. Not a cloud in the sky and a little bit warmer. A high of 66. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte. Tell me more.
Thank you, Amy. Good morning. In Elk Grove Village, Higgins is closed in both directions between 53 and Arlington Heights Road due to a major crash. The Edens is 25 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 35. The Kennedy, 50 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 40. The Eisenhower, an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, 55 minutes from Manheim, outbound 55 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and outbound 50. The Ryan is 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, it's stop and go from Hollywood to North Avenue, and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Tri-State southbound heavy, Plain to 176. The northbound delays are Southwest Highway to the Mile Long Bridge, the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, Roosevelt to Irving Park, Adams Tollway all bottled up, Bartlett Road to Arlington Heights Road, Reagan Tollway, Veterans Memorial, very heavy also. Jim Talamonte of the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Business owners, I want you to stop and think about the one part of your organization that you simply cannot live without. What comes to mind? Your employees, your location, your customers? How about your technology? Let's face it, everything rests on your network running smoothly and efficiently. Then that's where Turnkey IT comes in. They understand the value of your network and the critical role it plays in your company. They'll keep your network up and running and resolve any problems so you can focus on the important things. Turnkey IT's team of professionals will respond to you quickly. They won't roll their eyes when you ask them questions, or they won't try to dazzle you with confusing technical jargon. So this spring, Turnkey IT is offering a free security audit. That's right. Even if you have an IT guy, this free security audit will help you understand if they're keeping your data safe from viruses and hackers. So visit turnkey.pro today to schedule your free security audit and mention that Amy sent you. Again, that's turnkey.pro, turnkey.pro.
I've been very happy with Balance of Nature. You know what the funny thing is, even when I'm tired, I feel better than I have in so long. I really haven't gotten colds. It's just been great. I've been very, very pleased. More energy. I think it really works. I really do.
Working out, losing weight, and even in the best of times, I can't eat that many vegetables, so it's nice to know I'm getting them.
My husband got a cold, but I didn't. So, hooray! Thank God for Balance of Nature.
It's time you had a Balance of Nature experience in your own life. Call now. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751 to begin your road to better health. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
CertaPro painters are here for every stage of your life, from moving into a new home, creating the ideal nursery, to reinventing your living space. CertaPro painting experts create the perfect setting while you do life. They came to our home and brightened our walls and our moods so very quiet they wouldn't wake a baby. But the best part? They clean up after themselves so you don't have to do it. And now that spring is here, it is the perfect time to spruce up your home's exterior. Take a look at your home. Do you see chipping, peeling, fading? Well, leave it to CertaPro painting experts to refresh, renew, and protect your biggest investment, your home. Now is the time to call for your free estimate and schedule your exterior painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Or visit CertaPro.com today, CertaPro.com. CertaPro painters, we do painting, you do life. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, Trump saying in his interview with Megyn Kelly, if he doesn't win, it's been a total waste of time, money, and energy. Maybe for him, but I don't think so for the country or for the Republican Party or for the conservative movement, the things I care more about than Donald Trump. And, oh, by the way, I think he is going to win. And I've seen some polling in Illinois recently that suggests that he's doing surprisingly well.
Really?
Let me just say that.
Tell me what you know, Dan.
Well, I mean, Illinois is an interesting microcosm of the country, kind of 3 states in one. And in different regions of the state, Trump is doing no worse than Mitt Romney was doing 4 years ago. I'll tell you that. He's basically at least doing as well as the generic ballot test, the generic Republican versus Democrat ballot test. In some areas, better than that. And I think a lot of the doom and gloom about Trump in states like Illinois is overstated. Even if he may not win Illinois, the idea he's going to be some big drag on the ticket, the numbers aren't bearing that out right now, and it'd be difficult to imagine him becoming less popular than he is right now. It kind of you're at your base vote that he has, I would suggest, right now. So it's just interesting in terms of his chances. But the question is, if he doesn't get across the finish line, has it been a waste? Let's go to John in Sycamore. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, Dan and Amy. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, I think if he loses, it won't be a total failure. I mean, he might look at it that way, but I think him running, and especially going against Hillary, two people that are very, very unlike, it raises, the question of what are my other options? What else is out there? There's got to be something more than these two very polarizing figures.
Yeah, thanks for the call, John. I agree with that, and that's why I think the revolt continues if Trump were to lose. Bill in Park Ridge.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a total waste of time and effort for him, because if he loses, all our balloons are going to pop, and all the hopes we had that we finally got an outsider, somebody that's not going to be pay to play. He knows how to pay to play because he had to pay those politicians. He knows the game. They're deathly afraid of him. The media is afraid of him. That's why they give him all bad reports as much as they can, because they're afraid of him. If he exposes all their scams for all this money they make for their families and friends, if he loses, it's going to wreck our dreams. Everybody's going to go back to the same old fixed politicians.
Thanks for the call, Bill. Jeff and Gurnee.
Yeah, good morning, Dan and Amy. Thanks for taking my call. Dan, I think you're 100% correct. But as far as, obviously I'm not him, but I think what he meant by that was that he's such a competitor that if he doesn't win, that's his only option. So if he doesn't win, that's why it's a waste of time. But I do have a question for you, Dan, because I appreciate your insight. There's a buzz going around as far as him picking Gingrich. as a VP. And if he doesn't pick a strong VP candidate, obviously, based on the other caller, if he doesn't win, it's going to push a bubble out and burst the balloon of everybody. Who do you think he might pick?
I'll pick that question up and give an answer on the other side. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont, AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM 560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
You know the name Barbara Walters. Now remember the company, Ameritrust Mortgage.
Ameritrust Mortgage was formed along with a talented professional staff that makes your mortgage process easy, swift, and cost-efficient for you, the home buyer, and for those who refinance. Ameritrust is all-inclusive, start to finish, the way lending should be. At Ameritrust, we believe it has been our privilege to have helped thousands of people over 30 years with purchasing or refinancing their home. We are here to help. Let us customize a loan program for your specific needs, FHA, VA, or conventional. At Ameritrust, the responsibility belongs to me. It's my name on the door. I am the president. I am Barbara Walters. Call Ameritrust now, 815-459-7303. Again, that number is 815-459-7303. Or visit us at am560myhome.com.
Ameritrust Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee number 720. NMLS number 217229.
Oh, let's get sentimental. Think about how much your father means to you. Now ask, what am I getting Dad for Father's Day, which is coming up on June 19th? It may be a health reason. Why? Well, it's gross to say this, but did you know that 82% of all people don't know that you're supposed to change pillows every 2 years or less? That's because pillows absorb dead skin, dirt, skin oils, and dust mites that can cause allergies, acne, asthma, and who knows what else. So if you don't already have one, you need a washable MyPillow, and so does your dad. I may even give one for my dog, Bunky. Actually, Bunky uses MyPillow every night. So with a 10-year warranty, it's a great gift and a health investment, and you will sleep better. I know I do. That's why MyPillow is the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. Visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Use the promo code Amy for the 2 for the price of 1 offer. Keep one for you. Give one to Dad. Do it now, 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com, promo code Amy, 800-489-0201. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Trump VP talk at 8:38.
And there may be some relief in sight for those frustrated passengers at O'Hare and Midway. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Once again, here's Mike Scott.
Partly sunny, 48 degrees. There are signs Democrats could have major trouble uniting around frontrunner Hillary Clinton. That after rival Bernie Sanders learned last night he had won the Oregon primary.
Continue to fight for every last vote until June 14th, and then we're going to take our fight into the convention.
Clinton claiming victory in Kentucky, but that is unofficial, where she leads Sanders by less than 0.5%. Limited damage reported after a powerful 6.7 magnitude earthquake struck Ecuador's Pacific coast. It's near the same place. A devastating quake hit a month ago, killing 661. Former Illinois Congressman Mel Reynolds having a change of heart. The Chicago Democrat filed a handwritten motion saying he's not guilty of tax charges. Earlier this month, the one-time lawmaker pleaded in a handwritten note he would plead guilty. Official misconduct charges were filed against a Chicago police officer accused of punching and pushing a man who hit him after being transported to an area hospital back in June of 2014. Cook County State's attorneys say Officer Clausel Gauss was captured on hospital surveillance footage, throwing a punch and then shoving the 24-year-old victim. Gauss has been released on his own recognizance. Baseball last night, Milwaukee over the Cubs 4-2. Houston beat the White Sox 6-5. Bulls have the number 14 pick overall in the NBA draft. The news, a service of TimeshareExitTeam.com. Do you feel like you're trapped in your timeshare contract? Get out now, safely and legitimately, at TimeshareExitTeam.com. They'll get you out or give you a full refund. 844-321-EXIT. 844-321-EXIT. 8:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says people need to eat their crow and move on.
Don't underestimate the hurt feelings. People have painted themselves into a corner. They've got egg on their face, and pride is a powerful emotion. There's a lot of prideful people now who have to say, okay, I was wrong, didn't think he could get the nomination, didn't think people would get behind him. He's got the nomination. People are behind him.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
Have you been getting the runaround on a mortgage modification application? Underwater with your mortgage? Well, you'd be not alone. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of other people in the same boat with you. My name's Lou Bridges. My partner, Scott O, and I put together a law firm. One of the things we do is help people with modifications, only we don't just submit an application. Through proprietary software that we have access to, we determine what program or programs your loan is eligible for and what it would take to qualify you for those programs under the regulations. You work with our team of people, paralegals and clerks, and we put together everything, and then we submit the application for modification to the servicing bank. Only then we're not asking them, we're telling them this is the modification program our client has chosen from among those that we have confirmed they qualify for, their loan is eligible for under the regulations that you will give. And you must give because the net present value is far greater for the owner of the mortgage. So servicer, thank you for the modification. No more runarounds. Give us a call. We'll give you a free consultation.
224-513-1231.
8:36 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. The latest now on your morning commute. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thank you, Mike. In Elk Grove Village, Higgins remains closed in both directions between 53 and Arlington Heights Road after an earlier crash. The Edens is 25 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 35. Kennedy, 47 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 35. The Eisenhower, an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, 55 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 45 to Manheim, an hour 5 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 50. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, stop and go from the Adams Tollway to Irving Park. There's a northbound crash. It is jammed now. Roosevelt to Irving Park, where now only the right shoulder is blocked. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go from Bartlett Road to Arlington Heights Road. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sunny and cool today with a high near 63, 47 at O'Hare, 48 along the lakefront, 51 at Midway. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Kelly Financial Services, helping you secure your financial future today. Visit kellyfinancialservicesinc.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, and before the news, we were talking about Trump VP. We had a question from Jeff and Gurney about the possibility of Newt Gingrich. I don't understand. We talked to Michael Freddoso.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, David Freddoso from Washington Examiner last week, and he suggested that so many people, potential VP candidates,
he said Mike Huckabee and Newt Gingrich are possibilities.
Well, right, because he said so many of the candidates you think would add more value are uninterested in running with Trump. They're uninterested in potentially ending their career, political career, as Trump's running mate, that they won't do it. Think Nikki Haley, even Susana Martinez, governor of New Mexico. Others, I mean, it's always difficult to know who's really saying no and who's saying no as posturing.
No means maybe.
Well, in politics sometimes. But yeah, he said, as you just said, Gingrich and Huckabee, neither one of those choices make any sense. I think that would be a ghastly ticket.
Well, they have nothing to lose politically if they decide to join his team.
Yeah, but that may be interesting for them, but it's not interesting for Trump's electoral chances. So thinking of other Trump loyalists and those that maybe were a bit ahead of the learning curve before he had secured the nomination effectively, the only one who comes to mind that you could say, yeah, that could be interesting would be Scott Brown, the former senator of Massachusetts. He's
another Northeasterner.
Well, but he he won in a blue state. He came back. He ran a competitive campaign in New Hampshire, a swing state. He is, moderate-ish. He presents fairly well. I mean, he's not like a kind of conservative intellectual or anything like that, but he presents well. He's telegenic. He's got a nude Frodo spread, which I know Donald Trump likes for the women, so why not for the men as well?
Can't be gender bias, yeah.
So that to me would kind of polish up Trump's ticket a little bit, whereas the other candidates, if it's true that some of these other candidates that would add more political value but maybe aren't as aligned with Trump and so present that problem going in both directions, it seems to me Scott Brown may be the last man standing that would make the most sense.
What about Henry Kissinger? Donald Trump is meeting with him today, and I can't wait to see or hear about the advice Henry Kissinger gives Donald Trump, because last night to Reuters, when he was doing his Reuters interview, he mentioned that he wants to meet with Kim Jong-un, the dictator of North Korea.
I would speak to him. I would have no problem speaking to him. At the same time, I would put a lot of pressure on China, because economically we have tremendous power over China. People don't realize that. But you say you talk.
Does he think before he speaks?
Well, I don't understand the big deal. I mean, you think U.S. presidents don't meet with dictators?
I don't know. If he's going to be friendly to Putin, he wants to meet with...
Meeting with somebody is not the same thing as being friendly with them. I think some of this stuff gets a bit overblown. I mean, I agree that Donald Trump hasn't thought through many of these matters, and I'm sure he'll have an interesting discussion on von Balazzi with Henry Kissinger. I don't think Henry Kissinger will be Trump's running mate because he died 40 years ago and nobody told him. So I doubt Kissinger is going to fill the bill. All right, before we go TSA, let's get Will and Skokie on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Will.
The thing with Trump is interesting in that if this election season has proved anything, it's that anything is possible, number one. And number two, the press is always going to push for something that gives them, ability to sell ad space. I'm not counting Trump as the nominee until after the convention. Just like I'm not counting Hillary as the nominee until after the convention, maybe after that, depending on the indictment, if that comes through. So
what's the scenario by which Trump? What's the scenario by which Trump isn't the nominee with more than 1237?
Does he have more than 1237 now?
He will.
Okay, let's see. I mean, he will.
70
let's see. I mean, he's going to.
And I don't mean to slam you, Dan. It's just that there's a lot of things, 9 months ago, Trump the nominee, you get laughed at. I think that what's going to happen, or what may happen in the interim of a couple months, is that we see more and more of Trump, and people get to think more and more about what they did, and maybe you have some delegates who change their mind at the convention. I'm not trying to say an establishment takeover at the convention. I think the establishment's going to totally avoid that if they can possibly do it. But I just think we shouldn't count our chicks until they actually hatch.
All right, thanks for the call, Will. Appreciate it. Sean from Elmwood Park.
Vice presidential candidates are a zero-sum game. Shut up and put this on. Sarah Palin proved it. For every person that liked her, another one left. So it doesn't really matter unless you can guarantee that Viagra and spray tan are some sort of white man sickle cell. No one's going to care. So Trump said something very interesting in the Take Your Daughter to Work Day interview with Megyn Kelly. He said, my fans. He refers to his supporters as his fans, and he's absolutely correct. As you hear his fans struggle to say all of these things he's going to do. So the answer to your original question is, it's a winner if he loses or wins, because big government wins. Big government that has made more money in the history of any government in the last 9 years, has seized more from its citizens, has spent more, has seized and usurped more power, will continue down the path of totalitarian rule. So that is the game they want you to play. And never underestimate the high sparrow Bernie Sanders. He's for the true believers. And this argument that you can somehow give socialism light to appease the morons in an idea of working together. When has government not worked together? It works together every time it rules you, and it rules you every day.
Thanks for the call, Sean. I'll tell you what, it's interesting you bring up Bernie Sanders. Venezuela, the economic miracle in Venezuela that leftists at Salon and other periodicals were writing about a couple of years ago. a country that has more oil wealth than Saudi Arabia. In Venezuela right now, you have residents hunting dogs on the street for food.
Oh, sick.
Venezuela is
a hot mess.
Bernie's socialist utopia. Mike in Uptown, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I think that Donald Trump should pick Bernie Sanders to be his running mate.
Consolidate the revolution, huh?
Sort of, a lot of people that are sick and tired of voting for Trump and a lot of people that are sick and tired of voting for Bernie Sanders. I think if there was Trump and Sanders, they'd win no matter who they were running against.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Consolidate the revolt. Larry and Bartlett.
Hey, good morning, Dan and Amy. This is a different conspiracy.
All right.
Assuming Donald wins, he knows he's not going to be able to control the Congress. They're not going to bend to his will, so he's going to get bored. So his plan is that he gets a vice president who is very strong, very popular, very well liked by all of the right-leaning people in the country. And somewhere around 18 to 20 months into the first term, just before the next congressional election starts, Donald resigns. And the VP takes over, appoints another powerful aide to become his VP, and now the Republicans just swamp the country in the 2018 elections.
All right. I can't wait for that HBO series you just sketched out, Larry. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Dan and Amy coming to you live from Gesture in Westmont, part of our AM 560 Signature Bank Business Tour.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, the TSA apologizes to Chicago, and they have a plan. But first, here's your forecast. Sunshine, some high clouds. It's going to be pretty cool for this time of year. Still a high 59, 60 degrees. And then tomorrow, it's going to be warmer, plenty of sunshine, a high in the upper 60s. Any sunshine on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. There is on the inbound Edens. It's clear now, though you do have heavy traffic on the eastbound spur from past Waukegan Road to the Edens. Outbound, got about a 7-minute delay from Cicero to Lake Avenue in pockets. Kennedy inbound, 47 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. 35 from Montrose, 25 in the Express. Outbound, 35 from downtown to the airport, the Eisenhower. An hour and 10 minutes slog from Thorndale to downtown. 50 minutes from Manheim. Outbound, it's 55 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, still 50. The crash before Harlem just cleared. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown, southbound Lakeshore Drive. Stop and go Hollywood to North Avenue and 18th to Stevenson. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State, slow in pockets between Southwest Highway and the Hinsdale Oasis. Then jammed Roosevelt to Irving Park with a crash on the right side. Southbound it's slow from I-90 to Irving Park. I'm Jim Talamonte in the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center.
Hi, I'm Dr. Howard. In my travels, I occasionally hear a Balance of Nature ad on the radio. These products are the culmination of my life's work, and I'm often surprised at my emotions that arise when people talk about how they have improved the quality of their life.
One thing that I'm amazed about is that prior to taking this, I was having hot flashes like almost every day, sometimes periodically, and haven't had them since then. So by all means, that's the one thing that I'm very grateful for.
These people are real. I'd like to thank the Balance of Nature customers for trusting me and for allowing me to help them in their pursuit of health.
Call now. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Raj Shah, host of Secure Retirement Radio. You don't have to go underwater anymore. You don't need to go down in that hole with your portfolio and dig yourself out. You can actually put a floor so you never go down ever again and get into a strategy where you just continue to make growth. So not only that your principal is protected, but whatever gains you make, those are protected as well. Tune in for Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah, Sunday mornings at 7 here on AM 560, The Answer.
We're so excited about our sold-out golf outing at the Bolingbrook Golf Club coming up on Thursday, June 16th to benefit Operation Support Our our troops, America.
If you weren't able to get in this year, don't worry. You can still reserve a tee time at the Bolingbrook Golf Club anytime this spring or summer by visiting BolingbrookGolfClub.com.
And thanks to the sponsors who are making our golf outing possible.
Remax Professionals, Charity Golf International, Dr. Amy and Associates, MJ Miller and Company Jewelers in Barrington, Augustino's Rock and Roll Deli, and Pearl Mortgage.
Hey, let me introduce you to my really good friends at Guardian Security Services. Talk about passion. Man, these guys get it. They provide on-site security officers to a wide variety of businesses in Chicagoland. Gated communities, colleges, financial institutions, you name it. Guardian Security Officers are on-site forming lasting relationships. They're so passionate about exceptional service, their client retention ratio is over 95%, and they just celebrated 41 years in Chicago. They thoroughly screen every applicant, typically only accepting 5 out of 100 officers. They hire the best, so you have the best. Easy to reach and backed by a 24-hour service center and exceptional training. If you're unhappy with your on-site security or door staff or anticipate a need in the future, man, contact Guardian Security Services. Tell them Joe Walsh sent you. Call right now, 708-385-3300. That's 708-385-3300.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so what are they doing? They're those dogs that are fleeing Venezuela before they're eaten are going to be TSA screeners at Chicago?
Yesterday, a rare apology from TSA, and they apologized. They got on the phone with Mayor Emanuel, your little tiny dancer there, and apologized first for the long lines at O'Hare because people now are being told to come 3 hours before their flight. And some people who have short flights, Kansas City or St. Louis, we'll just drive because the flights are so short. So yesterday there was the apology.
We had a significant challenge in Chicago yesterday. I don't know what that was. We're fixing that. That's a great concern to me. I always tell people I won't apologize for doing our job well, but I do apologize to the people who found themselves stranded in Chicago yesterday.
And they're still stranded, still long lines this morning. So their solution
Stranded
is
in Chicago. That's the name of my autobiography.
That's good, or cooler near the lake. So they promised 300 extra TSA officers. The problem is, Dan, they're coming to Chicago mid-August. And that's when kids are already back at school in the suburbs. And they said that they're going to have 58 of them within the next 3 weeks. The problem there is that that's after Memorial Day weekend. So it's not going to get better anytime soon, but there is a little bit of movement. And you know who's the cause of this movement? Who's saying that he's in charge of getting changes? Senator Dick Durbin.
So I'm calling on the major airlines to waive their checked baggage fees during the peak summer travel months. They can help us solve this problem.
Sack it,
So I'm
Durbin.
calling on the major airlines.
Sorry, Senator. Yeah, no, so he's asking, just to alleviate the problem with some more airlines
right.
should waive the
that's
baggage
the problem.
fees.
It's never the government side. It's
No,
always
it's the
the
airlines.
private industry side. Yeah, that's your sack of Durbin, Illinois families. Something else that is going to change is the condition of Mary Ann Noland.
Yes.
Mary Ann has passed on from Richmond, Virginia. And in her obituary, I think she had some wise words for all of us.
All right. Do we need to set this to music?
Particularly if you're stranded in Chicago and facing the same thing Mary Ann faced. She decided to take the easy way out. Faced with the prospect of voting for either Donald Trump or Hillary Clinton, Mary Ann Noland of Richmond chose instead to pass into the eternal love of God this past Sunday,
What?
May 15th, 2016.
Yeah, and she committed suicide?
No, that she just passed away.
Oh,
And they
she
decided,
transitioned?
Yeah, they decided to, make a little bit of a humorous offering for her obituary. I'm sure in keeping with her wishes, and mine as well. By the way, something just on that topic for those who, like Mary Ann Noland, are thinking about taking the easy way out or have a family member. There's this Everplans.
Yes.
Since we've been talking about entrepreneurial capitalism, save money on a funeral with a rental casket, bury your family on the cheap. Wait for them to pass on.
Well, that's
before
nice
you do.
of you. Thank you.
Rental casket's good cost-saving option if you want to have a traditional casket at a viewing, but you don't want to pay full freight.
Yeah, I mean, caskets are $10,000, $20,000.
Right. So,
I always thought, what do they do? You have a wake and you're getting cremated. So what do they do with that casket? They probably reuse it anyway.
Well, what if you're not getting cremated?
Well, then,
I mean, just have the casket for the viewing, and then
put in a wood box, and
or
then
just. I mean, I just want to be thrown in a Ziploc bag and put in a hole in the backyard. So this
like
is
you did to your cat Angel.
Yeah, that's right.
You buried Angel in the backyard. I know you did.
I did.
Uh-huh.
I did. And don't tell the City of Wheaton authorities. Here's how the rental casket works. It's got the removable interior.
Oh.
So your body's in a simple wooden box. The box is placed inside the casket. Gives you the appearance the body's in the casket. It's not. Never touches the casket. So it's reusable. I mean, this is going to be the death knell of the casket industry. But, it's a way for you to save money. Your loved ones would have wanted it, or at least so you can rationalize that to yourself.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Pete. I've had 3 missing teeth and have been thinking for a while about getting something done to get them replaced. I went to Dr. Neruzzi at Fox River Periodontics to see what they could do, and I'm glad that I did that. The staff there was fantastic. Dr. Neruzzi made sure I was comfortable during the entire process, always checking to make sure there was no pain. All my visits were very pleasant, and I'm glad I had it done. Another piece that made it fantastic was they worked with me on the payment. As all of us know, these are not inexpensive items to do, so they worked with me on the payment options as well as with my insurance carrier to help minimize my out-of-pocket cost. I feel so much better now that I've had my teeth and my dental implants put in. I feel more confident as I'm walking around. For those of you out there that are missing teeth and thinking about doing this, I would recommend you see Dr. Neruzzi and his staff. They're great, and I would highly recommend them going forward.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
Looking to learn how to enhance your credit and obtain invaluable home buying tips? Then you need to attend David Hochberg's Credit Enhancement and Home Buying Seminar, which is tonight at Zany's Comedy Club in St. Charles. You should attend if you're credit challenged, if you've filed for bankruptcy, if you've experienced a foreclosure or short sale. You should attend if you like to learn proven and effective methods to secure the lowest interest rate when purchasing or refinancing a home. And you should attend if you're tired of not being able to get your groove on while living in your parents' basement. To register for David's free credit enhancement and home buying seminar, which is tonight at Zany's Comedy Club in St. Charles, then go to pearldavid.com. That's PERL David.com. If you have any questions about refinancing or purchasing a home, then call David now, 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. David has helped me and thousands of AM 560 listeners, but guess what? He can't help you if you don't call. 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender. Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358. NMLS 19186.
Tasty Catering is bringing outdoor happiness to you and your coworkers in a variety of forms this picnic season.
Down-home barbecue, street tacos, sausages and sandwiches, steaks, chops, fish, Greek feasts, pig roasts, the list goes on.
Tasty Catering picnic foods are getting more deliciously sophisticated than ever, too, which means you can meet everyone's needs with even more great picnic food options.
Organic, gluten-free, vegetarian, vegan, and dairy-free options never tasted so picnicky.
Your picnic doesn't stop with amazing freshly grilled food, entertainment, rentals, decor, venue selection. Get everything you need with one single call to Tasty Catering.
Inflatables and crafts for the kids, games and athletics for the teenagers, beverage packages and entertainment options for the adults. There's so much to choose from.
The best company picnics start at tastycatering.com. View picnic menus, entertainment options, picnic spots, and more when you visit tastycatering.com.
Did you know that if you have mutual funds in your IRA, 401k, or investment accounts, that according to Forbes magazine, you could be paying as much as 3.17% in hidden fees every single year? 3.17% may not sound like much, but over 10 years, it's costing you 32%, whether your fund is up or down. Hi, it's Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group in Chicago and host of the Alpha Wealth Hour on AM 560. This is just one of the reasons I hate mutual funds, and you should too. You may not know this, but you have far more investment options today without the excessive fees. Learn what they are in my free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds. What you learn may shock you. To get your free report, The Truth Behind Mutual Funds, call 630-519-4742. There's no obligation. That's 630-519-4742. 4742.
Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Our thanks to all the employees here at Gesture and the president and CEO, Jim Alvarez. Thanks for making us a part of your morning. We'll see you back here tomorrow at 5 a.m. Now into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. Former Illinois Congressman Mel Reynolds is having a change of heart. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Remember the Bring Back Our Girls movement? Even First Lady Michelle Obama got involved after Nigerian schoolgirls were kidnapped by terrorists. More than 2 years after they were taken, one has just been found alive. Fox's Jessica Gallagher live in our Middle East Bureau.
Dave, Nigerian Amina Al-Nakeki is the first of the 219 missing Chibok schoolgirls to be found since their mass abduction by Boko Haram more than 2 years ago. 57 others previously escaped. Her uncle describes the 19-year-old as pregnant and traumatized, but otherwise okay. She was found wandering in the Sambisa forest and was brought to Chibok Tuesday night to be identified and reunited with her mother. Dave.
Now, Jessica, a new UN report says nearly 1 in 5 suicide bombers for Boko Haram is a child. A U.S. airstrike in Afghanistan targets al-Qaeda, and a news agency there quotes Afghan special forces saying a senior terrorist leader has been killed. People have been complaining of long security lines at airports across the U.S. It's been especially bad in Chicago, where reinforcements are being sent in. Fox's Jeff Manasso live at O'Hare Airport.
Dave, we're here at O'Hare's American Airlines Terminal 3, where security lines continue to move at a relatively decent pace, following days of long lines and missed flights here and other major airports across the country, with TSA now telling travelers to arrive 3 hours early.
It's a little ridiculous. I would say schedule more people, get your stuff together.
So frustration and long lines ahead of the busy summer travel season, though we are told that dozens of new security screeners are being added here. That announcement after Illinois Republican Senator Mark Kirk told the TSA administrator to fix it or quit. Dave.
Jeff, just 77 delegates shy of the Republican nomination after winning Oregon. Donald Trump says it'll be a waste of time and money if he's not elected. He also tells Fox's Megyn Kelly, who he attacked and called names, he now respects her. Asked if he has regrets.
Yeah, I guess so, but you have to go forward. You make a mistake, you go forward.
Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
In Chicago this morning, partly sunny and 53 degrees. I'm Mike Scott on AM 560 The Answer. Former Illinois Congressman Mel Reynolds is having a change of heart. The Chicago Democrat filed a handwritten motion saying he's now not guilty of tax charges. Reynolds is accused of not filing returns between 2009 and 2012. Earlier this month, the one-time lawmaker claimed he would plead guilty because he couldn't prepare for his case while in jail. Police are searching for a suspect following a deadly armed robbery at a cell phone store in South Holland. Authorities say a man was shot to death after 2 armed people with guns walked into a Boost Mobile shop yesterday on 162nd. Now officers chased down one of those suspects. The other was able to escape. First meeting in weeks between Governor Rauner and the 4 legislative leaders in Springfield did a little bit to resolve the state budget impasse. How much? We get the latest details from AM 560's David Stewart.
Democrats and Republicans agreed to study Governor Rauner's controversial reform agenda. Senate Minority Leader Christine Radogno struggled to call that progress.
I'm hopeful that they're willing to talk about reform because I guarantee you the people of this state are not willing to pay more money for the same lousy government.
Senate President John Cullerton says studying reform doesn't mean there's agreement.
The main thing I wanted to accomplish was to make sure that the governor was committed to being in favor of some revenue increases, and he said he was.
House Speaker Michael Madigan held fast to his position that Rauner's reforms hurt middle-class people. David Stewart, Chicago.
Chicago's Goodman Theater opening its new education center this week with events that include an open house on Saturday. The Alice Rappaport Center for Education and Engagement, nicknamed the Alice, a 10,000-square-foot facility adjoins the theater. Space for classes, lectures, and performances. Events at the Alice this week include a screening of the 1961 film A Raisin in the Sun. Chicago sports, baseball, Milwaukee over the Cubs 4-2. Houston beat the White Sox in 11-6-5. The Bulls hang on to the number 14 overall pick in this year's NBA draft. The news service of Blue Cash preferred card from American Express. 6% cash back at U.S. supermarkets on up to $6,000 in purchases. Well, that means 6% cash back on those cheeses you can't pronounce but eat anyway. Start earning cash back at AmexBlueCash.com. Terms apply. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The Republican Party faces an existential crisis.
What is it that we need to do to unify the Republican Party and all strains of conservative wings in the party?
As the shadow of Trump looms large over the party.
I don't think I'm a divisive person. I'm a unifier.
Meanwhile, you're just wondering who the heck to vote for this fall. And we're here to help.
Everything that comes out of their mouth is a lie to benefit themselves and their people.
The latest news, opinion, and insight only on your election station, AM 560. The Answer.
Have you heard of the summer slide? Well, it's not as fun as it sounds. In fact, it's impacting our children's education, and not in a good way. Studies show that most students lose 2 months' worth of math skills during summer vacation. Thankfully, Mathnasium Learning Centers are here to prevent learning loss and help kids get ahead. With over 600 locations worldwide, we're breaking the summer slide trend. Visit mathnasium.com today to find the center nearest you.
It's the Ready to Ride sales event and time to gear up for your ultimate adventure. Enjoy summertime fun on a Can-Am ATV, side-by-side, Can-Am Spyder, or Sea-Doo watercraft. Hurry in by May 31st and save up to $2,500 on select 2015 models. Plus, get great financing. Get ready to ride because the fun starts now.
Visit Maxim Power Sports in Merrillville.
Subject to credit approval. Restrictions may apply. See dealer for details. For safety and training info, contact the ATV Safety Institute.
9:06 on Wall Street, the Dow down 52 in early trading, and in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eden's outbound heavy in pockets from Toohey to Glenview Road. It's 25 minutes. Montrose to Lake Cook. Inbound fine at 19. The Kennedy delay starting at Costner. 45 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 35. The Eisenhower's an hour from Thorndale to the post office. 45 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 48 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's 45. The inbound Ryan is 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 25 minutes, I-80 to the merge after an earlier crash before the Calsag Channel. See delays on the Tri-State southbound, the Adams Tollway to 190 for the crash on the left side. Northbound, slow Archer to 31st, and from the Cermak Toll to North Avenue, it's about Adams Tollway heavy Roselle to 53. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
The Mike Gallagher Show starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Sunshine for this afternoon, rather cool and a high at 63. It'll be clear and chilly tonight with a low of 42. A sunny day tomorrow with a high 66. Times of clouds and sun on Friday with a high near 70. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently, we have 51 degrees at O'Hare. Next news, 9:30, and Mike Gallagher starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Ed Lukasik Jr. of RE/MAX Professionals. Get more money for your home by listing with a real marketing expert.
When you can't trust the mainstream media, where do you turn? Get the answers from Mike Gallagher right now on AM 560, The Answer.
This is your total information source, The Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. Here is the happy conservative warrior, Mike Gallagher.
I suspect the ratings for the very first Megyn Kelly Presents last night will be off the charts. I guess. I mean, it's an interesting dynamic because it wasn't a Fox News Channel aired show. It was her first primetime special on the Fox TV stations all over the country. She sat down with Donald Trump. She interviewed, who else? Michael Douglas, I guess, Robert Shapiro, Laverne Cox from Orange is the New Black. And, of course, it was the Donald Trump conversation that people were fascinated by because of the sort of showdown that Trump had with Megyn Kelly right out of the gate, the first debate, when she asked him about his derogatory comments about women like Rosie O'Donnell. And it was a side of Donald Trump last night that people don't often see. He is a counterpuncher. Like I always say, you kick him in the shins, he's going to run over you with his car. And he said that last night. He said, I'll respond probably by 100 times. Hillary Clinton's going to find that out because she's trying to go after Trump and his alleged treatment of women, as evidenced by this New York Times article Sunday, front page story about the way Trump treats women that was almost immediately debunked by one of the key women featured in the article. And it just kind of blew up in the New York Times face in a big way. As the New York Post points out in their editorial, from the editorial board, it didn't take long at all for that New York Times front page expose of Trump's treatment of women to start falling apart. The whole article opened with a 25-year-old anecdote about Roanne Brewer Lane. The very next day, she's ripping the New York Times for distorting what she'd said. Her star witness, the Times star witness, incidentally, the woman who was debased by Donald Trump, she says she's voting for Donald Trump. That must have been some debasing. She must have really, really been victimized by Trump telling her what a beautiful woman she is and to wear here's a bathing suit since you don't have one at this pool party that we're currently at Mar-a-Lago 25 years ago. It's really kind of embarrassing and shameful for the New York Times to try to do that. And now Hillary is continuing to hammer away, and she's going to find out what Trump's going to go after Hillary Clinton over. Because Monica Lewinsky is going to wind up becoming a household name again. A lot of young people don't remember or don't know or realize what Bill Clinton did while in the Oval Office with an intern. And they're going to be reminded by Donald Trump of how Hillary Clinton responded and what she likely did or didn't know. And the whole pattern of women, Kathleen Willey and Juanita Broderick and women, you're going to go after Donald Trump? Well, your husband, Mrs. Clinton, who you say you're going to give a key role in your presidential administration, if you were to win, there's a story there too. And Trump is going to absolutely pound that story into the ground. And, that's the way Donald Trump plays ball. He described it to Megyn last night as if he's wounded, it's how he tries to unwound himself.
Has anyone ever hurt you emotionally?
Well, I think the big thing would be maybe the death of my brother. That was, the hardest thing for me to take. That was very tough because it's, unnatural.
Has it happened that somebody has done something to you, not a death in the family, but has done something to you to wound you?
Well, I don't know. I can say this. It would be something I could certainly think about and, come back with an answer right now.
No, it's okay.
But I will say this. When I'm wounded, I go after people hard, okay? And I try and unwound myself.
It's an interesting way to word it, But it's what millions and millions of people like about the guy. And it was interesting, Megyn's questioning was sort of like, what makes you take this approach where if you get attacked, then you go with a huge counterpunch? And she asked him in what was undoubtedly a widely viewed show last night, and if you saw it, I'd love to get your feedback on what you thought of it, what your takeaway was from Megyn Kelly Presents on the Fox TV stations around the country. 1-800-655-MIKE is our number if you want to join us and give me your reaction to it. 800-655-6453. But Megyn asked Trump some very personal questions. Now, remember the history here. They didn't speak for 9 months. She went after him in the first debate by asking him a tough question right off the bat. He didn't like it. He boycotted Fox. He didn't do a debate because of it. He sat out. She has referenced what had to be a very difficult period of time for her because a lot of people who are Trump supporters were very critical of Megyn Kelly and of Fox News, which I'm going to say quite bluntly isn't fair, but it's understandable. A lot of passion, a lot of emotion. So Megyn Kelly evidently went to Trump Tower a few weeks ago or a month or two ago, whatever it was, and asked for a mea culpa and wanted to land him for her primetime show. And he said last night in the interview, if you watched it, that he was very impressed that she did that. He said, I wouldn't have done that. He said, you didn't want to meet at Fox News. You didn't want to meet at some neutral place. You came to my building in Manhattan. And so it was a very interesting one-on-one. And she asked him about regrets. Do you have regrets about things you've done? Have you hurt people in your view?
You had said publicly you thought the retweet about Heidi Cruz was a mistake. Let me just...
Well, I said I could have done without it, to be exact. I mean, I could have done without it.
You said a mistake. Are you walking that back?
No, I'm not walking it back, but I actually didn't say it that way. I said I could have done without it. I mean,
but it was a mistake, wasn't it? I mean, that you shouldn't have done that,
I wish
right?
I didn't do it. Although, I guess you could say she's fair game because she's very much involved with the campaign.
Let me just give you a list of a couple and tell me whether you have any regrets on it. The comment about John McCain, you prefer people who weren't captured. The comment about Carly Fiorina's face. But do you regret any of those comments?
Yeah, I guess so, but you have to go forward. You make a mistake, you go forward, and you can correct the mistake. But to look back and say, gee whiz, I wish I didn't do this or that, I don't think that's good. I don't even think, in a certain way, I don't even think that's healthy.
When you look back on the past 9 months from that first debate to now, any regrets?
Absolutely, I have regrets. I don't think I want to discuss what the regrets are, but absolutely, I could have done certain things differently. I could have maybe used different language in a couple of instances. But overall, I have to be very happy with the outcome. And I think if I didn't conduct myself in the way I've done it, I don't think I would have been successful.
Did you see the interview last night? Did you see the special? What did you think? What do you think it will do for Donald Trump's candidacy? Does it help? Does it hurt? Are you indifferent? Let's find out. 1-800-655-MIKE, 800-655-6453. I hope you join us as we welcome you in to the Mike Gallagher Show.
And it don't count for much, but I'm not letting go. I believe there's too much to believe in.
This is the Mike Gallagher Show on AM 560, The Answer.
I ordered 3 more shirts last night from Charles Tyrwhitt. I've been wearing Charles Tyrwhitt shirts for years, so I've been a customer of theirs for a long time. Guys, you want a great-looking shirt and you want to not have to pay an arm and a leg? How about 3 shirts for $99? I'm talking dress shirts, casual shirts. I've got a button-down plaid shirt on right now that I'm wearing. Charles Tyrwhitt feature the most exquisitely tailored, crease-free shirts you'll ever have. These are British-styled, using the softest, most comfortable fabrics, tie, no tie, tucked, untucked. You're going to look great. And listen to this deal. 3 shirts for $99. That's 60% off. I have now bought 3 sets of 3 shirts in the last 2 weeks because I love this price. I love these shirts. I feel comfortable in them. They fit. It's a fantastic fit. Charles Tyrwhitt shirts. Just go to ctshirts.com/Gallagher and get this amazing deal. 3 shirts for $99, guys. It's a great deal. And incidentally, perfect Father's Day gift for the dad on your list. Go to ctshirts.com/Gallagher right now. www.ctshirts.com/Gallagher.
FN handguns bear the DNA of legends, of John Browning, the father of modern firearms, of the artisans and craftsmen who brought his genius to life, of the brave souls who defended our freedom on the front lines for the last 100 years, and the brave souls who defend it on the home front today. FN handguns, the DNA of legends in the palm of your hand. Ask for FN, the world's most battle-proven firearms.
From the studio that brought you Heaven is for Real and War Room.
When the Messiah comes, Rome will be nothing.
A faithful retelling of the miracle that changed the world forever.
What happened to the Nazarene?
Risen on digital and Blu-ray.
His tomb is empty.
He's right here. Open your heart and see.
Risen. Rated PG-13. Get it now on digital, on Blu-ray and DVD May 24th.
Thinking about life insurance?
What if you could make one free phone call and learn your best price from nearly a dozen highly rated, price-competitive companies? Well, that's exactly what happens when you call SelectQuote Life. For example, George is 40. He was getting sky-high quotes from other companies because he takes meds to control his blood pressure. But when I shopped around, I found him a 10-year, $500,000 policy for under $28 a month. I'm SelectQuote agent Dan Savino. And believe me, if SelectQuote isn't shopping for your life insurance, you're probably paying too much.
For your free quote, call 1-800-603-7886. That's 1-800-603-7886. 1-800-603-7886. Or go to SelectQuote.com. We shop. You save. Get full details on the example policy at SelectQuote.com/commercials. Your price could vary depending on your health issuing company and other factors not available in all states.
Mike Gallagher.
If you're looking for a better shooting experience, imagine shooting virtually all your firearms the same day. You can move and shoot steel, draw from the holster, or compete in a 3-gun match. You can exercise that rifle out to 600 yards, even engage in a very challenging sporting clays course or a round of trap or skeet. Do all that and much more at the Aurora Sportsman's Club. Whether you're a novice looking for a basic course or an experienced shooter looking for an advanced course, even if you want to participate in your favorite shooting event such as IDPA or cowboy action shooting, spend an enjoyable day with the family at the Aurora Sportsman's Club, the only shooting facility in the region that offers all of that and more. If that sounds interesting, don't miss the next orientation and a tour of the Aurora Sportsman's Club in Waterman, Illinois. Call the membership department at 815-264-9000 extension 44 for information. That's 815-264-9000 extension 44 to join a one-of-a-kind shooting facility. The Aurora Sportsman's Club.
CertaPro painters are here for every stage of your life, from moving into a new home, creating the ideal nursery, to reinventing your living space. CertaPro painting experts create the perfect setting while you do life. They came to our home and brightened our walls and our moods so very quiet they wouldn't wake a baby. But the best part? They clean up after themselves so you don't have to do it. And now that spring is here, it is the perfect time to spruce up your home's exterior. Take a look at your home. Do you see chipping, peeling, fading? Well, leave it to CertaPro painting experts to refresh, renew, and protect your biggest investment, your home. Now is the time to call for your free estimate and schedule your exterior painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA, 1-800-GOCERTA. That's CERTA with a C. Or visit CertaPro.com today, CertaPro.com. CertaPro Painters, we do painting, you do life. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
Checking traffic from the Guardian Security Services Traffic Center on AM 560. The Answer. Eden's inbound 19 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose outbound 25. The Kennedy 40 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 35. The Eisenhower an hour from Thorndale to the post office. 45 minutes from Manheim outbound. There's a crash before Morgan in the 2 left lanes. 43 minutes out to Thorndale. To Stevenson, 50 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. To Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. That's traffic, AM 560, The Answer.
When you've got questions, he always has an answer. It's Sean Hannity, this afternoon at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Gallagher.
Big night for Megyn Kelly from Fox News last night with her first primetime special. She sat down with Donald Trump. Did you see it? What do you think it does for Donald Trump? Did it help? Did it hurt? Were you intrigued by that side of Donald Trump? What did you make of the whole thing? 800-655-MIKE. Our toll-free number. Let's start with Michelle. Hey, Michelle.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you?
I'm good.
Good.
Listen, you know what? I think it helped him. Unfortunately, I think he's going to be our next president. But it did help him because he finally realized he better keep his mouth shut. And then I think people saw a different side of him. So it was for his benefit.
Yeah, I don't think. I mean, he looked really, really sort of introspective. He came across as kind of. It's the same way he comes across that people always underestimate. He's a little bit self-deprecating. He's got a warm, funny persona. I mean, he's the attempt to demonize him and vilify him is falling short, and it's not resonating with people. And depending on how many people saw that special last night, it gave him an enormous boost. And I'm saying that objectively. Of course I want him to win. Of course I want the Republican candidate to beat Hillary Clinton. Excuse me. Of course, I know that this third-party effort is nonsense. It's a waste of time, and it's DOA. It's a pipe dream, like Chris Chaliza put it over at the Washington Post. These poor guys that are trying to come up with, a Gary Johnson candidacy or all that. It's just a pipe dream, and it's a little bit silly. But objectively speaking, there's no way this was anything but a net positive for Trump, who continues to get an enormous amount of media attention. And it's easy to know why he's getting a lot of media attention. It's a fascinating story. It's an incredible story. Trump told the story to Megyn Kelly last night about how a writer called him, he said, and I believe him, and said, no matter what happens in this election, what you've done has never been done in the history of America. And that's a very valid thing to say. Kathy, you're next up. How you doing today, Kathy?
Oh, Mike.
Hi.
This is Kathy from Pittsburgh.
Well, this is Mike. How are you?
Great. Hey,
Good.
It's great talking to you. I listen to you all the time.
Thank you very much, Kathy.
Greatly appreciate your standing in the middle.
Thanks. That's nice.
The programs that come after you, I shut my radio off.
Well, I'm glad you're with us.
Okay.
Did you watch the thing last night?
No, I did not. I have, how can I say? I'm not into Megyn Kelly anymore. I watched her giggle and laugh with Michael Moore about her comment the first debate.
Yeah.
So that sort of did me in. But what I want to say is, Helen, you had made a comment about it being unfair to Megyn and Fox to go away from that.
Right.
I just want to make a statement. If I don't like what's being sold in any market, I go to another market.
Sure.
And I've moved on to Newsmax.
I got
and
you.
It's Michael Lynch.
Gotcha. Newsmax does great work. Listen, there's a lot of media alternative, a lot of places you can go to for media. Fox News remains by far and away the most watched cable news network in the country. Obviously, I have a great affection for them because I work with them. And as a contributor, I appear once, twice a week, usually Fridays with Gretchen Carlson, done all the shows. I've done Megyn Kelly's show many times. Got in a lot of trouble a few years ago with Megyn Kelly's show when she called me out over some comments I made about maternity leave right after she had a baby. And it made a bunch of headlines. But I understand there have been people who have had sort of an anti-Megyn Kelly reaction. You have a right to feel that way, and she'd be the first to say that. She'd be the first to say, listen, this is what I do. This is who I am. She's a journalist. She's not. She doesn't do a show with the kind of opinion base that Bill O'Reilly or Sean Hannity does, or Lou Dobbs on Fox Business. I mean, she's got a different kind of a show, and whatever she's doing, it's working. And she is enormously popular. She's enormously recognized by her peers. I'm fascinated that she enjoys a comfort level from a lot of people on the left that other Fox News personalities don't get. And maybe you're right. Maybe that's because she sits down with Michael Moore, or she is more off of the playbook of what you think should be a conservative broadcaster. And whatever her formula is, it's working. And I'm a big fan, and I was really happy for her to have. And she announced that she's going to write a book, or a book that's going to come out in November. And she showed how to order the book, and I guarantee you that will be a #1 bestseller. And that book will do very, very well. I was fascinated by the way a political analyst broke down the electoral map between Trump and Clinton. I've got that audio from the Today Show. That's next.
You're listening to Mike Gallagher on AM 560, The Answer.
When the stock market goes down, the market is unstable, gold and silver go up. Now, you know that. You know that lesson. Here's Dr. Gallagher here trying to give you a little bit of common sense advice. I'm not a financial advisor, but I know how important gold is. It makes perfect sense to have some gold to protect your IRA or your 401k. Where would you go? Who do you trust? You get a lot of messages. You get a barrage of invitations to try out different companies. Why don't you go to Goldco Precious Metals? That's who I trust. That's who I recommend. Goldco, trusted rated by more independent third-party consumer protection agencies than any other gold company. They've got an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. In fact, the owner of Goldco Precious Metals was asked to be on the board of the Better Business Bureau. That's how good these guys are. I want you to just go to MikeForGold.com. Check out their free gold IRA investment kit. They're happy to give you more information. They're not going to strong-arm you. They're never a hard sell. They're just a good, solid, impeccably reviewed site. MikeForGold.com. Mike4Gold.com.
Mike Gallagher.
What's happening here, there, everywhere? We've got The Answer. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Clouds and sunshine, partly sunny, we'll call it, 51 degrees. 9:29 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Democrats Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders have apparently split the latest round of presidential primaries, although in Kentucky it is still officially too close to call, while Sanders has claimed an outright victory in Oregon. The defense expected to call its final witnesses today in the trial of Edward Nero, one of the Baltimore police officers charged in connection with the arrest and death of Freddie Gray. Limited damage reported after a powerful 6.7 magnitude earthquake struck Ecuador's Pacific coast near the area where a devastating quake hit last month, killing 661. Former Illinois Congressman Mel Reynolds has a change of heart. The Chicago Democrat filed a handwritten motion saying now he is not guilty of tax charges. Chicago police say a 13-year-old girl and her mother have been charged with fatally stabbing a 15-year-old girl during a fight outside an apartment complex in the city's Inglewood neighborhood. Checking your money on Wall Street at this hour, the Dow up 34, the NASDAQ is up 33. Milwaukee beat the Cubs last night. Houston took down the White Sox in 11. 9:31, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity can read between the lines.
There is a strategy that has emerged among all of these prominent Republicans that they want to bring in a white knight candidate, an outsider. They want another person. And you want to know why? Because if you're a Cruz supporter, they think you're stupid. If you're a Trump supporter, they think you're stupid.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Here Maps, the free app that helps you beat the jam with live traffic info and public transit schedules. Get it now at here.com/commute.
This is your captain speaking. You are now free to roam.
Fact. College Illinois 529 prepaid tuition can help pay tuition at schools across the nation, not just in Illinois. Purchase now and lock in your college cost at today's plan rates before the May 31st deadline. Enroll today at collegeillinois.org.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
I was fed up with the overwhelming liberal bias in public schools, so I decided to homeschool my kids. The problem was finding a curriculum that represented the values I grew up with. Things like faith, family, patriotism, and the truth about our country's history. Then I checked out BJU Press. BJU Press has everything our homeschool needs, and with the right values. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com and see for yourself. You'll feel good about how you homeschool.
Tea times, golf outings, driving range, golf academy, brunch, dinner, weddings, banquets, receptions. Find and do it all at the Bolingbrook Golf Club. Info online at bolingbrookgolfclub.com.
9:33 in our Guardian Security Services Traffic Center. The latest now with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy has delays from Pulaski to the Burns Circle, 35 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 25 from Montrose Locals or Express. Outbound, it's 30 minutes downtown to the airport. The Edens is all clear now. Inbound Eisenhower, an hour. Thorndale to downtown, there's a car fire reported at Independence. Outbound, it is 38 minutes. There's a crash before Morgan in the two left lanes. It's jamming up Congress coming out of the Loop area. Stevenson, 44 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, it's fine. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
The Mike Gallagher Show continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Mostly sunny and cool today with a high of 63, currently 52. Next news at 10. And Mike Gallagher continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by HealthQuest Radio with Dr. David Kolbaba. HealthQuest Radio is heard Saturday mornings at 11 o'clock here on AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next, it's me, Dennis Prager, right after Mike Gallagher this morning at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
If you're troubled by what I'm telling you, I want you to call me.
Dude, I love you. Seriously.
You got a question? Or are you just calling to stroke my ego?
You can call Mike Gallagher right now.
I want you to call me.
1-800-655-MIKE.
You, caller. Speak up.
Now, back to Mike.
I have been working on getting out the pictures that Pavlina, who's a new team member of the Mike Gallagher Show, went out and helped me get some frames and some pictures of my mom and dad serving in World War II. This was a picture that my cousin Paul located. And this is an interesting story, I think, personally, because I have a disconnect, certainly from my dad, who died on Christmas Day when I was 11 years old. My mom died a few years later when I was 21. And so I lost them a long time ago, and that the chapter of their lives serving in World War II, what they did as young people, how they met, they married in New Orleans, that I sort of lost that. I've been disconnected from that. And so to be able to salute and honor the National World War II Museum, knowing my mom and dad both served, my dad in the Navy, my mom as a WAVE, we did something kind of neat for $100 donors to the National World War II Museum. If you give $100, I'm going to send you, it's a piece of nostalgia. It's a picture of my mom and dad the week they were married in New Orleans in their military uniforms, beaming, happy, young, healthy. I just love that picture of them. And so many of you have commented because we posted it on Facebook and Twitter and up at Mike Online. People said, oh, you look just like your mom. You look just like your dad. And, of course, I'm a product of my mom and dad and miss them very, very much. And so my partnership with the National World War II Museum has become deeply personal for me. Most of their support comes from private donors. The National World War II Museum in New Orleans is a walk through just such an important part of our history, such an important part of our story, the greatest generation, the war that changed the world. You know all the bromides and the descriptions of World War II. Almost every one of us has been touched by somebody who served in World War II. I have a goal, a lofty goal. It's a high goal. I want to get to $50,000 by D-Day, June 6th. And here we are mid-May. But we can honor the parents like my mom and dad, the grandparents, the Americans over 16 million strong who served this nation in World War II. Please help me reach my goal. I've seen the work that the people at this museum do. I know the educational outreach they do, the state-of-the-art technology. It's a beautiful museum. You've got to go. This is one of the best museums, if not the best museum I have ever walked through. Help preserve the legacy of the greatest generation forever. And help us reach that $50,000 goal by D-Day. Just go to GallagherFreedom.org right now. GallagherFreedom.org. And don't forget the H in Gallagher. It's GALLAGHER. GallagherFreedom.org. Or you could give them a call. Have your credit card ready and just call 855-895-4680. 855-895-4680. And please, please help us support the National World War II Museum, a treasure of the United States. I love what they do, and I hope you'll be able to support us and support the museum. I had another aha moment this morning. Do you realize if Donald Trump were to win Ohio and Florida, and everything kind of all being equal, all things being equal, and if patterns stay the same, if he wins Ohio and Florida, he becomes the next president of the United States. He is on a path, and goodness knows he seems to have the momentum that he needs to overtake the favorite, and make no mistake, she's the favorite, he's the underdog. Listen to what NBC's Steve Kornacki did this morning on the Today Show. I saw this breakdown. He's in front of this board, but I realized we could play the audio for you, and you can hear how reachable the presidency is for Donald Trump, as explained by NBC political analyst Steve Kornacki on the Today Show this morning on NBC.
When we look at Donald Trump and the general election, his strategy involves getting white working-class voters in the so-called Rust Belt. Walk us through it.
Yeah, so if you wanted to look at a Rust Belt, upper Midwest strategy, basically right now what you see here is the red-blue map. If it goes the way Obama-Romney went, this is where it ended. Obama got 332. Let's start Clinton off there. Romney got 206. Let's start Trump off there. So what are the targets? What are the blue states in the Midwest, in the Rust Belt that Trump's targeting? Ohio, Pennsylvania. They're saying Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa. These are sort of the targets. But when you look closer here, it's sort of a mixed bag for Trump. I'll show you what I mean. Starting Ohio, we always talk about Ohio, and this really is. This is a ripe, natural, obvious target for Donald Trump. You see, it's been close every election, the last three. There is basically no scenario where you get Donald Trump to the White House where this is not part of the bedrock foundation. He's got to flip Ohio. So that's one thing. It is doable, though, certainly by the numbers we've seen recently. There was one poll last week that had him up there. Pennsylvania is an interesting one. Republicans make noise about Pennsylvania all the time. They haven't carried it since 1988. In fact, in 2008, Obama won it by double digits. But look, it came down to 5 points in 2012. And one of the reasons is when you look more closely at Pennsylvania, in the Philly area, very strongly Democratic. Philly and the suburbs there. The rest of this state, though, is becoming more Republican. The trend favors Republicans. So one of these years, this thing really could flip. So that's a natural target for Trump. The problem is when you start looking at a Michigan, when you look at a Minnesota, when you look at a Wisconsin, the demographics, it's a lot steeper of a hill to climb. So if you're Trump, basically look at it this way. If you could take Ohio, doable, you're at 224. Add in Pennsylvania, now you're at 244. Now it gets tough to get to 270. Look, Iowa, that's probably your next likely target. Now you're at 250. You would need like Wisconsin plus Michigan. Now you're over it. More realistically, if you're Donald Trump, look at it this way. This is a real stretch. This is a real stretch. This would be doable to get you to 250. Then what do?
Florida.
You really got to get Florida. And if you, look at that. If you do get Florida, 279. Now you're over. Now you're there. Florida plus inroads in the Rust Belt would do it.
Didn't someone once say Florida, Florida, Florida?
Yeah,
yes.
Famously. You crushed that board.
Yes, you did.
Hey, sometimes it crushes me, but it was great.
There's smoke coming off of it right now.
Steve, thank you.
I'm such a sucker for those guys standing there in front of those electronic boards. They're so good at that, pushing those buttons and going. John King kind of perfected it initially over at CNN. Bill Hemmert does a great job of it at Fox News. And this morning, Steve Kornacki on the Today Show. Let's go to Cameron reacting to last night's Megyn Kelly Presents with Mr. Trump. Hey, Cameron, how are you today?
Not bad, Mike. How are you?
Good, good. Thanks for joining us.
Well, I just wanted to say, I think, it wasn't really apparent that Donald Trump was a racist or any of this until he started running for president,
Oh, would you stop? It's not apparent that he's not a racist. What do you mean it's apparent?
No, I don't think he's a racist. I'm saying that's the general opinion of him. So I'm saying.
Well, I disagree. I don't think it's a general opinion of him. Why do you say that? His critics are going to say that because they're going to say everything they can. They're going to say he's also a predator of women, which is nonsense.
I'm saying from the left, that's the opinion.
Okay. Well, the left doesn't like any of us on the right. Don't worry. I mean, they say plenty of things about us.
Agreed. I think the Megyn Kelly interview last night actually did him a lot of favors. You have to see, those moments when you get to see the side of Donald Trump where he's actually a human being and that he's able to talk to people. I think that's best for him because there's just this stigma of the left that they're trying to say he's a monster, but he's not.
You're right. And even the part where she brought up that he retweeted her being a bimbo and he said, "Did I?" And he laughed and she laughed and he said, "Excuse me." I mean, that's that kind of moment. I mean, I get what you're saying. What you're saying, I think what you're suggesting is when even the left can see him as something other than a monster because that's the way they're trying to portray him. That does him a lot of good.
Yes, because he has a draw to Democrats that we've never seen before in a Republican candidate.
Let me ask you something. Where do you think Bernie Sanders voters go? Then they go to Hillary or they go to Donald Trump?
I think they go to Trump. I mean, especially after that thing last night in Nevada. I mean, I saw that yesterday, and I was wow.
They're crazy.
The Democratic Party is kind of falling apart like people thought the Republican Party was.
Like I said, biggest lie is people like Debbie Wasserman Schultz saying the Democrats are doing just fine. It's the Republicans who have a mess on their hands. Yeah, look within, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, because you got your hands full with a lot of angry Bernie Sanders supporters. And Cameron, I think you're right. I believe you're right. When Sanders' candidacy ends, and it is going to have to end, she's going to be the nominee for the Democrats. Many of those Bernie Sanders voters are going to go to Donald J. Trump, which is another reason why the presidency is within his reach. You know, interesting debate about the Constitution, the religious liberty, the whole idea of what's going to happen. How do we balance the constitutional protections we have? Every Wednesday, we feature something called the Hillsdale Spotlight. We chat with some of the great professors from Hillsdale College, which is an amazing institution. Matthew Spalding, Professor Spalding, Associate Vice President and Dean of Educational Programs for Hillsdale in Washington, D.C., is going to join us next here on The Mike Gallagher Show.
Don't kid yourself into thinking that she can fool around just like you do. Unless you give her all the loving she wants.
This is the Mike Gallagher Show on AM 560, The Answer.
I want to tell you a little bit about a company called FN Firearms. FN Firearms is the world's most battle-proven firearms. This is a legacy of legends. Over 100 years ago, the father of modern firearms, John Browning, partnered with FN. I want you to remember this name, FN Firearms, because they changed firearms and the battlefield forever. Now, the majority of small arms used to defend freedom around the world are made by FN. Now, what does this mean for you? Well, the very same genius, craftsmanship, and attention to detail that goes into those firearms goes into FN handguns, like the FNS-9. It's a polymer-framed, striker-fired 9mm pistol. It features ambidextrous controls, a grip angle. Best of all, puts the DNA of Legends in the palm of your hand. Legends. You can see the full line of FNS handguns at FNAmerica.com. FNAmerica.com. FN, the world's most battle-proven firearms.
Mike Gallagher.
If you're serious about selling your home, now's the time. Supply is low, and it's a great seller's market in many Chicagoland neighborhoods. Now, I've done the research, and along with my Salem radio colleagues, Dennis Prager and Michael Medved, we all recommend that you call Saul. Saul Z and the Z team are so good that if they don't sell your home in 59 days, they'll sell it for free, guaranteed. Saul is ranked 106th out of 1.2 million agents by the Wall Street Journal. His proven marketing system is so effective that he sells on average a home every single day, attracting multiple full-price offers. Now, that demand helps sell your home fast at the highest price. It's a no-brainer. If I was selling a home in Chicagoland, I'd definitely call Saul. 888-346-0666 or call Saul, SAUL.net. Call Saul.net or 888-346-0666. You'd better call Saul.
Hi, I'm Lex Howard, CEO of Balance of Nature. Statistics show that most people will listen to this commercial 7 times before they finally purchase Balance of Nature. Don't be a statistic. Take action to determine your future.
I just have to tell you, I love Balance of Nature. I've been telling everybody about it. I can't believe how good I feel. Got my husband taking them now, and he's trying to get his mom to take them, because rarely do I take something where I feel a difference. If I'm just taking vitamin D or my multivitamin, I don't really feel a difference. But when I started taking these, I feel a difference. And I said, I can't tell you how good I feel.
Begin giving your body the fruits and vegetables it needs every day. Accept and complete Dr. Howard's 120-day health challenge to earn a free month supply of Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-2468-751. That's 1-800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Giddy up now. Like all parents, I'm always looking for something fun to do with my boys. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I have a great suggestion. Donley's Wild West Town, a Western theme park, just a short drive from Chicagoland in Union. Open this weekend, 10 to 6 both days. One admission fee includes everything. This is fun that everyone in the family can experience together, and really, there's nothing else like it. Rides, attractions, panning for gold, shooting slingshots, a Wild West show, a museum, petting zoo, great food, and a lot more. Parents, grandparents, and kids, everyone will enjoy a day together at Wild West Town. This is interactive family fun, so check out the deals at wildwesttown.com. That's wildwesttown.com. And it's a great outing for groups such as daycare camps, church groups, anybody. Wild West Town open this weekend, 10 to 6 both days. Wild West Town. It's good old-fashioned family fun. Yeehaw!
Security Services Traffic Center on AM 560. The Answer, I-80 westbound. It's stop and go from the Des Plaines River Bridge to Hobolt. The Edens is clear. Inbound Kennedy, slow Kimball to the Burn Circle. 30 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 30 as well. Slow Montrose to Sayre. The Eisenhower. After a truck fire near Pulaski, vehicle's now on the right shoulder. It is an hour and 20 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 30 minutes, Stevenson 45 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. That's traffic. AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Gallagher continues now, and make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Dennis Prager, coming up at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
With the world seemingly spinning out of control, how do we make sense of what's going on around us? Easy. We turn to the United States Constitution. Every Wednesday at this time, The Mike Gallagher Show presents Hillsdale Spotlight. Along with some of the brightest minds from Hillsdale College, we examine the breaking headlines through the lens of the Constitution. Now, here's Mike.
Matthew Spalding oversees the operations of the Kirby Center in Washington, D.C., and the various academic and educational programs of Hillsdale College in our nation's capital. It's always great when I get a chance to visit with Matthew Spalding. Hello, Matthew. Welcome back to the show.
Good to be with you. How are you doing?
Well, I'm great. I want to talk about federalism. I want to talk a little bit about, because this election this year is about many, many, many things. The power of the states to make their own decisions. This is something that is a hotly debated conversation that we're having. Let's talk about the power of the federal government as it relates to the states, because let's face it, people on the left are not real big fans of state power.
Well, let's back up for a moment. You're absolutely right there, but think about it in a broader constitutional context, if you will, because what is at issue here on all of these questions really is broadly the whole concept of constitutional government. What has happened and what the progressives want and have been advocating is a vast centralization of virtually everything under the Supreme Court, under regulatory agencies, under the executive in Washington, D.C., whereas what the founders designed originally was a whole system of checks and balances and separation of powers within the government, within the branches, but also between the federal government and the states, the 50 states. This was a way that you would spread the powers of government. You would keep them limited, especially because the states possessed what they called the police power, which was to say that states actually had more day-to-day power over lives than the federal government was ever intended to have. And progressivism is largely designed to break that down. And it's been doing so for now, 75, 80 years, more even recently than that. And one thing that stands in the way are the idea of state governments having any sort of decision-making power on key policies we see today concerning health care, anything for that matter.
I want to focus on the power. We talk a lot about the power of the purse, though, and let's talk a little bit about how the Obama administration or progressives and people on the left, government officials, will use the federal money or the withholding of federal money in order to entice states to give up their autonomy. Let's talk about that.
No, that's exactly right. So part of the problem, all these things kind of feed into each other, is government has grown so much and become so centralized that the vast amounts of money involved and the regulatory powers involved have given the federal government great leverage over states. So the states, in order to get money having to do with highways, have to accept the regulations of the federal government. Medicare, many things work this way. It's very difficult for states, even if they wanted to turn that around. There's so many incentives and for doing what the federal government says, and so many disincentives for disobeying them. Look at what's going on in North Carolina right now.
Right.
They've passed legislation. They object to the federal government telling them how they should design their bathrooms. And so now the federal government is saying, well, okay, fine. We're going to take away all of your money for education, which amounts to, I'm sure, many, many billions of dollars. That's a lot of leverage that they're using over these states, which could destroy their various systems and ruin their economy and isolate them from lots of things in American society.
I've been very pleased to get the sense that Americans are understanding the need for a president who will appoint Supreme Court justices that get the Constitution right. When Justice Scalia died, what died with him was a justice who believed in the strict constructionist interpretation of the Constitution, right? Let's talk about the strict constructionists versus the living Constitution crowd, because that's a real conflict, isn't it?
No, sure, and you're absolutely right. But this is, again, why Supreme Court justices and the court system is absolutely crucial. The courts, as with the federal government generally, have risen in their authority. This idea that the Supreme Court's the final arbiter and the ones who have the final say on everything concerning the Constitution is crucially important and an important battle. And let me just specify, it's not necessarily between strict constructionists versus the living Constitution. Let's broaden it out. What we're really seeing today is a battle between those who take the Constitution seriously at all.
Right.
Jefferson and Alexander Hamilton had some disagreements on the Constitution, but those really pale in comparison to the two of them versus a modern living constitutionalist on the court. These are vast gaps here. So Scalia, who was a powerful, massive mind on constitutional questions, that loss is devastating, but it just points to the fact that you've got a debate between those who take the Constitution seriously, look to it as it was written, what its original meaning was, how it's legitimate to the American people, versus those who think that the Constitution is merely a stumbling block, merely a step in the way, and what the courts ought to be doing is deciding very broadly, looking at penumbras and emanations, as has famously been said, rewriting laws, even to the point of actually legislating in a way that was never intended.
Right.
Scalia really represented that. There are other justices there. Justice Thomas is fabulous on these questions.
Yeah.
But it points to this is not merely about appointing a conservative or more liberal or more conservative justice.
Right.
This is really about whether the Constitution itself is important anymore.
I'm so grateful for our Wednesday visits, the Hillsdale Spotlight. Matthew Spalding, Hillsdale College, thank you very much for visiting with us today.
Great talking to you.
Always enjoy. Let's go to hillsdalespotlight.com. Take a course online, never too late, hillsdalespotlight.com. Coming up, we're going to break down Oregon, Kentucky, the turmoil in the Democratic Party. Don't go away. The Mike Gallagher Show continues.
You're listening to Mike Gallagher on AM 560, The Answer.
Let's talk about a sore back. You know, if you've got back pain, and I have suffered from back pain for years, a little bit of a problem in my lower SI joint on my right side, can mess with your life. You move around, you feel the pain, it's kind of nagging. Well, now Australian Dream, makers of the trusted arthritis pain relief cream, has come up with a formula to ease back pain. Australian Dream Back Pain Cream is real medicine. It can effectively relieve your simple backache. It may be more expensive than the other creams, but it's what you want to use when everything else fails you. Australian Dream is real relief without the odor or burning of other topical pain products. It's a rich, moisturizing cream that absorbs easily. It's not greasy. Unlike other products, Australian Dream is backed by the empty jar guarantee. Give it a try. If you're not completely satisfied, return the empty jar for a full refund. But if you're like me, Australian Dream Back Pain Cream is the real relief you've been waiting for. If you're in pain, pull into a Walgreens or CVS. Get Australian Dream Back Pain Cream. It's in the purple and white box in the pain relief aisle. You're going to love it.
FN handguns bear the DNA of legends, of John Browning, the father of modern firearms, of the artisans and craftsmen who brought his genius to life, of the brave souls who defended our freedom on the front lines for the last 100 years, and the brave souls who defend it on the home front today. FN handguns, the DNA of legends in the palm of your hand. Ask for FN, the world's most battle-proven firearms.
I was fed up with the overwhelming liberal bias in public schools, so I decided to homeschool my kids. The problem was finding a curriculum that represented the values I grew up with. Things like faith, family, patriotism, and the truth about our country's history. Then I checked out BJU Press. BJU Press has everything our homeschool needs, and with the right values. Go to bjupresshomeschool.com and see for yourself. You'll feel good about how you homeschool.
Mike Gallagher.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got the answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Clouds and